Chapter 351. At noon in the cafeteria, Lu Yuanqiu used his mobile phone to create a Tieba account for Yanggu String Band, and then helped Bai Qingxia create her own Tieba account. When creating, Bai Qingxia's little head leaned over from the side with full concentration, as if she wanted to learn how to operate it. Lu Yuanqiu looked down at her, and Bai Qingxia also raised her face. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Bai Qingxia suddenly pointed at the screen with a slender finger and asked weakly, "How do I find my place?" "Take out your phone." Bai Qingxia quickly turned around and took out her small white bag, took out the phone from it, and handed it to Lu Yuanqiu with both hands. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and didn't take it, because he just realized that her keypad phone seemed to be unable to browse forums. "You need a smartphone." "How much?" "Buy a second-hand one first, it should be a few hundred yuan." Bai Qingxia, who thought it would cost thousands of yuan, suddenly widened her eyes and nodded happily. In fact, she had long wanted a phone with a slightly larger screen like Lu Yuanqiu's. "I take you out of school tonight." "Okay. By the way, it seems that we have to choose class leaders this afternoon." Lu Yuanqiu typed in the group number of the band's lead singer group and responded to the girl. "Do you want to be a class leader?" "No, what about you?" "I don't know, I'd take a look this afternoon." I didn't expect to join the group in seconds. There are 75 members in the Juda band's lead singer group, which should represent the 75 campus bands in Juda. Of course, there may be seniors who have graduated and have not yet left the group. At this time, an administrator tagged him and sent a message. "Dynamic Zone lead singer at Iejiqiu, classmate, please change your business card according to my business card format." Iejiqiu, "Oh, okay." Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the names of the group members, then cut out the chat interface and looked at the band popularity rankings on the campus official forum. The band currently ranked first is called Yuluo. Fuck, the first popularity value is 23645. How is this popularity value calculated? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly exclaimed, and Bai Qingxia poked her head over again. Behind the band name was a red progress bar, with the first place reaching 23,000, and the second place also reaching 20,000. Lu Yuanqiu switched back to the group chat again, glanced at the group members, and then clicked on the profile interface of Yuluo lead singer, and found that the other party seemed to be a girl. It should be a senior sister, but I don't know what year she is, but since she has accumulated such a high popularity, she may be about to graduate. Lu Yuanqiu continued to switch back to the forum, and scrolled down the rankings. Logically speaking, since he had successfully registered, his Yanggu String Band should also be on the ranking list. As expected, when he scrolled to the end, Lu Yuanqiu saw Yanggu String Band at the 51st place, the last one, with a popularity value of only 2, and the progress bar behind it was almost 0. Just registered an account, and it has a popularity value of 2? Lu Yuanqiu switched to their band account, and was a little amused. Sure enough, someone posted a post in their forum. The ID was Flowery Radish, Zhong Jinqing. Playboy, Sofa, Water Experience. This idiot. Lu Yuanqiu also went to Bai Qingxia bar and posted a post with the same content as Zhong Jinqing. Well, he is also an idiot. Bai Qingxia was so absorbed in reading that her chin rested on Lu Yuanqiu's arm unconsciously. She suddenly raised her head and asked, "Let's take a look at the ranking of the dance category." Lu Yuanqiu switched back to the official account and found the ranking of the dance category. He found that the first place was called Sherling, who should be a girl, a ballet dancer. The first place is also a ballet dancer? The popularity value is 8,643. I thought the first place in the dance category ranking would be a street dancer. Bai Qingxia raised her head. It means that ballet also has the potential to rise. Yes, that's what I mean. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he flipped down and found that the dance ranking was much longer, with more than 300 people. Bai Qingxia was at 325th. Bai Qingxia, who has a popularity value of 1, was not at the end. There were people with a popularity value of 0 behind her. How little attention was paid to these people with a popularity value of 0. Even a random post would not be 0. Bai Qingxia thought for a moment and said quickly, "I will buy a mobile phone quickly, and then post to your band and myself every day." Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "How can you post to yourself to increase popularity? What if you have more fans in the future, and they enter your Tieba homepage? They will be surprised. Why is our Xiaoxiazi so sad, posting to herself every day?" "What is Xiaoxiazi?" Bai Qingxia was puzzled. Lu Yuanqiu pondered for a moment. He didn't know what it was, but he remembered that some internet slang called it this way, but he didn't chase stars, so he didn't know. It was afternoon, time to run for class leaders. Classroom 303. Bai Qingxiao wore a white skirt, a ponytail, and a pink hairpin. When she sat down, her knee-length skirt revealed 2 complete calves. Her 2 calves were tied together like a lady, and her legs were well-proportioned and beautiful, white and tender. Lu Yuanqiu had just lowered his head to pick up a pen and had deliberately peeked at her for a while, but it seemed that Bai Qingxiao had discovered him. Lu Yuanqiu sat next to her as usual, and to the right were his 3 roommates, and Zheng Yifeng and his 4 companions were behind him. Although there were no fixed seats in college, the people in the 3 dormitories had almost accepted this seating arrangement. Su Miaomiao was wearing a floral short skirt and flesh-colored stockings today, which made her look more intellectual and mature than before, with a kind of married woman's beauty. When she entered the room, Lu Yuanqiu noticed that Zheng Yifeng was staring at Su Miaomiao's legs. Perhaps because he found that his gaze was caught by Lu Yuanqiu, this sultry guy actually blushed for a moment. Today, Bucktooth Chong was not there, and Su Miaomiao was in charge of the class cadre election meeting. A row of class cadre positions were written on the blackboard, and the first one was the monitor. Let's start with class 30 today. Class 29 will wait a moment. Su Miaomiao finished speaking on the stage and suddenly raised her hand playfully. Is there anyone who wants to run for class monitor? She glanced back and forth between Lu Yuanqiu and the other 3. She looked very selfish, deliberately taking care of the 4 children she was familiar with. However, Lu Yuanqiu and the other 3 did not respond. Su Miaomiao even asked directly, Lu Yuanqiu? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. I don't want to be one. Bai Qingxiao probably didn't want to be one either. Su Miaomiao thought of this and looked at Zhong Jincheng and Zheng Yifeng. Zheng Yifeng deliberately looked away, and Zhong Jincheng was firmly looking at his legs. However, from Su Miaomiao's perspective, Zhong Jincheng was just in a daze, so she asked in a brisk tone, Zhong Jincheng? Ah, not right. Zhong Jincheng shook his head quickly. Su Miaomiao seemed to have made the final decision. Then it's Zheng Yifeng, to be determined first. Is there anyone who wants to compete with Zheng Yifeng for the position of class monitor? Zheng Yifeng turned his head and showed a surprised expression for the first time. Chapter 352. Su Miaomiao put her hands on her hips and said to Zheng Yifeng, What are you looking at? I put you as one of the candidates first, otherwise what if no one takes the initiative? Someone has to be the monitor. What a selfish female teacher. Tut tut tut. Why don't you put Zhong Jincheng and me as one of the candidates? Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. Su Miaomiao turned around and wrote the 3 words Zheng Yifeng under the word monitor, and then asked again, Is there anyone who wants to compete for the monitor? The whole class was silent for a few seconds. No one spoke. Su Miaomiao smiled and said, Then the monitor of class 30 is Zheng Yifeng, and the next is the deputy monitor. Is there anyone who wants to run? At this time, Finger raised his right hand, then stood up and said to the people around him, Brothers, although I have been held back for 2 years, I still know a lot of class affairs. I don't think I can compete for the position of class monitor, so I will assist Zheng Yifeng in his work. The others in the class applauded, and there was no suspense in the end. Finger became the deputy class monitor. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at Bai Qingxiao and found that she was sitting there quietly like an audience, and had no intention of participating in the competition for the position of class leader. The key point was that the competition in the class was not fierce, but quite peaceful. Lu Yuanqiu knocked her knee with his leg and asked, Why don't you choose a position to exercise? Bai Qingxiao shook her head and responded seriously, I may not have the energy. What about you? She said, and then asked, Don't you want to compete? For the sports committee member? Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I wanted to, but suddenly I don't want to. Bai Qingxiao, why? Because I've grown up. Lu Yuanqiu smiled brightly. And the person who voted for me is sitting next to me. The title of sports committee member is not as attractive as you, a little swan. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and swung his legs, bumping against Bai Qingxiao's legs several times. Bai Qingxiao put her hands down and silently pressed Lu Yuanqiu's thighs. You actually touched my legs? I don't accept it. I want to touch it back. Lu Yuanqiu whispered to her with an exaggerated expression. Bai Qingxiao quickly retracted her legs to the side and whispered back, Didn't you say you've grown up? Why are you still so childish? Silly child. Of course men want to touch legs more as they grow older. Su Miaomiao suddenly shouted on the stage, Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu raised his head. What's wrong? She pointed to the word psychological committee member on the blackboard and said, No one is in this position, you can be one. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you busy? Su Miaomiao explained, From what I know, it's quite free. Of course, if many people in our class want to talk to you about their worries, you will be quite busy. There is a psychological activity room at the mental health center, which opens every Wednesday. In fact, I think your personality is quite suitable for helping others solve their problems. Bai Qingxia nodded to Lu Yuanqiu with an encouraging look in her eyes. She also felt that Lu Yuanqiu was very suitable. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, okay then. After the class meeting, Lu Yuanqiu got a position as a psychological counselor. In fact, except for Qi Chaoqiao, everyone in the class seemed to be in good condition. Of course, Xiao Tiani also had a lot of psychological problems. Even if Lu Yuanqiu was not a psychological counselor, he would still help her solve them for free. After leaving the teaching building, Lu Yuanqiu made up a reason of going back to the dormitory to get something first and asked Bai Qingxia to go back to the dormitory building to wait for him. Seeing Bai Qingxia enter the dormitory building, he went straight out of the school gate, went to the bank to withdraw money, and then found a nearby mobile phone operator store. When Lu Yuanqiu walked in, the store owner greeted him enthusiastically. What do you want, brother? Buy something or recharge your phone? Buy a new phone, recommend one? What price range? The price doesn't matter, the latest model is fine. The store owner suddenly smiled from ear to ear, took one and explained. Samsung S2, just released in February this year, for 1,999 yuan. Lu Yuanqiu looked at it and asked, Boss, are you selling second-hand phones? The boss was stunned and responded, yes. You don't want to buy a new one? Lu Yuanqiu handed him the new phone in his hand and reminded him. I buy this one, no box. I will bring a girl to buy a second-hand phone later. You can say this is second-hand. The seller bought it just a few days ago, always complaining that the phone has problems and doesn't work well. Then you can sell it to us cheaply. 500 yuan will be fine. After hearing what Lu Yuanqiu said, the boss's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, so romantic. Okay, I will definitely help. The boss was also enthusiastic. While opening the box, he asked, Did you get her? Lu Yuanqiu answered casually, It's not that kind of relationship. Ah. Okay. The boss was stunned, but didn't ask any more questions. He did it very quickly. Although the phone was brand new, the girl probably wouldn't think that I would team up with the boss to cheat her in order to buy a phone, and as long as the boss's reason was reasonable, she didn't know much about this. Lu Yuanqiu analyzed in his mind. Under normal circumstances, it would not be necessary to do this. A second-hand mobile phone can also be used, but Lu Yuanqiu hoped that Bai Qingxia's first mobile phone would be the latest one. Returning to campus, Lu Yuanqiu called Bai Qingxia on QQ, and the two went to the mobile phone store smoothly as planned, and bought a new mobile phone with Bai Qingxia's 500 yuan. The moment she walked out of the store, Bai Qingxia hurriedly took the mobile phone out of her handbag. She put it in front of her and looked at it carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. The girl looked back at the store door, quickly took Lu Yuanqiu's hand and walked away, and even trotted in front, as if she was afraid that the boss would regret it and chase him out. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her anxious look and wanted to laugh as he followed her. Okay, we've almost walked a kilometer, we can't catch up. Lu Yuanqiu said hurriedly. Bai Qingxia stopped at this point. She supported her knees, blushed and panted, and said to Lu Yuanqiu, I didn't dare to say anything just now. This phone looks very new, how could it be second-hand? This is to blame the hateful boss. This guy might be acting for the first time, too excited, and forgot to say. The seller bought it for only a few days, and didn't want it anymore. This sentence. Forget it, I make a patch now. Lu Yuanqiu took it and looked at it pretentiously. Didn't the boss say that the phone has some problems? Maybe the person who bought it only bought it for a few days, and found that the problem was serious, and it was uncomfortable to use, so he didn't want it? Bai Qingxia took it again, fumbled for a few times, raised her head and asked, how to turn it on? It's turned off now, long press this. Seeing that she wanted to try the phone function, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly pulled her hand and said, let's find a place to have dinner. You didn't even have a cake on your birthday. I treat you to dinner today. Just find a place to eat. Bai Qingxia was led by him, and spoke quickly from the back. Chapter 353. Lu Yuanqiu, okay. A dozen minutes later, the two took a taxi and entered a self-service barbecue restaurant. The restaurant was packed with customers, but fortunately there were still seats. Bai Qingxia must have eaten a buffet for the first time. She followed Lu Yuanqiu closely, holding Lu Yuanqiu's hand, feeling very reserved and uncomfortable. She was wearing a white dress and looked as dazzling as a pure star, but she always felt as if she had mistakenly entered a place that did not match her status. Is this restaurant expensive? You don't have to treat someone so expensive. The girl whispered beside Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu turned around. It's only a few dozen yuan per person. What's so expensive? A few dozen yuan? Can you eat in such a high-end place for a few dozen yuan? Bai Qingxiao was a little confused. Lu Yuanqiu looked around and smiled at her and asked back, what do you think is high-end? Is the table made of tiles? The interior decoration is more exquisite? The ingredients are placed outside? Is this high-end? Bai Qingxiao held 2 fingers of Lu Yuanqiu with both hands. She looked around secretly, nodded silently, and still spoke in a low voice. It's a bit like the hotel that Uncle Lu took us to stay in during the college entrance examination. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless. All buffets are like this. The food is placed outside for us to take, and the hotel's buffet restaurant is free. Bai Qingxiao retorted, that shows that the hotel fee is very expensive. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. This logic seems to be correct. He sat down at a table. Bai Qingxiao did not sit opposite him, but sat next to him. Lu Yuanqiu said to her, if you sit next to me, I will go out to get food later, and you have to give me a seat, or you can go get it. Bai Qingxiao quickly shook her head. I don't know how to get it. Then, I sit across from you. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to hold her. Or you can sit inside me. Okay. She seemed happy, and agreed very readily. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand, and rubbed her face before leaving willingly. After returning from getting the food, he found Bai Qingxiao sitting in her seat observing her new phone. Lu Yuanqiu sat down and asked hesitantly, is there any problem? Bai Qingxiao raised her head and responded, it seems not. It's also possible that I don't know where the problem is. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Her experience with mobile phones was only to make calls and send QQ messages. Besides, this phone was a touch screen, so she probably didn't know how to press the return button. Let me take a look. Bai Qingxiao handed him the phone obediently. Lu Yuanqiu operated it in front of her, to Bai Qingxiao, which was dazzling, and then pretended to be surprised. Huh? It seems that there is no problem. Take out your old phone. After installing the phone card, Lu Yuanqiu helped her log into QQ and the Tieba account, and then said in surprise, look, everything is normal, there is no problem, we made a profit. Really? Bai Qingxiao happily took it, her 2 white thumbs swaying slightly above the phone screen. She was obviously very happy, but suddenly, she didn't know what to do first. Open QQ first, and try to send a message. Lu Yuanqiu said and turned on the fire, putting the raw meat slices on the stove. Suddenly, his phone came with a beep-beep sound. Lu Yuanqiu put down the iron tongs and took it out to take a look. Bai Qingxiao, smile, Lu Yuanqiu, how is it? Is it useful? Just as he finished speaking, he found that Bai Qingxiao was typing by hand. This old man. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, you can adjust it to 9 keys. The girl twisted her body, as if not letting Lu Yuanqiu touch her phone, and retorted in a tender voice, I know, I just tried the handwriting function. Oh, I know. Lu Yuanqiu pouted. Bai Qingxiao snorted in response, and was visibly happy, as if she had picked up a treasure. Sure enough, under normal circumstances, she also likes to take advantage of small things. Alas! When can I take advantage of you? Lu Yuanqiu thought idly. He whispered to Bai Qingxiao, when we go back later, we have to avoid that mobile phone store, in case he realizes it later and feels that he has lost out, and then regrets it. Bai Qingxiao suddenly raised her eyes and reacted. She put down her phone, turned around and carefully put the phone into her handbag, stuffed the handbag into her small white bag, and then said to Lu Yuanqiu solemnly, yes, let's avoid that store. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? No, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Bai Qingxiao frowned, pouted and whispered, it was originally agreed upon, and he paid for it. He can't regret it. I didn't take advantage of him on purpose. If he loses, it's his fault. Okay, I know. Eat quickly, the meat is ready, it's all burnt, you can cook, but you asked me to roast it. Lu Yuanqiu forced the iron clamp into her hand and ordered, roast it for me. When we're out, I'm still your boss, so be aware of your status. Bai Qingxiao twitched her lips for a rare moment. She looked at the environment on the table, and roughly knew what she needed to do. Lu Yuanqiu left his seat again, to get some ingredients, desserts, and drinks, and mix 2 dipping sauces. When he came back, he saw that his plate was full of meat, while Bai Qingxiao's plate was empty. Lu Yuanqiu sat down and turned her little face towards him. Bai Qingxiao, do you know what the word self-service means? Bai Qingxiao was confused. Lu Yuanqiu, the food is unlimited, eat as much as you want, as long as you can eat. We are not limited to the ones on the table. I can take more later. So affordable, but this is meat. Her face was pinched, and she asked in a vague voice, but you could hear that her tone was still surprised. Lu Yuanqiu hung his head. What's wrong with meat? In a buffet restaurant, you can take away other people's pots. He saw Bai Qingxia's eyes move, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly held her arm and said with a smile, I'm kidding. Bai Qingxia shook her head. No, I go get the meat. Lu Yuanqiu explained, but if you can't finish it, you have to pay for it. She then calmed down a little and compromised. Then let's continue to get more after we finish eating, and eat more. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said nothing. Sure enough, after eating more than half of the food on the table, she slumped in the chair with dull eyes, as if she was thinking about life. Not to mention going to get more food, she didn't even have an appetite to eat the rest on the table. Hey, why is your belly so big? What's in it? Lu Yuanqiu put his ear against Bai Qingxia's belly. Her white dress was a little corseted, very close to her body, and after eating too much, her belly was a little more obvious. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's head approaching, Bai Qingxia had oily hands, so she could only blush and push his head away with her elbows. Stop playing, eat quickly, there's still a lot left, she urged. Chapter 354. Let me listen, just for a moment. What do you want to hear? Listen to the meat you ate, and see if it has anything to say to me. You are so childish. Listening to Lu Yuanqiu's words, Bai Qingxia raised her head a little embarrassedly. She looked at the surroundings, and saw that the people at other tables did not look at her, so her expression became a little more natural. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from Bai Qingxia's stomach. Bai Qingxia herself also felt it. She impatiently pushed Lu Yuanqiu's head away with her elbow. Don't listen, eat quickly. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. What was that sound just now? Bai Qingxia leaned down, her face flush with the tabletop. She used chopsticks to stir the dipping sauce plate, deliberately ignoring Lu Yuanqiu's question. Lu Yuanqiu still had room in his stomach. He cleaned up the mess, thought for a moment, and turned to Bai Qingxia and said, Are you happy today? Bai Qingxia raised her eyes to look at him, and asked weakly, Why do you ask that? Lu Yuanqiu chewed lettuce and said, Because I can see that you seem to be a little worried these days. Bai Qingxia continued to lower her head, stirring the sauce dish with chopsticks in circles. She shook her head gently. No worries. If you have worries, tell me. I am the psychological counselor now, she muttered. Okay, and there was no follow-up. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. After 10 minutes, Lu Yuanqiu broke the silence. No matter what you plan to do, I believe you will succeed and achieve your own goals, because in my heart you have always been a tough, brave, and unyielding girl. Bai Qingxia put down her chopsticks, lowered her head until her eyes were level with the table, and finally rested her forehead on the edge of the table. Lu Yuanqiu saw her wiping tears. Shouldn't we talk about this during a meal? We were so happy. Lu Yuanqiu thought of this and laughed dryly. Am I doing my job as a psychological counselor very well? Bai Qingxia finally spoke out, with a tearful tone. Actually, I'm not that strong. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the paper from the table, helped Bai Qingxia up, wiped her tears carefully, and said, This is normal. People who are always strong are gods. We mortals just need to be strong occasionally. It's great to be strong occasionally. Cry if you want to. Don't think you are a crybaby. We have big eyes, and can store a lot of tears, hee. Bai Qingxia suddenly raised her head, tears welled up, and even the tip of her nose turned red. She asked in confusion, Why? Why can a mobile phone in that mobile phone store be worth all the money on my body? I have saved money for more than a year. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. He thought of the scene when Bai Qingxia was staring at the glass counter in a daze, while he was talking to the boss. It turned out that she was thinking about this at the time. Lu Yuanqiu comforted, You are only 18 years old. You will be very rich in the future. Not to mention one mobile phone, you can buy 100 mobile phones at will. Bai Qingxia shook her head slowly. I don't want to buy so many mobile phones. Lu Yuanqiu comforted her distressfully. Then don't buy them, don't buy them. Bai Qingxia began to mutter in a low voice, as if she was narrating a dream she had had for a long time. When I have money, I will find the best doctor to treat my father. I will wear beautiful skirts, beautiful shoes, and all kinds of socks every day. I will also buy myself a beautiful and big house, with a bookshelf in the house, full of books, books from China and foreign countries, and my bedroom will be pink and exquisite. I will also treat you to a meal, treat you to the most expensive buffet, buy you clothes, spend a lot of money on you, and let you spend lavishly. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and interrupted the low murmur. You want to support me? Bai Qingxia paused. She raised her little hand to wipe her tears, did not answer, and did not look at Lu Yuanqiu. Her face with tears was lovable. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. You will be rich, and your father will be well. When your father is well, you don't even need to make money yourself. When your father was rich, my uncle and second uncle were still working at the grassroots level. Bai Qingxia bit her lip. Although she had heard it many times, she couldn't imagine what Li Yuanqiu said, because since she could remember, their family of 4 had to squeeze into a rented house of only a few dozen square meters. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. Today, blame me. I shouldn't have said these things during dinner, but if you cry and say it out, won't you feel much better? Bai Qingxia sniffed and nodded gently. She muttered again, Am I too unsatisfied? I want so many things. She actually wanted to ask herself if she was too greedy. Lu Yuanqiu thought she was simple, but in fact she didn't seem to be that simple. She was very vulgar, and even a little mercenary. Lu Yuanqiu grabbed her hand. I don't know. I only know that Bai Qingxia is a living, flesh and blood, very real person. The next day, Wednesday night. I had classes for most of the day today. To be honest, Lu Yuanqiu was quite curious about college courses, thinking that they would be very different from high school courses, but after attending, I found that they were still teaching some knowledge from books, and even some chemistry. Bai Qingxia listened very seriously, and Lu Yuanqiu was also taking notes, seriously. Finger next to him seemed to be the new sleeper in college. Lu Yuanqiu almost knew why he was held back. Even the Taoist priest was taking notes, and the uncle even actively raised his hand to answer questions. Lu Yuanqiu, do you want to wait until the psychological activity room here is finished, and then I will accompany you to the dance club? Bai Qingxia. No, Chun Chun went with me. She also wants to join the dance club. You should fulfill your duties as the psychological counselor. Okay then. Lu Yuanqiu sat at the desk in the psychological activity room. The so-called psychological counselor is to sit in this small room and wait for classmates to come and talk with him. Taiji Ba was bored. They were not familiar with each other at the beginning of the school. Who would come to talk with him? Do I have to sit here for 2 hours every Wednesday? Lu Yuanqiu was about to ask a question in the class group when a shadow suddenly covered his face. Hello? Third sister? The two voices of Lu Yuanqiu had completely different tones. Third sister, how did you find this place? Song Fanfan said so. Lu Doqing's hair was messy, and she had 2 dark circles under her eyes. She stood there with a depressed face. Lu Yuanqiu quickly got up to help her tidy up her hair. As a result, she opened her arms and hugged Lu Yuanqiu the next second. Lu Doqing cried, I'm so scared. I haven't been able to sleep for several nights. Xiaohong has been scratching the door in the middle of the night. The door of our dormitory is the worst. It's that female ghost again. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his mouth and said, It's 100% pretended by a person. Don't you have any girls who are brave enough to form a group to catch her? Chapter 355. Zhuhai University, Qinxia Campus, Canteen. Luo Chang, have you finished your military training? Why don't you call home? How is your college life? Have you made any friends? A gentle woman's voice came from the phone. A chubby boy wearing glasses sat alone at a table. He responded hesitantly, I have made some friends, Mom. I'm having dinner with my roommate. I hang up now if nothing else. Mom, wait, have you contacted your cousin? Aren't you two from the same school? Luo Chang looked around, as if he didn't want to speak loudly in public, and he responded, She is in Huafeng campus, we are not in the same campus. You have to find a time to meet her. She is a junior this year, equivalent to your senior sister, and can share a lot of experience with you. Got it, Mom. I hang up first if there's nothing else. Without waiting for the woman on the other end to speak, Luo Chang quickly hung up the phone. He exhaled heavily, put the phone aside, and was in a daze for a long time. Luo Chang continued to eat. As expected, even if he went to a big city, he was still himself. He couldn't make friends or communicate. He even didn't want to keep in touch with his cousin, who lived in the next campus. He had a nightmare again last night. He dreamed of the night 8 years ago. He dreamed of the driver who hit someone. He dreamed of the driver's clear face, and the back of the brother limping away. He also dreamed of the girl sitting in the classroom, in a daze, after attending her brother's funeral. Luo Chang felt that he might have to spend his whole life to atone for his sins. If he hadn't taken the tumbler, nothing would have happened. After finishing his meal alone, Luo Chang picked up his phone and found his cousin's QQ. His cousin's name was Luo Wei, and she was a junior in the Department of Fine Arts at Zhuhai University. He hadn't chatted with this cousin for many years. Looking at the other party's homepage, Luo Chang hesitated for a moment, but still didn't click on the conversation interface. He put his phone away and walked out of the cafeteria. As soon as he left the door, Two men in a hurry passed by. One of them was short and dark-skinned, and the other had a single ponytail and a baby face. The two looked like a father and son. Seeing Luo Chang, the boy with a ponytail asked breathlessly, classmate, which direction is the male dormitory red block A? Luo Chang silently pointed in a direction and whispered, turn right. After that, he left, unwilling to communicate too much with strangers. Let's go, uncle, the noodles are almost clumping. The boy with a ponytail waved his hand quickly, and suddenly his phone rang again. Hello, Lu Yuanqiu? What's the matter? I'm with you at the Chinxia campus. Lu Yuanqiu's voice came from the phone. Why are you two going to Chinxia campus? The uncle was carrying a lunch box and was about to explain, but the Taoist priest took over and said, Uncle found a part-time job at the Ringjian fireworks restaurant in our school and took a job delivering food. One of the students who ordered food was from Chinxia campus. Uncle has a poor sense of direction, so I brought him here. The uncle scratched his head with an embarrassed look. Yes, thanks to Xiaolong. Lu Yuanqiu, Taoist priest, come back quickly after delivering the food. I have something to talk to you about. The Taoist priest wiped his sweat and asked, what's going on? Lu Yuanqiu, catching ghosts in the girls' dormitory tonight. The Taoist priest was surprised. Can we enter the girls' dormitory? Lu Yuanqiu, the third-year seniors from the art department on the second floor discussed it with the dormitory Annie, who was also afraid. So she agreed. Let's go together tonight. Remember to put on your Taoist uniform. The Taoist priest suddenly straightened his back when he heard this. The uncle watched from the side, and found that both corners of his mouth were raised high and symmetrical. The uncle looked very satisfied. Su Xiang smiled. It's normal for me to go. I'm an orthodox Maoshan Taoist priest. Why are you going? Lu Yuanqiu laughed. I'm your little follower Taoist priest. The female dormitory is so filled. Of course, I have to accompany you. I've also practiced the 9-yang magic skill. The Taoist priest lowered his voice and pretended to be deep. Okay, wait for me to deliver the meal, and then I take you to catch ghosts. Lu Yuanqiu, hee, wait for you to come back, moi. After hanging up the phone, the uncle hurriedly asked, is it dangerous? Do you want me to follow? The Taoist frowned. Uncle, why are you joining in the fun? Hurry up and deliver the food. The noodles are about to clump. The uncle nodded repeatedly. Yes, I haven't locked the electric bike outside. Don't let it be stolen. I can't afford to pay for it if it is lost. The two ran towards the male dormitory red block A in a funny way. On the other side, Wafeng campus. Psychological activity room. Lu Yuanqiu put down his phone and glanced at his third sister, who was sitting next to him. Lu Doqing kept hugging his arm, and was unwilling to leave. Her expression was dull, and her hair was messy. I don't know if she was scared or in a daze again. Anyway, Lu Yuanqiu knew that if the third uncle saw his precious daughter like this, he would definitely feel distressed. Sister, don't worry, I have already contacted the Taoist priest. Why is Qiuqiu's roommate a Taoist priest? The third sister raised her head and looked over, asking in a soft voice. Lu Yuanqiu, well, I don't know how to explain this. Wait a minute, I make another call. He dialed Bai Qingxia's phone number, and the other party answered quickly. Lu Yuanqiu, did you join the club successfully? Bai Qingxia, Chun is chatting with him. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Chun is going to chat? What about you? Bai Qingxia said in a low voice. I stand aside. I'm talking too softly, let Chun speak. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and talked about business. I'm going to the F block of the female dormitory tonight, and I go to the second floor with the Taoist priest to catch ghosts. I remember you live on the third floor, right? Bai Qingxia, yes. Lu Yuanqiu, do you want to follow? Bai Qingxia responded quickly. No, I'm scared. But she suddenly changed her mind after a second. Yes, I follow. Okay, let's meet on the second floor of the girls' dormitory tonight. The phone was hung up, and Bai Qingxia put down her new phone. She could tell that Lu Yuanqiu sounded very excited, and that Lu Yuanqiu seemed to be looking forward to going to the girls' dormitory to catch ghosts. But Bai Qingxia knew that Lu Yuanqiu was looking forward to going to the girls' dormitory, and she could always guess Lu Yuanqiu's little thoughts. Xia, come here and fill out the form. Lu Wanchun turned around and waved at Bai Qingxia. Lu Wanchun was wearing a very short skirt today. When Bai Qingxia saw it, she was stunned for a long time, to the extent that she would blush when she saw it. Lu Wanchun also smiled and lifted up her skirt to show her, saying that she was wearing leggings underneath. Bai Qingxia knew about leggings, but she had never worn them. The club leader looked at the two new students who were filling out forms with sparkling eyes. She was a little surprised that the new students were so beautiful. Wouldn't they fascinate all the boys in the school in the future? 2 junior girls, there will be a welcome party after National Day. Our club will have 2 programs, but they are group performances, not individual performances. Do you want to participate? Chapter 356. Bai Qingxiao was about to refuse, but the person in charge said, if you have signed up for the city art competition next year, you can use the opportunity of the welcome party to accumulate some popularity on the forum. If you can get the center position before that, you will be more exposed and your popularity will grow quickly. Bai Qingxiao was stunned, hesitated for only 1 or 2 seconds, and then hurriedly said, I will participate. Lu Wanchun had not signed up for the city art competition yet. When she saw Bai Qingxiao participating, she hurriedly said, then I will participate too. The person in charge smiled and said, it just so happens that the 2 programs are jazz dance and ballet. With your image, Lu Xuemei can definitely be the center of the jazz dance. For Bai Xuemei's ballet program, the center has been decided to be Shi Ling. She is very popular, but if Bai Xuemei goes on stage, even if she is not the center, she will definitely attract a lot of people's likes. Shi Ling. Bai Qingxiao remembered this girl. Her popularity on the forum was as high as 8,000 or 9,000, and she was currently ranked first in the dance category. Ballet is not popular in school, and it can only be performed in official campus activities. Lu Wangchun's jazz dance is more popular because it can be performed anywhere, anytime, even on the playground. So in this case, with so little exposure, Shi Ling is still able to surpass everyone and rank first in the dance category. It must not be just because she is good at ballet. She must have other advantages. Maybe she is very beautiful? Her identity is very special? Oh yes, you can check out her forum when you have time. Bai Qingxiao didn't think about defeating the opponent in such a short time. She just hoped that her ranking could move up a bit. A ranking of over 300 was too ugly. So far, there are only 2 posts in her Bai Qingxiao bar. One is bubble posted by Lu Yuanqiu, and the other is smile posted by her. It's very sad. Lu Wanchun asked curiously, how many people will perform in the ballet program? The person in charge said, the program to be performed this time is Swan Lake. The number of people may reach 40 or 50. It is estimated that all ballet dancers at our campus will be mobilized, and it may not be enough. Bai Qingxiao opened her mouth slightly. 40 or 50 people. How could she be seen in the crowd? Wouldn't that be equivalent to being invisible? Okay. Take it slow. Even if it attracts a few people's attention, it's a good thing. It's better than nothing. It seems that college is still different from high school, especially for schools of the level of judo. In high school, it was very easy to sign up for such activities in one's own name. When the 2 turned around and prepared to leave, the person in charge behind them smiled and said, 2 junior sisters, remember to come to participate in the club activity day, or come over if you have time after school in the evening. We have to rehearse the program. Bai Qingxiao bowed and nodded quietly. Lu Wangchun smiled and raised his chin, raised his hand and gestured okay. The personality characteristics of these 2 people really match the dances they are good at. The person in charge curled his lips and muttered. Psychological activity room. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at his watch and asked to the side, 3rd sister, why don't you go back to the dormitory and wait for me? Lu Doqing hugged his arm tightly, and shook her head desperately. Have you eaten? Lu Doqing still shook her head. Lu Yuanqiu, then I take you to the cafeteria to have dinner first. Lu Doqing raised her head, but aren't you going to sit here until 6? Lu Yuanqiu yelled, no one comes except you. I don't believe that if I sneak away, anyone will find me, and even if they find out, they can't do anything to me. Lu Doqing, Qiuqiu is so awesome. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. He remembered that the 3rd sister was still single before rebirth. At that time, the 3rd sister was 34 years old. Lu Yuanqiu was a little confused as to why she couldn't find a partner. Although she was a little dull, she was very good at giving people emotional value most of the time. Why don't you find a partner, 3rd sister? 3rd uncle has complained to me several times, saying that you are too dull. The 2 left the activity room, and Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and asked her while closing the door. Lu Doqing lowered her head and murmured, I'm afraid of pain. This unexpected answer made Lu Yuanqiu's hand suddenly stiffen when he closed the door. His expression froze for a moment, and then his neck turned mechanically. What did you say? Lu Doqing raised his head and responded to his brother seriously. Haven't you seen that kind of movie? Boys will put that. Okay, shut up. You don't need to say it anymore. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to cover her mouth, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. He opened his eyes wide, frowned, and soon asked seriously, "Has anyone shown you this kind of thing?" Third sister's silly personality makes it easy for boys to bully her. Lu Yuanqiu has always been worried about this problem. "Is there really a man who is so desperate?" Lu Doqing explained. "Lu Wei from our class took me to see it once. She also showed me her toy, which is transparent and looks like a boy." Wait, you don't have to describe it. I know, then what? What did she do to you?" Lu Yuanqiu asked with concern. Lu Doqing. "She said she would teach me how to use it." Taught? Lu Yuanqiu stared, stuttering. What would happen if Uncle Sen knew about this? Lu Doqing shook his head. "No, I ran away because I was scared." Lu Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. He stood there for a long time, not knowing how to deal with this kind of thing. It seemed a bit beyond his ability. But maybe this kind of communication is common among girls? I don't think so. Shouldn't girls be more reserved? "Qiuqiu, what's wrong with you?" Lu Doqing tugged at Lu Yuanqiu's arm. "I'm a little messy." After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he pulled his arm away from the third sister's arms, then put his hands on her shoulders solemnly, and said to her, "Third sister, remember, stay away from that person named Lu Wei, okay? You are still young and can't touch that kind of thing." Lu Doqing said seriously, "I'm 20, 2 years older than you." Lu Yuanqiu was stuck in his mouth for a long time, and he spoke unsteadily. "I am still young, so I am very obedient. I will not touch this kind of things, and I don't watch that kind of movies at all, so you have to be obedient, okay?" Lu Doqing replied blankly, "Okay." She added, "There was a girl in our dormitory who had a quarrel with Lu Wei, and then this girl took a photo of Lu Wei's toys and sent it to the boy Lu Wei had a crush on." Puff! Lu Yuanqiu was so shocked that he spit out a mouthful of water. "What?" he asked loudly. Lu Doqing covered her ears and shrank her head because of the loudness. After a moment, she opened her ears again and prepared to repeat it again. Lu Yuanqiu said quickly, I heard it. Damn, are you art department people so weird? This melon must be put into several pages of PDF to finish it." The expression on Lu Yuanqiu's face was wonderful. Chapter 357. After eating in the cafeteria with my third sister, the Taoist priest and his friends returned to the dormitory. After they reunited, Lu Yuanqiu was surprised to see that there was another person following the Taoist priest, Zhong Jinqing. This guy adjusted his glasses with a serious face, holding a copper coin sword in his arms. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at Zhong Jinqing and asked the Taoist priest, "Why is he following us?" Before the Taoist priest could answer, Zhong Jinqing interrupted and said, "You can follow us with the excuse that the female dormitory is full of yin energy, so why can't I be the Taoist priest's personal disciple?" The Taoist priest raised his hand. "I didn't admit it." Zhong Jinqing smiled, and when he saw the cute third sister, he quickly stepped forward and stretched out his right hand to shake hands with her. "Hello, sister." As soon as the third sister stretched out her hand, Lu Yuanqiu slapped Zhong Jinqing's hand. Seeing this, the third sister pouted and took her hand back. Zhong Jinqing secretly said, "You are not only a white control, but also a sister control, stingy guy." Lu Yuanqiu was too lazy to pay attention to him. The four of them walked towards the F seat of the female dormitory together. Lu Yuanqiu saw that the Taoist priest was holding the yellow Taoist robe in his arms, and the Taoist robe still exuded a strong smell of cigarettes. "I heard that the uncle found a part-time job as a food delivery man in the school cafeteria. Isn't he going to collect junk?" Lu Yuanqiu asked. The Taoist priest, the uncle surveyed the environment in the school and felt that it was not realistic to make money by collecting junk, so he could only find a part-time job as a food delivery man first. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "You are very kind and accompany the uncle to deliver food." Su Xiang held his head high and raised his eyebrows, and said, "It's just a piece of cake." Lu Yuanqiu knew that Bai Qingxiao was also going to find a part-time job in the school. She would probably patronize places like the cafeteria, but delivering food to other campuses. Isn't this too much trouble? How much does the uncle's part-time job pay per month? 300 yuan, with meals included at noon and at night. Lu Yuanqiu, As if he had guessed Lu Yuanqiu's thoughts, the Taoist priest smiled and said, "But the uncle is very satisfied. The boss even lent him an electric car, but it's a bit tiring to go up the stairs when delivering food." Thinking of the uncle's meals of white rice and free soup, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but think back to Bai Qingxiao's high school, a memory that made him feel sad just thinking about it. Zhong Jinqing, "Master, is there really a ghost in the women's dormitory?" Master's face was serious. "It's hard to say." Lu Yuanqiu, "Actually, I have some guesses, but it's hard to say for the time being." Zhong Jinqing said with disdain, "Just you? Master is a professional, what about you? Lu Doqing frowned. Don't look down on Qiuqiu. Sister, I was wrong. Zhong Jinqing pouted and apologized like a dog, but Lu Doqing ignored him and dragged Lu Yuanqiu forward. The four of them came to the downstairs of the F building of the female dormitory. Lu Doqing went in to greet the dormitory manager. While waiting, Lu Yuanqiu heard a sound of someone coming down the stairs. It was Bai Qingxia. She was wearing a short-sleeved shorts with a very simple color and material, but apart from her clothes, her other exposed parts were very delicate, such as her face and calves. Bai Qingxia quietly moved to stand beside Lu Yuanqiu. She quietly watched the Taoist change clothes without saying a word. Zhong Jinqing glanced at him, and he had already said, when Lu Yuanqiu is there, Bai Qingxia must appear. Lu Yuanqiu, where's Zheng Yifeng? Why doesn't he come to join in the fun? Zhong Jinqing said with a jealous tone. Our female instructor said there was going to be a meeting, and the class monitor Zheng ran over immediately. This guy looked unhappy when he was elected as the class monitor, but now he is laughing again. Lu Yuanqiu also laughed, and at this time his arm was touched by the girl next to him. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and saw Bai Qingxia sneakily stuffing white rabbit milk candy into his hand. After stuffing it in, she whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, "This is delicious." Lu Yuanqiu responded and peeled it, and threw it into his mouth. Is it delicious? The girl asked in a low voice. It's delicious. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he peeled one and handed it to her mouth. Bai Qingxia tilted her neck back and shook her head. No, eat it yourself. Lu Doqing came out with the dormitory ant. The Taoist priest had just finished wearing the yellow Taoist robe. Seeing the Taoist priest's outfit, the dormitory ant's eyes lit up. At her age, she actually believed in these things more. Come on, come with me upstairs. I take you there, so that the girls won't have any opinions if they see it. The ant was very enthusiastic. Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously, Aunt, did you also see that Xiaohong? The dormitory ant turned around and frowned. I didn't see it. I was scared when I heard them talk about it. And when I was sleeping, I always heard something falling from the upstairs, crackling, scary, and occasionally I could hear strange sounds, like a baby crying. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that Lu Doqing immediately took his arm, and Bai Qingxia also quickly grabbed the clothes behind him. What are you doing? Hearing the noise, the three people in front turned around and saw Zhong Jinqing hanging on the Taoist priest like a koala, with a look of fear, while the Taoist priest tilted his head back with an expression of brother, I'm not tall. Zhong Jinqing frowned. I'm most afraid of child ghosts. Have you seen The Grudge? Lu Yuanqiu has seen it, but he is not afraid because he is a staunch materialist. I'm so scared. All of a sudden Lu Yuanqiu pouted, and put his arms around Bai Qingxia's thin waist under her loose short sleeves, with a sad face. You still have to be afraid when you need to be afraid, because opportunities are rare. Bai Qingxia slightly opened her beautiful eyes, with two white arms hanging in the air. She looked at Lu Doqing a little embarrassedly, then frowned and pushed Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders with a little strength. The dormitory ant wondered, why are you two boys so timid? You are so tall for nothing. Zhong Jinqing had a blank expression. Auntie, I am only 172. The dormitory ant ignored him, and continued to lead the way. Several people came to the second floor. As soon as they walked out of the stairwell, the scene in front of them made people unable to hold back for a moment. Lu Yuanqiu was trying to hold back his laughter. In the corridor, every dormitory door was pasted with a yellow talisman. No one knew where it was bought from, and many girls were sticking their heads out of the dormitory, looking at them in unison. Looking at this scene, Lu Yuanqiu felt that the heads of these girls sticking out of the door were more scary. Recalling what I asked the third sister before, if you are so scared, have you girls ever formed a group to catch the ghost? The third sister only replied with two words, dare not. A group of lung fog. The light in the corridor was a little dim. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that there was a big tree growing outside the window facing the sun, so most of the light was blocked. The Taoist priest stared at the yellow talisman on the dormitory door, smacked his lips, and shook his head, and said nothing. From his expression, he seemed to think that these yellow talismans were very childish. Let me go and find out the depth. Zhong Jinqing couldn't hold it in any longer. He raised a copper coin sword with a serious expression, and walked towards a few good-looking girls, looking like he was going to rush into their dormitories to check. Lu Yuanqiu quickly stepped forward and grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Behave yourself. Zhong Jinqing frowned. We have to do something for the seniors. Your best protection is to do nothing. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless. After he finished speaking, he asked the third sister, is there anyone living alone in a dormitory on this floor? People who often play ghosts know that wearing props and often coming out in the middle of the night to make trouble is okay once or twice, but so many times, it must be inconvenient for roommates. If no one has discovered it yet, then this person might live alone in a dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu knew that there would be uneven distribution of dormitories. There was an extra boy in their male dormitory, and he was assigned to a dormitory alone. Zhong Jincheng was very envious and said that if it was him, he would just lie on the floor and record it openly, 3 times a day, 5 minutes each time, before meals. Anyway, no one would know if the door was closed. But what surprised Lu Yuanqiu was that the third sister replied, "No, the dormitories are full." Chapter 358. My train of thought seemed to have reached a dead end. If every dormitory on this floor was full of people, and someone came out to cause trouble in the middle of the night, and did it so many times, no one would suspect it. Did that person drug his 3 roommates every time before going out? Or, her other 3 roommates were all very slow-witted, and never noticed that the other party sneaked out of the dormitory in the middle of the night to play ghost? I still don't believe it, damn. Can I, Holmes Lu, be stumped by such a question? Lu Yuanqiu frowned and thought. Zhong Jincheng saw that he was silent, and felt a little bored. He wanted to say something bad, but when he thought that Lu Yuanqiu's sister would be angry with him, he had to give up. This layer of light can't shine in, it's troublesome. The Taoist priest suddenly muttered, and the dormitory auntie beside him was instantly frightened. Bai Qingxia saw the Taoist priest took out a compass, and walked towards the window. Behind the Taoist priest, there was a group of curious senior sisters, who were chattering like sparrows. Zhong Jincheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. Because there were many good-looking girls in this group, and they were wearing relatively cool clothes at the moment, many of them were wearing shorts and small vests, with a pair of white legs and shoulder straps on the back exposed, which could not be seen outside. Hee hee. Hee hee. Zhong Jincheng's running posture was even more vulgar than his laughter. Lu Yuanqiu thought for a long time, and didn't know where to find a clue. He could only shrug his nose, and say what he had wanted to say since just now. The female dormitory is really fragrant. Bai Qingxia raised her eyes, and looked at him with a strange look. Lu Yuanqiu noticed her gaze, and quickly sniffed her neck with his nose raised, and said with a smile, "Hee hee, it turns out that the fragrance comes from you." Bai Qingxia shrank her neck, and then looked at him with anger, and quickly raised her little fist to hit him lightly on the arm. After hitting him, she carefully glanced at the third sister and found that the third sister's attention was on the Taoist priest. Bai Qingxia clenched her little hands in front of her, and asked, "So do you think it was a trick of someone?" Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "Of course. Where do ghosts come from in the world? Do you think there are real ghosts?" Bai Qingxia blinked, thinking for a moment, and then smiled and shook her head. She did believe it when she was 10 to 12 years old, because she was young at that time, and only by believing that her mother and brother were still with her could she survive the first 2 most difficult years. But after entering junior high school, she stopped believing. She only believed that having food to eat was the best thing. Lu Doqing asked curiously, "Who is pretending?" Bai Qingxia came back to her senses, and looked at her third sister again. "How do I know about your own troubles in the girls' dormitory?" Just as Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he suddenly had an idea. He imitated the way Pleasant Goat thinks about problems in the cartoon, shaking his arms in place with a serious expression. Lu Doqing stepped back, covering her mouth and giggling. Bai Qingxia had never seen this cartoon, but she was also amused by Lu Yuanqiu. "What are you doing?" she asked with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu's expression froze, and he stopped. "I thought of it. Let's search for evidence first." After saying that, he walked towards the direction of the bathroom, which happened to be completely different from the Taoist priest's direction. At present, the ghost hunting team was officially divided into 2 factions. Lu Yuanqiu firmly believed that it was a human, while Bai Qingxia and Lu Doqing firmly believed in his judgment. According to the description of the third sister, that person would at least have a red dress as a prop. I don't believe she would hide in the dormitory. The process of taking and putting is too eye-catching. Lu Yuanqiu stroked his chin and spoke his analysis with deep eyes. So I guess she left the dormitory in the middle of the night, changed her clothes in the bathroom, and after scaring people, she took off her clothes and left them in the bathroom, and then went back to the dormitory. In this way, even if evidence is found in the bathroom, it cannot be proved that it is hers. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he found that Bai Qingxia and Lu Doqing looked at him differently. He was immediately secretly happy, and then encouraged. "Quick, say that sentence. Say that Lu Yuanqiu is so powerful." Bai Qingxia slightly pulled the corner of her mouth, and silently glanced at the third sister next to her. The third sister was very obedient. She tiptoed towards Lu Yuanqiu and said softly, Lu Yuanqiu is so amazing. Lu Yuanqiu was very happy. Ah. Bai Qingxia kept her mouth shut. If she praised him, Lu Yuanqiu would be even happier, but the girl still didn't dare to speak, probably because the third sister was next to her this time. Alas, this is how it is when you grow up. I was very obedient back then. Lu Yuanqiu pretended to be regretful. Bai Qingxia opened her mouth and frowned to interrupt his sigh, and talked about business. I go in and look for him. You just stand outside, don't let others see you and misunderstand you later. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. Little Swan is so thoughtful. Bai Qingxia walked into the bathroom with red earlobes. Who is Little Swan? The third sister suddenly turned her head. Lu Yuanqiu, 5 minutes later, Bai Qingxia came out. She washed her hands in the sink first, then shook her head at Lu Yuanqiu. Nothing. No way, have you searched the trash cans in each pit? Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to go in, Bai Qingxia pushed him out and said in a hurry, You, what trash can are you searching? It's so dirty, how could you put it in there? Lu Yuanqiu stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, That's right. Bai Qingxia gave him a displeased look. Lu Yuanqiu is a pervert. At this time, she suddenly reminded him, but there are also seniors from the art department on the 3rd floor. Since these seniors from the art department on the 2nd floor are entangled, are the seniors living upstairs also suspected? Hearing this, Lu Doqing nodded quickly. Yeah, there are also girls from the same department living upstairs. Lu Yuanqiu turned around, stared at Lu Doqing and shook her shoulders with such force that he almost shook her apart. Third sister, why did you just say something so important now? You're still mumbling. If Bai Qingxia didn't mention it, you wouldn't say it, right? Lu Doqing. Ah. Screaming, you didn't ask. Lu Yuanqiu, Just in case, Lu Yuanqiu called the dormitory aunt to go to the 3rd floor together. Anyway, the dormitory aunt didn't dare to get close to Su Xiang and the others, so she just stood there stupidly. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, they saw boys appearing, and many girls came out in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the 3rd floor, and saw that it was sunny, and everything was normal. It was completely different from the atmosphere of the 2nd floor. If the person pretending to be a ghost is actually on the 3rd floor, every time he sneaks out in the middle of the night, will his roommates be less sensitive? Normal people would not expect that their roommates would go downstairs to scare people, right? Lu Yuanqiu said to Bai Qingxia, Go to this bathroom again and look carefully. Bai Qingxia nodded. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and saw Wei Zhiyu, Ajin, and Qi Chaoqiao among the onlookers. He smiled and waved at them. Only Ajin responded to him, the other two were so indifferent. Bai Qingxia took 7 or 8 minutes to look for him this time. Lu Yuanqiu heard that she was walking fast, so he looked over and saw Bai Qingxia running out with a plastic bag in her hand, looking surprised. There was a hint of red in the plastic bag. Chapter 359. Lu Doqing was surprised. Bai Qingxia was also surprised, and the two looked at Lu Yuanqiu as if they were looking at a god. This time, Lu Yuanqiu didn't pay attention to their gazes. He stared at the red clothes in the plastic bag and frowned. Finally, it was confirmed that it was the people on the 3rd floor who ran to the 2nd floor in the middle of the night to pretend to be ghosts and scare people. Seeing that the dormitory auntie was about to scold angrily, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly said, Auntie, don't make a sound, let's go down first. The dormitory aunt looked angry, her mouth was crooked with anger. The 4 of them went downstairs, and Lu Yuanqiu explained to the aunt as they walked, A girl who dresses up as a ghost can't possibly treat this as a hobby. I think there must be a reason. If she is caught like this, she will definitely be expelled. And even if we questioned her in public just now, no one would stand up and admit it. The aunt said angrily, Even if there is a reason, you can't use this method. How scary, the kids nowadays are really, I don't know what to say. When we came downstairs, the Taoist priest was still performing. A group of senior students seemed less scared and gathered around to watch the Taoist priest dancing with swords. Zhong Jincheng was also watching, but he was staring at a senior student's butt and grinning. Qiuqiu, you are so awesome. Lu Doqing chased after Lu Yuanqiu and praised him. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and then said, I don't want you to praise me alone, I want Bai Qingxia to praise me too. Bai Qingxia looked at him with a smile and said affirmatively, Very awesome. Hee, the tone is a little off, I can only say Xiao Shuang. Lu Yuanqiu squatted down and untied the plastic bag. The red clothes inside are just a red long skirt, all red, it would look a bit strange to wear it during the day, let alone in the middle of the night. Seeing someone wearing such a skirt in the dim corridor, if the hair is loose, even if it is in the men's dormitory, Lu Yuanqiu feels that he will be scared to pee on the spot. The dormitory auntie went downstairs cursing. The three turned their heads to look at her back, and Lu Doqing suddenly said, Chiuchiu, Luowei lives alone in a dormitory on the 3rd floor. 1 second later, Lu Yuanqiu shook the third sister's shoulders frantically. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Lu Doqing was shaken so hard that she screamed, oh. She explained, because you asked if there were people on the 2nd floor who had 1 person per dormitory. There weren't on the 2nd floor. They were on the 3rd floor. Lu Yuanqiu said frantically, you'd die if you add the 3 words there are 3 people on the 3rd floor. Will you die? Bai Qingxia stood aside in embarrassment, wanting to intervene and stop him. She felt that the third sister was about to be shaken out of her shadow by Lu Yuanqiu. The third sister didn't seem to be very smart. If she shook like this, would her brain be evenly distributed? Lu Yuanqiu finally stopped. Lu Doqing shook her head dizzily. Then, as if she was a beat slower to react, she said with a sad face, Humph, you are mean to me, I will ignore you, sob. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless and choked. He then pondered. I remember you said that the door of your dormitory was scratched the most, and one of your roommates happened to have a quarrel with Luowei upstairs. The third sister wiped her tears and looked up and asked, who in our dormitory has a conflict with her? She actually cried. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Didn't you say it yourself? There was a girl in your dormitory who quarreled with her, so she sent her toy photos to the boy she had a crush on. The third sister. Oh. 2 times. I remember, yes, that's it. Lu Yuanqiu held his forehead. My third sister. Bai Qingxia was puzzled. Why would you get angry when you were sent toy photos? The third sister smiled and raised her hand, as if she had finally encountered a question that she could answer. I know, because that toy is for boys, woo-woo. Lu Yuanqiu covered her mouth expressionlessly, and then said to Bai Qingxia, don't ask too many questions. Kid, this is not something you should know. Bai Qingxia curled her lips silently. The truth is out, and the suspect is Luowei. Lu Yuanqiu walked towards the direction of the Taoist priest and the senior sisters in a very casual manner. Bai Qingxia and Lu Doqing followed on both sides of him. Lu Yuanqiu was in front of him, lifting his bangs handsomely, and his steps were very arrogant. Master, stop doing this. I've already settled this matter. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand, his voice carrying confidence and a full sense of security. Bai Qingxia looked at him and smiled. Ah? Su Xiang turned his head, with a copper coin sword in his hand. Zhong Jincheng snorted disdainfully. Settled? The seniors all cast confused glances at him. Zhong Jincheng was amused. Just listen to him. Lu Yuanqiu also. TSK. He touched the back of Lu Doqing's head. The third sister reacted and hurriedly stepped forward and said, yes, my brother has already settled it. You can rest assured. This kind of thing will never happen again in the future. After hearing what Lu Doqing said, the seniors finally believed it. They gathered around Lu Yuanqiu and asked curiously one after another, what's going on? Bai Qingxia was pushed aside and frowned in displeasure. At this moment, it was Zhong Jincheng and the Taoist priest who were confused. They had worked hard until now, but Lu Yuanqiu's words that settled made all the Xiangxiang seniors gather around him. Faced with the questions around him, Lu Yuanqiu did not answer, nor did he take out the red skirt. He made up a random excuse to get away with it, and then left the girls' dormitory with Bai Qingxia and the others. Because in his opinion, the roommate of the third sister had indeed gone too far. After a quarrel, he actually sent that kind of thing to the boy that Luowei had a crush on. This way of exacerbating the conflict was really unacceptable. But Luowei's way of revenge was also unacceptable. She might have wanted to scare the roommate of the third sister at first, but she was afraid that it was too targeted and would be suspected, so she also scratched the doors of other people, which caused this rumor of seeing ghosts. After leaving the dormitory building, Zhong Jincheng and the Taoist priest stared at the red skirt that Lu Yuanqiu took out. Damn, it's really a fake person. How did you find it? Zhong Jincheng was shocked. After he said that, he quickly took the skirt and put it next to his nose to smell it carefully, and then said seriously, yes, it smells like it's been worn. Bai Qingxia looked at him with contempt. Lu Yuanqiu explained, Bai Qingxia found it on the inside of the partition of the last pit in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. It was hidden very secretly. If you don't look for it deliberately, you can't see it at all. The Taoist priest put away the copper coin sword and asked, do you have anyone to suspect? Lu Yuanqiu nodded, yes. Zhong Jincheng immediately flattered, brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your ability. Dad, godfather. Let me interrogate her with you. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at him and sneered, ha ha. Dad. Chapter 360. Lu Yuanqiu asked his third sister to help him meet Lu Wei in the cafeteria at noon tomorrow. He planned to settle the matter privately. If his third sister hadn't asked him for help, he wouldn't even want to get involved in such a matter. The grudges between girls are too complicated and give people a headache. However, Zhong Jinqing's dad was indeed a bit nice. Lu Yuanqiu planned to take him with him to interrogate him tomorrow. Back in the dormitory, the uncle was mopping the floor diligently. Lu Yuanqiu skipped the place he had just mopped and sat in his seat. Finger walked behind him while chewing an apple. Liang Jingfeng, Zheng Yifeng, and Zhong Jinqing also came from the next dormitory. Zhang Yang also came to join in the fun. Lu Yuanqiu covered his chest with both hands. "What are you doing? Not very high." Finger said, "Have you heard about the welcome party? It's after the National Day. It's a good opportunity for our band to increase its popularity." Lu Yuanqiu shook his head in confusion. "No." Finger said, "Didn't you join the lead singer group? It should have been mentioned in the group." Lu Yuanqiu took out his phone and took a look. This group chat was usually a bit cold. He thought no one would chat, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now he looked at it and found that there were quite a few records, just chatting in the past 2 days. After a quick glance, Lu Yuanqiu found that the bands from the 4 campuses were talking about the welcome parties of each campus. After reading the message, he suddenly shook his head. Not good. "Zhong Jinqing, what's wrong?" "Lu Yuanqiu, the group chat said that only 2 bands from each campus will have the opportunity to perform, and generally the top 2 bands from each campus will perform. Aren't we still counting down now? There is no chance to perform." Zheng Yifeng added, "There are 25 bands in Wanfeng campus, the largest number among the 4 campuses. The 2 most popular bands are Jingwei Band, which ranks 2nd on the list, and Blue Sky Band, which ranks 5th on the list. With our ranking, there is indeed no chance to perform." "Oh, you still have time to do your homework, class monitor Zheng," Zhong Jinqing said sarcastically. Zheng Yifeng crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows expressionlessly, very pretentious. Liang Jingfeng looked around, then, "Give up? There's really no way." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "Well, although there are many people at the welcome party and the exposure is the greatest, we really can't go at the moment, but we can usually sing on the playground. I see that at night, there are many girls wearing short skirts dancing on the playground, and there are other activities." Zhong Jinqing, "Damn, why didn't you say it earlier?" He smiled and sighed. "University is really exciting." Zheng Yifeng put his hands in his pockets, and I don't know what he thought of. He smiled sweetly and said, "Let's go." Liang Jingfeng was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and said, "Brothers, why don't you come to my house to play together during the National Day? Call some girls. My house is big anyway, so we can have a small party. My dad also wants to meet my college classmates." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "Okay, Master Liang. Then it's settled." After Liang Jingfeng finished speaking, he suddenly added excitedly, "Can you invite Lu Wanchun and Long Liandong?" Lu Yuanqiu hesitated for a moment and said, Lu Wanchun is fine, but I'm not very familiar with Long Liandong." Liang Jingfeng scratched his head. "Okay, we talk about it later." After he left, Zhong Jinqing shook his head sarcastically behind him and complained in a low voice, "Oh, I live in Lijiajio." Lu Yuanqiu kicked Zhong Jinqing on the butt. "People are kind enough to invite you to dinner, but you are still making a fuss." Zhong Jinqing shrugged his neck and left with a pout. Finger said, "Liang Jingfeng is indeed okay, much better than Lu Zixuan." Speaking of Lu Zixuan, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly forgot about him. "I tell the uncles about it when I have a chance. This guy is pretty quiet now, but I don't know if he will cause trouble again. Ah, it's still the most comfortable to lie down." Finger muttered as he climbed back into bed. Although Lu Yuanqiu agreed with this, he didn't want to lie down. He turned around, opened his phone and found Yangguxian Bar. As soon as he clicked on the interface, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing. There was a new post in the forum 10 minutes ago. "Summer maple, bubbling every day, gurgle 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 gurgle." Lu Yuanqiu replied below, click. The band's popularity is currently 20 points, and Bai Qingxia alone has contributed 80% of the credit, which is more conscientious than Zhong Jinqing and the others. Lu Yuanqiu cut out the interface and went to post in the Bai Qingxia bar. I don't know if his Yangguxian bar and Bai Qingxia's Bai Qingxia bar will be extremely popular in the future, but no matter what, he will miss the time when the 2 of them posted to each other to increase their popularity. It feels like they are accompanying each other step by step to grow. Ding ding ding. Suddenly a message came up. Lu Yuanqiu clicked on it, and it was a message from Su Miaomiu. "Teacher Su, When are you free tomorrow? The principal is going to see you. Lu Yuanqiu, ? Why? Teacher Su, I was confused too. The department head contacted me specifically, and the dean contacted the department head personally. The dean told the department head that our president specifically asked him to meet Lu Yuanqiu, a freshman in the 11th grade of clinical medicine at Wanfeng campus. He even knew your student number. Lu Yuanqiu, okay, I got it. I'm free tomorrow at dinner time. Teacher Su, did you do something serious? Lu Yuanqiu, it's okay, teacher. Don't worry. If I do something wrong, there's no need for the principal to come to me in person. Teacher Su, okay, then I call the director and tell him you're free in the evening. Lu Yuanqiu, okay. Teacher Su, remember to be respectful. Maybe he appreciates you for something. Lu Yuanqiu, I know. Don't worry, teacher. Lu Yuanqiu put down his phone with a strange expression. This principal angers, he is so high profile, and he also ordered everyone to contact me. The next morning. There is no class this morning, but Bai Qingxia has something to do. After the uncle introduced, there are several job opening notices in the restaurant Human Fireworks on campus. Yes, she is looking for a part-time job. Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes in bed. He was ready to accompany Bai Qingxia to see it. Although Bai Qingxia didn't let him accompany her, Lu Yuanqiu liked to stick to Little Swan shamelessly, the kind that couldn't be pushed away, and then laughed. Ahem, it happened that I had an appointment to meet Lu Wei at the Human Fireworks restaurant at noon. Zhong Jincheng had been looking forward to it all night, and insisted that the red dress still smelled of seafood. The dormitory door opened, and the uncle came in with 3 breakfasts. Lu Yuanqiu rubbed his eyes and looked down. Finger also turned his head in bed, and Su Xiang got out of bed directly. Dad. 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 Hearing the voices of Dad, the uncle laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He also learned to joke. It's hard enough for me to raise 2 sons, and I have 3 more sons, ha ha ha, I'm going to die. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and habitually jumped up from the bed, but... Bang. His head hit the ceiling with a thud, and he fell straight back. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu motionless, with his limbs twitching occasionally, Finkel leaned over and asked, Is he okay? The Taoist priest stood on tiptoe and took a look. No big problem, he seems dead. After he said that, he went to get the buns happily. Lu Yuanqiu finally covered his head on the bed and let out 3 tragic cries. Ah! Whoa! It seems that today has a bad start, and I must find Little Swan to comfort him. Chapter 361. Among the many benefits brought by rebirth, there is one that is most easily overlooked, but Lu Yuanqiu really wants to single it out and praise it. That is, he and Bai Qingxia have developed the habit of eating breakfast every day. The first canteen in the school. Bai Qingxia sat at the table with a bowl of rice porridge and 2 buns. She picked up the buns with chopsticks and took a bite of it quietly. Lu Yuanqiu sat next to her, lifted the broken hair on his forehead, revealing the bump he had just hit the ceiling. This was not a wound, but a medal for seeking comfort. He didn't say anything, hoping that Bai Qingxia would turn around and see him, and ask him in a caring, gentle voice. Does it hurt? It would be even better if he could touch her, or blow on her, that would be wonderful. It would definitely be a good medicine to keep a good mood for the whole day. But Bai Qingxia seemed to be distracted, staring at the air in front of her in a daze, and didn't look to the side for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu could only frown and remind him, Ahem. Bai Qingxia heard the noise, and turned her head to look at him with a normal expression. Her eyes were really big and moist, black and white without impurities, not even a trace of blood. They were the most beautiful and cleanest eyes Lu Yuanqiu had ever seen. While chewing the buns, she looked at Lu Yuanqiu in confusion, until she found the bump on Lu Yuanqiu's head. Her slightly widened eyes, and the sudden change of emotions in her eyes made Lu Yuanqiu feel refreshed. What's wrong? Bai Qingxia quickly put down her chopsticks, and approached Lu Yuanqiu with some concern, touching the bump on his head with her fingertips very carefully. Lu Yuanqiu said with a wrong tone, I got up too fast and hit the ceiling. It hurts so much. I feel dizzy when I walk. Until now, no one has cared about me. Bai Qingxia knew he was exaggerating, but it didn't affect her heartache. It should be fine. We buy you a popsicle on the way to the fireworks in the world. As she spoke, she gently rubbed the skin near the bag, making Lu Yuanqiu smile foolishly, but still said agreeably, Okay then. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he was about to grab Bai Qingxia's little hand and say a few more sweet words, but Bai Qingxia had already turned around and sped up her eating. Lu Yuanqiu awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand and pretended to raise it to scratch his head. After all, She hurried to eat so that she could buy me a popsicle. Oh, she is so nice to me. Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips and shook his head, telling himself so in his heart. On the way to Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant, Lu Yuanqiu took the popsicle bought by Bai Qingxia and put it on his head through the packaging. He then remembered that he had promised to treat Bai Qingxia to a popsicle, but he forgot it all after a military training. Damn, I am such a scumbag. She should have forgotten it too. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and secretly looked at the girl's normal face. Arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, the two paused and saw the uncle walking out of the restaurant with several large bags of soup noodles in each hand. He saw Lu Yuanqiu and the others and greeted them with a smile. Xiaoqiu, Xia, you are here to find a part-time job, right? Go ahead, there are a lot of people inside. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. No way, uncle, there are so many students ordering noodles this early in the morning? The uncle had an expression that was hard to describe, and hung all the noodles on the battery car. They are basically from other campuses. I won't say anymore, I have to go. Watching him riding away on his electric scooter, Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and solemnly warned Bai Qingxia, don't look for a delivery job later, it's too tiring. Bai Qingxia's face was firm. I'm not afraid of being tired. I'm afraid you be tired. Bai Qingxia raised her eyes and glanced at him, without responding, and walked straight into the main entrance of the restaurant. Lu Yuanqiu sighed and looked at her thin arms and legs from behind. It was a little hard to imagine her running around the school carrying so many heavy takeouts. It's heartbreaking to think about it. Speaking of which, there are many restaurants in Huafeng campus, which can be divided into two categories, public and private. Restaurants named DEG Canteen are basically public, operated by the school and food companies. The people responsible for serving meals are almost all company employees. Such restaurants generally do not recruit students to work part-time. And restaurants named with clear names, like this Human Fireworks restaurant, are all rented stalls by outsiders and run by individuals. They sell a variety of delicacies such as chicken pot, braised chicken, noodles, etc. They usually have to print flyers for advertising on campus, and some stores even offer the service of delivering meals to dormitories. This has provided many part-time jobs for college students, such as distributing flyers on campus and delivering food on campus. In the first few days of school, the store flyers received by Lu Yuanqiu's 401 dormitory have reached a thickness of 10 centimeters. When new students enter school, the owners of various stores are vying to be the first to put their store advertisements in the dormitories of new students. Because they know one thing very well. College students are a particularly lazy group, too lazy to move and too lazy to think. They can insist on ordering a takeaway for several weeks until they are completely tired of it, and then they will switch to another store. So many bosses have seized this point. They want freshmen to consume here first, and form a habit of ordering food day after day without changing it, until the day when they are tired of it. Before that, the bosses can make a lot of money. Entering the Ringjian Fireworks restaurant, the aroma of various foods hits you in the face. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia were a little surprised. It was early in the morning, but there were still many students visiting this restaurant. It was completely different from the first canteen. And they glanced at the names of each store and found that there were a lot of food in this restaurant, including small noodles, ramen, braised noodles, fried noodles. Lu Yuanqiu coughed a few times because of choking. He saw Bai Qingxia walk to the recruitment notice of each store. Lu Yuanqiu followed her. They looked at each store one by one, and gradually found a common point, that is, these stores are almost all recruiting delivery students, and it seems that there is only this position. You're not really going to work as a deliverman, are you? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Bai Qingxia turned around and smiled. It's okay, it can be a workout. Lu Yuanqiu, let's see if there are any other jobs. Bai Qingxia also nodded, but after looking around, they could hardly see any other part-time jobs. The two found a place to sit down. Lu Yuanqiu looked around and suddenly noticed a slightly deserted store called Huaishui Beef Noodles. Let's go there and have a look. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at Bai Qingxia. He had his own little idea. If the store was quiet, he could deliver fewer meals, so that Bai Qingxia would be less tired. Standing at the door of the store, Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. He saw a bright peach buttocks facing him. It was a woman with a good figure who was bending over to take something. When she noticed that there were customers behind her, she turned around and asked with a smile, "Classmate, what do you want to eat?" This was a young woman with a charming demeanor. Chapter 362. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at the sign and smiled. We want to deliver food part-time." The charming young woman suddenly smiled less, and then she looked at the boy and girl in front of her calmly, and said, "You too deliver? I don't need so many people. Bai Qingxia raised her hand a little stiffly. I deliver. Oh, oh. The young woman nodded, then scratched her head and said, 300 yuan a month, 2 meals a day, but I may not do it soon, and I'm planning to rent it for one last month to try it out. You must want to work long term, or consider changing to another one. Seeing the two of them standing there in a daze, she raised her hands and said helplessly, You can see that there are no customers. It would be a waste of time to continue. Lu Yuanqiu replied, It's okay. My friend is just trying it for a month to experience life. Bai Qingxia stood aside, wanting to say something but stopping. The young woman looked a little sad. It's great to be young and still have experiences. Lu Yuanqiu said with a smile, Sister, you look quite young too. You should not be much older than us. I'm over 30, and my son has already run away. Mentioning her son, the young woman smiled a little, and she said to Bai Qingxia, Then let's start from today. Remember to come early when it's almost noon. There may be orders. Bai Qingxia quickly agreed, understood. Walked out of the restaurant. The girl next to him exhaled hard and smiled optimistically at Lu Yuanqiu. Finally found a job. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her for a while, raised his hand to touch the pink hairpin on her head, and reminded, Actually, I also hope you can exercise, but I hope you don't tire yourself out. No, don't worry. Her smile was very bright at this moment, as if she had solved a big problem in her heart. Seeing her smile, Lu Yuanqiu also smiled. Near noon, Lu Yuanqiu brought Zhong Jinqing and Bai Qingxia to Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant again. Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu parted ways, and honestly ran to the small stool next to the Huaishui beef noodle shop and sat down. She learned from others, because at this moment in Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant, there is a small stool next to almost every shop, and on the small stool sits a part-time student waiting for the delivery of food. Once the merchant delivers the food, they will immediately take the packed food and rush out of the restaurant, with a sticky note with the dormitory number written on it. It was noon, and there were many more people at this time than in the morning. Almost all the delivery students gathered together, and sat in front of their respective shops, ready to fight. As a new member today, Bai Qingxia instantly became the highlight of the restaurant. The other delivery students cast their eyes towards her, and looked at her in surprise. Although the girl was dressed in shorts and short sleeves, she was very beautiful and had fair skin. Her appearance was consistent with delivery. The two words really don't fit. She looks like a daughter from Zhucheng sent by her parents to experience life. At this moment, at the door of the Huaishui beef noodles shop, Bai Qingxia lowered her head, put her snow-white and slender arms on her knees, and automatically ignored the surrounding gazes. The proprietress was inside the shop, picking up and putting down the rag, standing in a daze, like a concubine in the cold palace. There was no business at all, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. After observing for a while, Zhong Jinqing turned his head back with a smile, and whispered, Didn't Bai Qingxia get 60 meals and 300 yuan for free this month? The boss lady doesn't seem very smart. Lu Yuanqiu was about to speak when he saw the uncle walking in breathlessly. After the two greeted each other, the uncle sat down at the door of a store like other delivery students. The name of the store was Sichuan and Chongqing Noodles. The uncle didn't sit down to rest for a minute before he took a dozen small noodles with both hands and went out. When he passed by Lu Yuanqiu could hear his heavy breathing like a cow. He looked so tired. Bai Qingxia also saw this scene. She swallowed her saliva and couldn't sit still anymore. She felt like she was eating for free. When Lu Yuanqiu looked over at Bai Qingxia, he couldn't help laughing. Bai Qingxia seemed to have nothing to do. She was helping the boss's wife clean the table. The table had obviously been cleaned many times by the boss's wife. It was so clean that you could even look in the mirror. How about, let's go order 2 bowls of noodles, Lu Yuanqiu said to Zhong Jinqing. Zhong Jinqing was stunned. 10 minutes later, Bai Qingxia enthusiastically brought 2 bowls of noodles over. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and found that the boss's wife was also in the shop, smiling and nodding at him politely. Her attitude was very respectful, but Lu Yuanqiu felt a little sad. Zhong Jinqing whispered, The boss lady's butt is so big. Lu Yuanqiu, shut up. The two of them tasted the noodles at the same time, and were stunned at the same time. They looked up at each other for a moment, and then bit off the noodles in sync. Lu Yuanqiu pondered for a few seconds, feeling indescribable. Zhong Jinqing frowned, and stuffed a few mouthfuls of noodles into his mouth in disbelief. But all the noodles he had eaten fell out of his mouth naturally the next second. Luckily, he was facing away from the boss lady. Lu Yuanqiu looked up, and saw the proprietress still smiling at him politely. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and smiled back. He whispered, "College students are indeed a very well-educated and patient group. Judging from the proprietress's appearance, it seems that no student has ever complained to her about the bad noodles." Zhong Jinqing frowned. "It can't be said to be bad, it's just very bland." Lu Yuanqiu raised his head. "Let's eat beef. At least she is really willing to give us beef." Zhong Jinqing raised his head. "Okay." After selling 2 servings of noodles, the Huaishui beef noodles shop fell into a state of quietness again. Bai Qingxia even sat on a stool and played with her hair out of boredom. After Lu Yuanqiu finished eating the noodles, he heard a message on his phone. "Third sister, she said she's here." Lu Yuanqiu put his phone down and looked back at the restaurant entrance. He saw a girl in sportswear, wrapped up tightly, walking in. She looked pretty, but her expression was unnatural after she entered the door. She looked around, as if she was guilty. "Senior Luo Wei, here." Lu Yuanqiu waved at her, then stood up and sat next to Zhong Jinqing. Bai Qingxia also raised her head when she heard the noise. Luo Wei lowered her head and walked over, sitting in the seat where Lu Yuanqiu had just sat. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" She spoke with a stutter, not daring to look up at Lu Yuanqiu and the others. Lu Yuanqiu only said one word, "Smell." Zhong Jinqing obediently moved forward, sniffed, and then said with finality, "That's right, it's her." After hearing this, Luo Wei raised her eyes and looked at Zhong Jinqing, looking a little confused. Chapter 363. She suddenly lost her guard. "Nonsense. What does it have to do with me? Just because I found clothes in the bathroom, it means I did it." Lu Yuanqiu shrugged. "Then why did you agree to come here today?" Luo Wei blinked and quickly retorted, but still stuttered. I just came to clarify this matter." "Lu Yuanqiu, don't be nervous, senior sister, whether it's you or not, we actually don't plan to make this matter public, we just think that this matter should end here." Luo Wei turned her head away, still stubborn. "Then you go and tell the culprit, why tell me?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled but said nothing. The purpose of calling her over this time was actually to warn her, to let her know that her deeds had been exposed, and she should not do it again in the future. After all, his purpose was to let the third sister live a peaceful life, not to find evidence and bring the person behind the scenes to justice. He had no grudge against the other party, and he didn't have the time to do so. If things had developed to this point, and Luo Wei still dared to continue to commit crimes, then Lu Yuanqiu really admired her, and the school would be the only one to punish her next. Lu Yuanqiu said, "Anyway, my mission has been completed. If it's not you, if you happen to know the culprit, please help me pass it on." Luo Wei fell silent. Zhong Jinqing seemed to have no intention of letting her go. "Don't pretend, senior sister, the seafood smell you exude now is exactly the same as that on the clothes." Luo Wei was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "I also smell a strong scent of heather on you. According to you, those men's underwear drying on the balcony of the men's dormitory are all yours." Zhong Jinqing was stunned, turned his head, and asked Lu Yuanqiu, "Is it so obvious? Lu Yuanqiu, help me smell it." Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "Get lost." Luo Wei stood up and walked to Zhong Jinqing's side. Zhong Jinqing was startled and shrank back, with his hands on his chest. What do you want to do?" Luo Wei just leaned forward and sniffed at him, then analyzed proudly. "Either it was last night or this morning when you just did some handicrafts. I bet there's still tissue stuck on yours." Zhong Jinqing was startled. Lu Yuanqiu also said in a somewhat uneasy tone, "I say, can you two start the in-game voice chat? This is a public place." Fortunately, the three of them were sitting in a corner, and there were no people around. Lu Yuanqiu looked around, and when he turned back, his shoulders suddenly shook with fear. Bai Qingxia had secretly come over and sat next to him. He quickly stood up and walked over to cover the girl's ears with both hands, scolding, "You are still eavesdropping?" Bai Qingxia straightened up instantly, her face tense. She did eavesdrop, but she didn't understand a word. Why didn't she let him listen? Lu Yuanqiu's behavior made her a little nervous. She came here to watch because she was afraid that they would fight. Luo Wei looked down at Zhong Jinqing and smiled disdainfully. "You little brat, you dare to bully me. You were still playing in the mud when my thing broke." Zhong Jinqing gritted his teeth and quickly grabbed Luo Wei's right hand. Luo Wei was also startled. "What are you doing?" Zhong Jinqing sniffed her right hand hard, a little confused, then quickly took Luo Wei's left hand and sniffed it again. This time, his eyes lit up. "Hey, senior sister, you're left-handed?" Luo Wei's mouth twitched, and she looked at him uncomfortably, as if she had met her lifelong rival. Zhong Jinqing then stared at her fingers and analyzed. "So the middle finger of your left hand is your commonly used finger?" Judging from the degree of soaking, did you just finish it before coming to the restaurant? Luo Wei pulled her hand away fiercely. It's none of your business. These two people were really off topic. Lu Yuanqiu first drove Bai Qingxia away, then walked up and carried Zhong Jinqing on his shoulders and prepared to leave. He turned to Luo Wei and said, Senior sister, I have said everything I need to say. You can do whatever you want. Luo Wei snorted, crossed her arms and frowned. Zhong Jinqing was still pointing at her madly and said, You want to fight me? Do you think I am a vegetarian? When I was watching a porn movie, you couldn't even tell how many holes you had on your body. Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched wildly, and he quickly carried him out of the restaurant. Luo Wei stamped her feet and shouted, Psycho! She cursed and angrily left the restaurant. Bai Qingxia had just returned to the storefront of Huaishui beef noodles when the proprietress came over with a bowl of beef noodles and said to her, I cooked some noodles for you, you can eat first, I guess there won't be many orders for lunch. Yeah. Bai Qingxia took the noodles she handed over and found a table to sit down. Just as she lowered her head to eat a mouthful, she suddenly looked up and understood everything. During the afternoon class, Lu Yuanqiu turned around and noticed that Zhong Jinqing had been pressing his phone frantically. He took a look and was surprised to find that Zhong Jinqing had actually added Luo Wei's QQ. This guy was madly arguing with the other party at the moment. The filth on the screen made Zheng Yifeng, who was sitting next to him, stare at him. Don't leave this female ghost to the men's dormitory, Lu Yuanqiu said to Zhong Jinqing. Zhong Jinqing snorted coldly and raised his head to respond. Come to the men's dormitory to play a ghost. The one who should be afraid at that time is her. I will be Ning Kaichen for her to see. Lu Yuanqiu silently gave a thumbs up. He turned around and stopped talking. After all, Bai Qingxia next to him was listening to the class very seriously. Oh, our little swan is still the purest. Lu Yuanqiu leaned over to smell her. Ah, the clean and fragrant smell is refreshing. Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked at him strangely. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. It's okay, just listen to the class. She suddenly leaned over to Lu Yuanqiu again and whispered, The boss lady's noodles are so unpalatable. Lu Yuanqiu laughed out loud. After school in the afternoon, Bai Qingxia went to the Ringjian fireworks restaurant. Lu Yuanqiu had already set out on his way to find the principal, but Su Miaomiu suddenly contacted him and called him to her counselor's office. When he arrived at the office, Lu Yuanqiu saw Zheng Yifeng sitting at the table quietly sorting out a pile of documents, just like Su Miaomiu's intimate male secretary. This sultry man, why is he pretending to be expressionless? What's wrong, teacher? You suddenly called me back? Lu Yuanqiu looked puzzled. Su Miaomiu stood up and walked over to him and said, The higher-ups have notified that the principal has a meeting and can't meet you again, but he has ordered 2 things. What 2 things? The first thing is that the principal asked you to call your uncle and tell him about you and Lu Zixuan. By the way, remind your uncle that Lu Zixuan is the son of Lu Qishan, the marketing director of Lanqi Company. Then your uncle will know what to do. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly laughed after hearing this, and Zheng Yifeng, who was sitting at the table, also smiled slightly. Seeing him laugh, Su Miaomiu was a little confused. What does it mean? Nothing. What about the second thing? Su Miaomiu even took notes. She glanced at her little notebook and said, The second thing is that the principal asked your band to seriously prepare for the performance of the welcome party. Ah? Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes wide. Zheng Yifeng also raised his head at this time and looked over in surprise. Ding ding ding. The phone suddenly received a message. Lu Yuanqiu took it out and saw that someone in the band's lead singer group was tagging everyone. Dynamic Zone lead singer at all members, everyone, have you received the latest news? The band performances at the welcome party have changed from previous years. The first band to perform on each campus is still the most popular band on the campus, but the second band is not the second most popular band. Instead, the band will be selected by drawing lots. The reply messages below are all kinds of surprised voices. Lu Yuanqiu was silent. Chapter 364. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Yuanqiu remain silent, Zheng Yifeng put down what he was doing and walked to his side. Lu Yuanqiu turned his eyes away from the screen of his mobile phone. He showed Zheng Yifeng the content of the tag, and then said, We talk about it on the day we start rehearsal. In fact, I have already thought of my own way. The principal's assist came to me a little unexpectedly. Zheng Yifeng stared at the text on the screen and understood the principal's operation in an instant. He couldn't help laughing, and then a voice suddenly came from the side. Wait. Is it convenient for me to listen to what you are saying? Su Miaomiu stepped back silently, raised her hands to cover her ears, and looked strange. Zheng Yifeng looked at her and opened his mouth in confusion. while Lu Yuanqiu said, "Of course it is convenient. The teacher and we are family. When you saw our student numbers connected together, you must have guessed something." Su Miaomiu suddenly lowered her head and couldn't help laughing, but forced herself to hold it back the next second, then shook her head. I don't know anything. I'm just a small messenger." She sat obediently in her seat, covering her ears with her hands. Zhang Yifeng was touched by her cuteness, and his face turned red. Lu Yuanqiu turned his eyes back to his phone. The lead singers in the group were very excited, and some people who usually didn't show up came out. Qinghe Band lead singer. The school's arrangement is great. It gives us freshmen and sophomores a relatively fair opportunity to show ourselves. We didn't have much popularity at the beginning, and we definitely couldn't compare to the seniors. It would be great if all official activities in the future could be like this. According to the original selection method, unless the seniors graduate, we will never have the opportunity to perform on stage. Early bird band lead singer. I have to say this timidly. Actually, we seniors who are about to graduate and have low popularity and no chance to perform on stage are also very happy. If we can be selected to perform on stage, we will have no regrets. These people are still happy, but they don't know that I have been selected. To be honest, Lu Yuanqiu felt a little complicated when he saw their news. Zhang Yifeng's doubts came, in addition to performing at the welcome party. What other methods have you thought of? Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but smile. Bai Qingxia knows this. When I was in junior high school, I wanted to perform at the New Year's Eve party, but they didn't give me the chance. But I still performed successfully that day. In a very special way. I still didn't have the chance to perform this time, but the principal gave me a chance, but I didn't want it. Zhang Yifeng drooped his eyes. Don't keep me in suspense. What method is it? Lu Yuanqiu shrugged and walked to the window. I said in the dormitory last time that the playground can be used as our stage. So, on that day when they held a party in the auditorium, we took advantage of the popularity of the welcome party and held our own party in the playground to try to grab their audience. This method may be a bit rebellious and a bit unconventional, but why should we take the ordinary path? After saying this, Lu Yuanqiu turned to look at Zhang Yifeng, raised a finger and analyzed seriously. In total, there are more than 60 bands on the list of the 4 campuses. The popularity of the top few bands exceeds 20,000, and the value is increasing rapidly by hundreds every day. The number 1 is increasing by an average of 500 popularity points every day. Our Yanggu string band has only a few dozen popularity points so far. The team members are amateurs. It is difficult to surpass them if we take the ordinary path. So we must do something different to attract attention and change our fate. This kind of thing ultimately depends on ourselves. The principal can provide us with performance opportunities, but he can't fill our popularity points manually. Su Miaomiu quietly raised her hand. I agree. Lu Yuanqiu quickly pointed at her and joked, Teacher, you are eavesdropping. Su Miaomiu covered her ears again. Zhang Yifeng turned his eyes away from her and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. I agree too. I always believe in you. Thank you. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, then walked to Su Miaomiu and took her hands off. Teacher, please tell the principal a message for me. Su Miaomiu opened the notebook at hand and prepared to record it. Lu Yuanqiu said, Thank you for providing a low popularity band with an opportunity to show itself. I hope that future official activities can be carried out in this way. As for this time, we have our own way, so please draw lots normally. Su Miaomiu recorded every word Lu Yuanqiu said with a smile, and then said, Lu Yuanqiu, the teacher is more and more impressed with you. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and shook his legs and said, Teacher, don't love me too much, someone will be jealous. Zhang Yifeng walked aside silently, and continued to sort out the documents without saying a word. Su Miaomiu secretly glanced at him, and then laughed dryly at Lu Yuanqiu. What you said? You are all my students, I love each of you equally. Lu Yuanqiu curled his lips quietly. These two people who are pretending to be stupid are still playing tricks here, shameless. The messages in the lead singer group on the phone kept ringing. It was very lively. It was the most lively one in so many days. Lu Yuanqiu took it and peeked at the screen. He actually wanted to see the lead singer of the Yulu band, who was the most popular, but this guy seemed quite aloof. He thought about it, smiled and sent a message to the lead singer group. Zhang Yifeng stretched his head and glanced at him with a weird expression. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? As a freshman, can't I be a little arrogant? Yanggu string band lead singer. I look forward to becoming the most popular person in 2012 and representing the school in the city art competition. The group chat messages suddenly stopped, as if the pause button was pressed. Lu Yuanqiu achieved his goal and laughed out loud. For Joy Meatball Band lead singer, man. I just glanced at your ranking, forget it, come on. Single band lead singer, ha ha ha, come on, it seems that the senior sister of Ulua Band is about to get restless, ha ha ha. Pink Lady Band lead singer, this guy seems to be a new band that just joined the group chat. Hot Wheels Band lead singer, actually, when we first entered school, we also had lofty ambitions, but the seniors are really too strong, and their popularity is like a mountain that cannot be crossed. Time Machine Band lead singer, I just went to Chinchilla campus to ask for an autograph from the lead singer of Ulua Band. The senior is really beautiful. Hot Wheels Band lead singer, I envy you. It turns out that the most popular Ulua Band is from Chinchilla campus, Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself while shaking his legs. Ding ding ding. Bai Qingxia sent a message. Lu Yuanqiu clicked it to check. Bai Qingxia, the first order has appeared. I can finally be of some use. Lu Yuanqiu, great, little swan, how can you be so great? Mua, mua. Bai Qingxia, what is mua? Lu Yuanqiu, it's French, meaning to get rich quickly. You can send it too. Bai Qingxia, mua, mua. Lu Yuanqiu, mua, mua. Chapter 365. Su Miaomiao and Zhang Yifeng looked up at Lu Yuanqiu sitting at the table, with a lewd smile on his face. Ahem. Zhang Yifeng coughed. Lu Yuanqiu reacted, put down his phone, and restrained his smile. He pretended to look at the two people, and said quickly, oh sorry, I won't bother you anymore. After that, he laughed and ran out of the counselor's office in an exaggerated running posture. The two looked at Lu Yuanqiu's back as he left, and then turned their heads, and looked at each other silently. Su Miaomiao turned her head away naturally, raised her hand to touch the back of her neck, and rubbed it as if her neck was uncomfortable. Zhang Yifeng lowered his head, and continued to organize the documents. The sound of pages turning was heard intermittently. The atmosphere in the office was a little quiet, and a little subtle. Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant. Bai Qingxia stood by the store and waited. The boss lady quickly packed the noodles, and handed them to her. Take it, don't spill it, this is the dormitory number. Oh, okay. Bai Qingxia reached out to take the sticky note handed by the boss lady, but was suddenly stunned when she saw the dormitory number. Building F306. This is her dormitory. At noon, she did give her roommates a few flyers printed by the boss lady. Although it was her roommate's noodles, Bai Qingxia didn't dare to neglect it on the way. After all, this was her first time delivering food. Carrying the bag of noodles, she trotted all the way to the dormitory 306 on the third floor of Building F. Bai Qingxia held the door frame and asked inside, who is this? Who ordered the noodles? Wei Zhiyu was not in the dormitory. Ajin, who was combing her hair on a chair, looked over but shook her head. Bai Qingxia soon saw a small figure put his legs down from the chair, then walked to the door, and took the noodles from her hand. It was Chi Chao Chao. Bai Qingxia held the door frame and said to her hesitantly, I wish you a pleasant meal. This sentence was something the proprietress had told her to say. Chi Chao Chao paused, turned around and raised her head. Her eyes under her messy hair seemed to be looking at Bai Qingxia. Thank you, she said in a low voice, then trotted to her seat, put her feet on the edge of the chair again, and put the noodles through the bag into the small iron basin she had prepared in advance. Ajin turned her head in surprise. Did she just talk too much? Bai Qingxia hadn't recovered from the scene just now. After hearing this question, she nodded quickly at Ajin. She was also surprised. After hearing Ajin's words, Chi Chao Chao, who was sitting at the table, lowered her head lower and lower, as if saying those two words had exhausted all her courage. In fact, Bai Qingxia understood Chi Cao Cao's state very well, because she had also experienced it. It is difficult to take this step bravely, but the first sentence must be said to someone you trust, which shows that Chi Chao Chao treats her differently from how she treats others, just like Lu Yuanqiu treats Bai Qingxia differently from others. Looking at the little girl's appearance, Bai Qingxia was lost in memories for a while, and forgot to leave. Poof! Chi Chao Chao spit out the first mouthful of noodles she had eaten. The memories were suddenly interrupted, and Bai Qingxia's eyes were wide open for a while. The little girl quickly took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, looking a little helpless. She didn't say it was unpalatable. She sat on the chair and stared at the noodles in a daze, as if she doubted her life for a moment. After dozens of seconds, she quietly moved the noodles aside, then put on headphones, and continued to play games. My Xingxing, your mother? Bai Qingxia turned and ran away. In the dormitory, the Taoist priest went to take a shower. Lu Yuanqiu was lying on the bed like finger. Bai Qingxia sent him a message at this time. Bai Qingxia, Chi Chao Chao talked to me. Oh, what a proud tone. Lu Yuanxiu. What did she say? Bai Qingxia. She said thank you. Lu Yuanxiu. Well, okay, then it's considered completing the task. Wait for my task reward. There was silence on the other side for a while. Lu Yuanxiu thought she was busy. After several minutes, the phone rang again. Ding ding ding's voice. Bai Qingxia. Actually, I just wanted to share with you that she talked to me, because I'm very happy, not to ask you for a reward. Ah. So she was entangled in this. Lu Yuanxiu looked speechless. Lu Yuanxiu. Shut up. Do you want me to be a person who loses my trust? Apologize to me quickly. Bai Qingxia. Okay, sorry. Lu Yuanxiu. Let's talk about getting rich quickly. Bai Qingxia. Ah, why? Lu Yuanxiu. Because I'm very angry, and anger will cause my fortune to be disordered, very serious. Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanxiu. Mua. Ah. Lu Yuanxiu laid down comfortably. He looked up at the sky again. It was still early. Why not go out and buy her a skirt now? No, buy two. If she dares to say no, I will dare to say I will give it to Long Liandong in the next second. Lu Yuanxiu had already thought about it last time. The reward was a skirt. This girl only had 2 cheap skirts, and she treated them as treasures. Most of the time, she was reluctant to wear them. However, this time, a short skirt. Plus 2 safety pants? She probably didn't have safety pants. Safety pants must be black lace and white lace. Lu Yuanxiu had seen girls wearing such safety pants through formal channels, and they looked very nice. Gaia. He jumped from the bed to the floor, put on his shoes, and walked out of the dormitory calmly. Finger woke up from the bed in a daze, staring at the dormitory door, not understanding what had just happened. The next day. Today is September 28th, 2 days before the National Day, in other words, 17 days before the welcome party. There are only 2 classes this afternoon. Since the day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, plus the National Day on October 1st, there will be 8 days off, so tomorrow Saturday will be a normal class. But this still does not affect Lu Yuanxiu and his friends' excitement. In addition to the 8-day holiday, Liang Jingfeng's new drum set, Zhong Jincheng's new bass, and Zheng Yifeng's new electronic keyboard have all arrived, and Lu Yuanxiu also bought himself a new guitar. Of course, he took the initiative to bear all the expenses for other microphones and other audio equipment. After all, he is the lead singer and the captain. The equipment is complete, and from today, the band's rehearsal can finally begin. According to the plan, on the day of the welcome party, the Yangdu String Band will hold a small concert on the playground, so the song list that needs to be rehearsed is very long. These days, everyone is anxious and has been waiting for the purchased instruments to be delivered as soon as possible. Fortunately, it did not drag on until the National Day. On the way to the band practice room, several people happily moved the new equipment, attracting many people's attention along the way. Lu Yuanxiu bought a new skirt yesterday, but he thought about it and decided not to give it now. He planned to give it to Bai Qingxia as a Mid-Autumn Festival gift on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, which is the day after tomorrow. Just as he was imagining Bai Qingxia wearing a short skirt and making shy sounds in his mind, Finkel suddenly said something. Lu Yuanxiu, I think there is a loophole in your plan. Chapter 366. Lu Yuanxiu, Senior, you tell me. The plan that Lu Yuanxiu had discussed with Zheng Yifeng in the counselor's office yesterday. Lu Yuanxiu held a brief meeting in the dormitory last night and told the other 3 members of the band. Everyone thought this plan was crazy, but at the same time everyone was very excited. The fact of forming a band was already a breakthrough in itself. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuanxiu wanted to play a big one right from the start and give the entire Juda band circle a little shock. Although the plan was crazy, they also felt that Lu Yuanxiu's words made sense. With so many bands, if they followed the normal process, they would not be able to become the most popular bands on campus next year. All 5 of them are amateurs, and the only bright spot may be Zheng Yifeng's appearance and Lu Yuanxiu's stage presence as the lead singer, which is bold and enthusiastic enough. But the advantages they have are also shared by other bands, and the advantages they don't have are also shared by other bands, such as the professionalism of the top few, and some bands still have original songs. So even if they participate in a welcome party, it is impossible to really change their fate. It can only be said that they will attract some fans and popularity, but if they don't do something fancy, the popularity will never explode, and they may even become the background board of another band. For Bai Qingxia, this is much easier. She only needs one requirement to become famous, that is, to show up on a large stage like the welcome party. Therefore, Yanggu String Band must be different from those freshman bands, who are ready to play steadily, and wait until the seniors graduate before they have a chance to show their talents. They must do something different from the beginning, and make a name for themselves as a rebellious band. Finger said, "The problem is that we don't have the initial fame. Who will come to listen to us if we sing on the playground? No one should care about us, right?" After the crazy energy passed, the others felt that what Finger said was indeed reasonable, and this plan seemed a bit whimsical. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "I have thought about this question. In fact, a band that dares to compete with a performance in the auditorium on the night of the welcome party is already attractive enough. Other bands are not as crazy as us. Being bold is our biggest highlight." Zhang Yifeng said, "It's okay to have a gimmick, but the key point is how to spread this gimmick on a large scale. Otherwise, no one will care about it, and we will at most perform for a few students who are watching the fun." Liang Jingfeng suggested, "Hand out flyers?" Finger's eyes lit up. "That's one way." Zhong Jinqing sighed, "But the effect of handing out flyers can't meet the demand of our plan. It will attract some people, and those who like to watch fun will support it, but there won't be so many people who like fun. Going to the auditorium to watch regular performances is still the general trend." Liang Jingfeng, "Indeed, without the initial trust in us, most people will just be too lazy to pay attention to us unless it ferments afterwards." Finkel nodded. "It would be better to print Zhang Yifeng's naked face on this kind of flyer to promote the band." Zhang Yifeng looked at him, and Finkel immediately smiled. "Give me an example, give me an example." Lu Yuanqiu stroked his chin and analyzed seriously. "What you said makes sense, so we need another hot, widely spread, and trusted thing to attach our band's advertisement." Zhong Jinqing shook his legs on the spot. "What is this thing?" Liang Jingfeng laughed. "Doesn't Lu Yuanqiu know the three girls Xia Chundong? Why don't they help with the promotion?" Lu Yuanqiu shrugged helplessly. "This is indeed a solution, but it's too weak to do it in an individual capacity, and they don't have the time or obligation to help us invest so much energy. Moreover, as freshmen, they are not so famous for the time being. Before promoting our band, their fame needs to be promoted first. Of course, I'm not referring to Long Liandong. She is famous, but I don't really want to ask Long Liandong for help." Zhang Yifeng drooped his eyes. "You can't have such a strong appeal just by your face, otherwise any star can become famous by your face. Just like Bai Qingxia needs to be paired with ballet and stand on a big enough stage to become famous. Without ballet, in the eyes of strangers, she is just a freshman with good looks." Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. "There are still so many days left. Even if the plan cannot be completed this time, we can find ways to increase popularity in the future. The most important thing is that our professional quality must be improved, so training is still the first priority. Think about what to sing in the song list later." As soon as Zhong Jinqing turned around, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a beautiful woman in a short skirt. After staring at her for a while, Zhong Jinqing found that this beautiful woman was a little strange. Her legs were shaking when she walked, and she seemed to be walking with difficulty. As his eyes moved upward, Zhong Jinqing stared at her. "Fuck. Lu Wei." Lu Wei turned her head after hearing the voice, and her expression changed instantly. "It's you, you little bastard, but I don't have time to quarrel with you today." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly frowned, squeezed her legs, and turned around to leave quickly. Zhong Jinqing was stunned, and immediately ran over with a smile. "Damn! Senior sister brought something out today? Is it so exciting? Get lost." Lu Wei scolded him with a red face. Lu Yuanqiu walked over expressionlessly and dragged Zhong Jinqing away. "Hurry up! If you drag me down, I will castrate you." Lu Wei quickly echoed, "Castrate him." Zhong Jinqing was about to scold, but when he turned around, Lu Wei had already escaped. At the same time, Bai Qingxia answered the call from the dance club, left the Ringjian fireworks restaurant, and hurried back to the dormitory to take a shower, and then met up with Lu Wangchun, and the two quickly rushed to the dance club's dedicated practice room. Lu Wangchun was in the jazz studio next door, while she was in the ballet studio. Bai Qingxia stood at the door of the studio, panting and straightening up. The scene in front of her made her slightly stunned. The entire ballet studio was very large, with 30 or 40 people standing in the space. Everyone was wearing a special ballet dance costume. With a slim figure, slender limbs, and snow-white clothes, the scene looked very pleasing to the eye. Hearing Bai Qingxia's movement at the door, unfamiliar faces turned around and looked at her. Bai Qingxia lowered her head quickly and said, "Sorry. I'm late." "It's okay. Did you bring your own dance clothes?" Hearing this voice, Bai Qingxia looked up and saw that it was the senior who was in charge of recruiting people last time. I don't have a dance clothes." Bai Qingxia stood at the door, and said a little stiffly. The environment became quiet, and gradually many people began to whisper. The voices were mixed, and Bai Qingxia couldn't hear what they were talking about, but she felt a little embarrassed. Put on mine first. I have a new one. A gentle voice suddenly came from the crowd. Bai Qingxia looked up and saw a girl with golden hair turning around. She had straight features and was very beautiful. She was of mixed race. Bai Qingxia had seen her in the forum and knew her name was Ling. Ling's personal popularity value has reached 10,000, making her the most popular dancer at the moment. Chapter 367. Now that they had met offline for the first time, Bai Qingxia could not help but sigh in her mind. She is indeed the most popular dancer. Bai Qingxia had never seen a foreigner in her life, and the word mixed race was even more precious to her. Ever since she saw Ling's appearance in the forum that day, she was more certain that mixed race must be associated with the word good-looking. Ling in front of her was tall, about the same height as Lu Wanchun, but her body was slimmer and more well-proportioned, which made her stand out from the crowd. Moreover, her skin was very white. Bai Qingxia had never seen a girl with whiter skin than herself, and with her dazzling blonde hair, it was hard not to lock onto her in the crowd. So when she saw Ling at this moment, having been the most popular person on the forum for so long in her mind, plus these labels on her, Bai Qingxia instinctively felt that this senior sister was so dazzling that she dared not look directly at her. The senior sister wanted to borrow her clothes, and she was a little nervous, standing there stupidly, with her hands clenched tightly in front of her. Ling took out his spare training clothes from the locker room and walked towards Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia quickly raised her hands to take it, not daring to look at each other. But at this moment, the person standing face to face, and stunned, was this mixed-blood senior sister. She had just seen Bai Qingxia's appearance, and her eyes were quite surprised, but she quickly guessed that the schoolgirl in charge of recruiting people had said a few days ago that the dance club had recently received some beautiful new blood. It seemed that this new blood was the girl in front of her. Bai Qingxia said to her in a low voice, Thank you. It doesn't matter. Since you don't have a dance dress, I give it to you. The dress is elastic, so the size won't be affected much. Thank you. I pay. Ling was slightly stunned when he heard this, and smiled at her. Okay, let's talk after today's rehearsal is over. Bai Qingxia nodded, but never dared to look at the other person. She ran towards the locker room with her clothes in her arms. The moment she entered the door, the other girls hurriedly gathered around Ling. Is this the 11th grade junior? She's so beautiful. The ballet area is really cold. No one has joined for a long time. It's all just dance. Many men go there. Today we finally have a newcomer. But she seems very introverted. And why doesn't she even have a dance costume? Isn't that the most basic thing? She didn't join just for fun, did she? Listening to the discussion in his ear, Ling interrupted. Dancing ballet doesn't require us to be so extroverted. Forget about it. Get ready for rehearsal. After changing into a dance costume in the dressing room, Bai Qingxia quickly joined the rehearsal team. She looked at Ling's center position, not quite sure where she should stand. The girls nearby guided her to stand. Bai Qingxia moved her steps, acting clumsy and awkward, which made the girls around her laugh. But she was very respectful, so people didn't reject her that much. Some people were just a little worried that this girl would drag the team down. After all, there was not much time left for rehearsal before the welcome party. Until the moment the music started, everyone looked at the big mirror in front of them, and their eyes suddenly changed one after another. They didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Standing together, the difference between the skilled and the unskilled was too obvious. This new girl completely mastered the movements and rhythm of the dance, and every movement was accurate. The girls around her who didn't believe her at first instantly became her background from the moment the music started. Bai Qingxia even felt strange. Why the people around her were so unskilled? Shouldn't they have started rehearsing long ago? Ling stood in the center. Her eyes were the same as others. Observing Bai Qingxia in the mirror from the beginning, she was also surprised by this girl's performance. Soon, everyone gradually stopped, the music was also paused, and many people looked at the newcomer with doubtful eyes. As their eyes converged, Bai Qingxia's head dropped again. She clenched her hands in front of her, her throat moved, and she felt very uncomfortable. Junior, have you rehearsed Swan Lake recently? A puzzled voice came from the side. Bai Qingxia shook her head. No. But I rehearsed 13 years ago. Everyone was stunned instantly. 13 years ago? How old was she then? 4 or 5 years old? How long has it been? Seeing the people around her looking surprised, Bai Qingxia quickly looked up and added, My mother is a dance teacher, and I have a good memory. Is this the self-description of a gifted person? The others had strange expressions. Shirling thought for a moment and said to her, Junior, move to the first row. Since you are good at training, there is no need to stand so far back. Or where did you stand before? You should still remember where you are standing now, right? Bai Qingxiao looked up at her in silence and said nothing. Shirling blinked patiently. Which position? The next moment, Bai Qingxiao pointed to where she was standing. Your position. Shirling's eyes froze. The atmosphere in the dance studio suddenly became a little strange. Everyone's eyes were glancing back and forth at the two people, and no one dared to speak. The senior sister in charge of recruiting people hurried forward to smooth things over. She pulled Bai Qingxiao to the edge of the first row and said with a smile, since the junior sister dances well, she should stand in the first row. Let's rehearse first. Time is running out. Shirling smiled slightly and nodded. The first wave of rehearsals ended, and there was a break in the middle. The other girls gathered in small groups to chat. Bai Qingxiao sat alone on the clean and tidy wooden floor in a daze. At this time, a senior sister suddenly came over curiously. Junior, where are you in the popularity ranking of Tieba now? Someone came to talk to her. Bai Qingxiao was a little flattered. She quickly got up and ran to the locker room to pick up her phone, then ran back. The senior thought that the child was afraid to speak and ran away. It turned out that she went to get her phone, and she was dressed quite formally. Bai Qingxiao quickly flipped to her own ranking and respectfully handed it to the other party with both hands. I am ranked 301st, popularity value 25. Bai Qingxiao said. The senior sister looked a little surprised, and then seemed to react. Oh, you just registered, right? Bai Qingxiao nodded immediately. Yes. The senior sister smiled and pointed at Shirling's back, saying, that junior sister is the most popular in the dance category. Yesterday, the popularity value exceeded 10,000. Among the people who dance ballet in the 4 campuses, she is the only one who rushed into the top 50. Bai Qingxiao actually knew that she could even call out the name of the senior sister in front of her, because she had seen her on the list. This senior sister ranked 103, and there was a photo of this senior sister on the homepage. However, she still responded very politely and obediently. Yeah, Senior Shirling is very good. Shirling could hear the discussion behind her, and she drank a sip of mineral water silently. Bai Qingxiao ran back to the locker room and put her phone away carefully. In fact, she noticed that Shirling was also sitting alone, and no one talked to her. Chapter 368. The next day, Saturday afternoon. Moral Education class. This class was the last class before the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holiday. In the entire classroom 303, the students in both classes had no interest in listening. The teacher of the Moral Education class was also a little lazy to teach. She was in a hurry to go home to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with her son in kindergarten, so she turned on the computer and prepared to show everyone a movie. What do you want to watch? The teacher of the Moral Education class was a double surname, Ouyang. She was a somewhat cool female teacher with a capable short hair and a slightly neutral voice, but she had a good figure. However, she often wore women's suits instead of skirts, which made Zhong Jincheng quite regretful. After all, he liked married women the most. Alien! Suddenly someone in class 29 shouted. Teacher Ouyang looked up and frowned, saying, horror movies are not good. Never mind. I pick one for you. I happen to have a few movies saved in my USB drive. Bai Qingxiao gently swung her knees under the table, with an expectant smile on her face. She liked watching movies in class. She had a few experiences in high school, but they were all fresh in her memory. She even remembered the names of the movies, and the details in the movies clearly. At this moment, a head suddenly rested on her thin white arm. Bai Qingxiao turned her head and heard the head on her arm making a very hoarse voice. Quickly give it to me, I can't stand it anymore. Lu Yuanqiu's voice was like an old bellows gasping for air. What do you want? Give me hot water, I want to moisten my throat. Bai Qingxiao turned around and took out her thermos cup. She knew that Lu Yuanqiu's voice was hoarse since morning. She heard that Lu Yuanqiu sang for 4 hours last night without stopping. The band was selecting songs, so they had to try them one by one. The bad news is that the playlist has not been finalized yet. Don't put pressure on me, I pour you some water. After Lu Yuanqiu raised his head, Bai Qingxiao freed her hands to pour hot water into the lid of the thermos cup, and then handed the lid to Lu Yuanqiu. She was in her menstrual period at the end of the month and the beginning of the month, and Lu Yuanqiu knew this, so he knew she had hot water. A movie was playing on the projection screen, and Lu Yuanqiu looked up while drinking water, and then he realized it was Heartbeat. This movie. is an old actor in English class, but Bai Qingxia probably hasn't seen it. The curtains in the classroom were drawn, and the light became dim. Lu Yuanqiu made a noise while drinking water. He turned his head, and saw the light of the movie reflected in Bai Qingxia's clear eyes. She was so absorbed in watching that she didn't even blink. Lu Yuanqiu took the opportunity to take her thermos cup and drank all the hot water in it. The 4 people in 402 in the back row had basically seen this movie. They hung their heads and played with their phones under the table. Liang Jingfeng sent messages to many people, inviting them to his house for a party the day after tomorrow. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to a girl with the note literature department Zhang. Hello, classmate. Can you help tell Long Yindong that I am Liang Jingfeng from clinical class 30, and I know her. I want to invite her to my house for a party the day after tomorrow. 11 literature department Zhang. She is sitting next to me, I will ask her. 11 clinical department Liang Jingfeng. Thank you. 11 literature department Zhang. She said, she is not going. Liang Jingfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a little anxious, his typing hand shook for a while, and he quickly typed. 11 clinical department Liang Jingfeng. Just tell her that Lu Yuanqiu is going too. 11 literature department Zhang. She asked you about the time and place. 11 clinical department Liang Jingfeng. Classmate, can you add her as a friend? It's too troublesome for you to pass messages back and forth. 11 literature department Zhang. She disagrees. She asked you about the time and place. Liang Jingfeng instantly had no expression on his face, and mechanically sent out the time and place. He put down his phone, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu who was harassing Bai Qingxia in front of him, and grinned with jealousy in the back, punching the air crazily, making a silent protest. In the front row, Lu Yuanqiu was grabbing Bai Qingxia's hair, stroking it again and again in front of her eyes. Bai Qingxia was so angry that she hit his hand, and Lu Yuanqiu shouted with pleasure. Ding ding ding. Zhang Yifeng in the back row was playing games with his head down, and suddenly received a message. Su Miao Miao, you guys are not going home during the holidays? Zhang Yifeng, no one will reply. Su Miao Miao, that's good, you can go to the supermarket outside the school with me tomorrow morning, we will buy some moon cakes together, and then you can bring them back to the dormitory to distribute to the boys. Zhang Yifeng, okay. He put down his phone, and his expressionless face gradually raised the corners of his mouth. The sound of the phone clicking next to him suddenly disappeared. Zhang Yifeng turned his head curiously, and found that Zhong Jincheng was staring at the phone screen in a daze, swallowing his saliva a little uncalmly. What's wrong? Zhang Yifeng asked. Zhong Jincheng immediately took the phone away and stopped him from looking at it. Nothing. Nothing. Seeing that Zhang Yifeng was no longer paying attention to him, Zhong Jincheng looked at the phone screen again. Lu Wei, you are a coward. You have seen countless women, right? Isn't there a mid-autumn festival holiday tomorrow? Come to the hotel for a solo. Do you dare? Let's see how long you can last. Lu Wei, why are you silent? Zhong Jincheng scratched his head, not knowing what to do. For the first time, he was a little at a loss. Because he is indeed a strong talker, but he thinks Lu Wei is also a strong talker. Otherwise, they can just go find women and men instead of facing their five-fingered girls and electric boyfriends day after day. The reason why he chatted with Lu Wei for so long was that he felt that he had found a kindred spirit, and he could chat with her to his heart's content without worrying about the limits. He always knew that what he liked were things that were not presentable, but he could not control it. So many times, he treated Lu Wei as himself, scolded her, looked down on her, and madly mocked her dark side to satisfy his inner emptiness. So Zhong Jincheng didn't want to do this with her, because he looked down on Lu Wei. Although he also knew that Lu Wei also looked down on him. They were the same, scolding each other, while scolding themselves. The phone was still ringing, but Zhong Jincheng did not reply to the message. He put the phone down and started watching a movie. Would you like to have lunch together tomorrow? In the front row, Lu Yuanqiu asked Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia turned her eyes away from the movie screen and shook her head. Chun Chun and I are going to buy mooncakes outside the school. Lu Yuanqiu glared. Why don't you ask me for this kind of thing? Bai Qingxia didn't answer him, avoiding his sight, as if there was a secret in her eyes. Lu Yuanqiu forced his head closer. Bai Qingxia frowned, raised her little hand, and pushed his head away. Don't block me, I want to watch a movie. Okay, my heart was cold. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, his face was cold. I was planning to send you leggings and skirts tomorrow. Since you are so heartless, then I will eat leggings for dinner. Chapter 369. Liang Jingfeng's voice came from the back row again. Alas, you said I am so rich and beautiful. Why can't I find a girlfriend? I have been single since birth. Can you believe it? He didn't know who he was talking to while sitting in his seat. It was more like talking to himself, and his tone revealed great confusion. No one paid attention to him for a long time, except Lu Yuanqiu, who looked back at him in the middle with a strange expression. Zhong Jincheng was watching a movie, and seemed to notice that someone was staring at him. He turned his head suddenly, and it turned out to be Liang Jingfeng, who was looking at him with a burning gaze. You ask me? Who should I ask? Who hasn't been single since birth? Zhong Jincheng replied with a glare, as if he had been holding back a grudge since just now. Can you speak a little more quietly? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly turned around and said with a serious expression, Sorry to bother our lady Xia Xia while she was watching a movie. If she gets angry, the consequences will be very serious. You know, our lady Xia Xia is very powerful. She can smash 2 heads with 1 punch. You will have a hard time. Bai Qingxiao gritted her teeth when she heard this, and laid down on the table in embarrassment. At the same time, she moved towards Qi Chao Chao, not intending to pay attention to the bitch next to her, the big bitch. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu stepped forward and said to Bai Qingxiao with a serious expression, Master Xia Xia, I have solved the noise problem for you during the movie. Please instruct me on the next task. Shut up. Don't say those 4 words again. Bai Qingxiao was so anxious that she shook her legs and raised her hands to cover her ears. She just wanted to stay away from Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu, got it. He turned back and raised his index finger to Liang Jingfeng and the others and said, Did you hear that? I told you to shut up. Liang Jingfeng immediately choked Lu Yuanqiu from behind, while Zhong Jincheng pulled his ears and threatened in a low voice, Can you stop showing off? Ah? Can you stop showing off? I beg you. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Okay, let's watch a movie. The 2 let him go. Liang Jingfeng, it's unlucky to sit in the back. I want to change seats. After he said that, he turned his head to look at Zhong Jincheng and asked, I remember you were chatting passionately with a senior sister, right? I thought you were already together. No, we just met and chatted casually. Zhong Jincheng hesitated. Liang Jingfeng suddenly smiled. It's the senior sister I saw on the road last time, right? She looks pretty good. If you don't have any ideas, introduce her to me? Get lost. Zhong Jincheng pushed him away. You don't have any ideas yourself. Why don't you help your brother? Who said I don't have any ideas? He thought for a moment, and suddenly took out his mobile phone. Zhong Jincheng swallowed nervously, then avoided Liang Jingfeng again, not letting him see the message displayed on the interface, and replied hesitantly. Zhong Jincheng, okay, who's afraid of who? See you at the East Gate tomorrow night. After waiting for a while, Lu Wei responded. Lu Wei, okay. Click. The phone suddenly slipped out of his hand, and fell on the table. Zhong Jincheng quickly put it away, and nervously put it in his pocket. He continued to watch the movie, but he had no interest in it. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the 2nd day, the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhucheng Railway Station. At the exit, Chao Shuang was holding a rose in his hand, anxiously waiting for Wan Yueri to get off the train. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, he should have spent it with his family, but Wan Yueri said she wanted to come to Zhucheng to visit him. Chao Shuang was a little surprised when he found out, but at the same time, he was very happy and waited here early in the morning. Why hasn't the station arrived yet? A voice suddenly came from the side. Chao Shuang turned his head and saw a young man standing next to him. He seemed to be waiting for someone, but the young man was holding a bunch of bright red roses in his arms. In comparison, the rose in his hand was really a bit ugly. Brother Shuang. A voice sounded from the exit. Chao Shuang looked up and saw Wan Yuer running towards him happily with a bag on her back. Chao Shuang smiled, but quickly broke the rose in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. He walked forward, and Wan Yuer quickly jumped on him and punched him hard in the chest like a brother. Chao Shuang groaned in pain, but he was very happy in his heart. Let's go buy mooncakes first, and then I take you to book a hotel near our school. Okay. Wan Yuer walked beside him, happily lifting the bag on her back and hopping. Looking at her black hair that had already reached her earlobes, Chao Shuang suddenly lost his focus. Wan Yuer turned her head and said, Wow, Brother Shuang, the buildings in Zhucheng are so tall. Chao Shuang quickly looked away and smiled. Yes, when I first came to Zhucheng, I sent the same message to Brother Qiu. By the way, I will take you to a party tomorrow. Brother Qiu said that the other party is a young master of Zhucheng. At that time, all the top students of Zudo will be present. You should communicate with them and learn from them. Wow, his house must be very big. I think so. Hee, I want to go to Zhucheng next year. I'm already looking forward to it. Chao Shuang looked at Ruan Yuer's smiling face, and felt that she was getting more and more beautiful now. Maybe it was because she had grown her hair and looked more like a girl. The two came to a large shopping mall near the school, and were about to go to the supermarket to buy mooncakes. Chao Shuang stared at two girls with beautiful backs, who had just walked out of the supermarket. Okay, brother Shuang, look at these beauties. Why don't you take me with you? Ruan Yuer seemed to have discovered Chao Shuang's little secret, and loudly expressed her dissatisfaction. Chao Shuang shook his head. No. The one on the right seems to be Bai Qingxia. Am I seeing things wrong? How could Senior Bai not be with Brother Chiu when she's coming out? Don't look, don't look. Hurry up and buy mooncakes. I want to eat the ones with egg yolk filling. Ruan Yuer pushed him anxiously. That's right. Chao Shuang muttered. The two foodies rushed into the supermarket in an exaggerated running posture. On the other side, it was indeed Bai Qingxia and Lu Wanchun who had just left the supermarket. Bai Qingxia looked down at the big bag of mooncakes she'd bought, with a faint smile on her face. Lu Wanchun asked curiously, Why did you buy so many mooncakes with egg yolk filling? Bai Qingxia turned her head and smiled. Lu Yuanqiu said he likes to eat mooncakes with egg yolk filling. Lu Wanchun curled her lips, looked down at her phone, stood still, and said, Wait a minute, I see if there is a bicycle shop nearby. Bai Qingxia stood beside her obediently with the bags in both hands, and responded, Okay. Huh? Lu Wanchun suddenly turned around, looked at the top of the mall and said, It turns out there is a giant store on the second floor. Bai Qingxia was puzzled. What is giant? Lu Wanchun looked at her. It's a bicycle brand. Aren't you going to buy a bicycle? This brand is pretty good. Bai Qingxia nodded quickly. Yes, I want to buy a bicycle of a better brand, and it must have a pillion seat. Chapter 370. The two came to the escalator. Bai Qingxia had always been afraid to step on this kind of escalator, because she always felt that if she was not careful, the metal teeth would eat her feet. She vaguely remembered that 8 or 9 years ago, her father and brother took her out to buy clothes, and she took this kind of escalator. That time, she almost tripped over the metal teeth at the end, but her brother quickly supported her. From then on, she had a shadow on this thing. Lu Wanchun looked at Bai Qingxia's motionless appearance with her head down, and thought she was in a daze. When it was almost at the end, Bai Qingxia jumped lightly and landed on the top iron plate with both feet. She looked relaxed for a moment. Don't jump like this in the future. There was a news report that a child fell in and his lower body was crushed. Lu Wanchun warned her. Bai Qingxia was so scared that she quickly took 2 steps forward, away from the iron plate. Her frightened look made Lu Wanchun bend over and chuckle. Bai Qingxia frowned unhappily. So you are lying to me? Of course not. It's just that you looked too funny just now. Lu Wanchun explained. Bai Qingxia, okay then. The two came to the giant store they had just agreed on. Lu Wanchun held Bai Qingxia's hand, and Bai Qingxia followed her obediently. She knew that Lu Wanchun would become her mouthpiece again. In the store, the boss in uniform came over. He looked at the two beautiful girls with their own merits and felt pleasing to the eye. What type do you want to buy, mountain bike or road bike? Not going on mountain roads. Bai Qingxia muttered in her heart, so she whispered to Lu Wanchun from behind, road bike. The clerk looked at the 2 female college students in front of him with clear eyes, and explained first. The 2 types of bikes are different in terms of tires. The tires of mountain bikes are slightly wider, and have larger friction patterns. That's it. Bai Qingxia followed Lu Wanchun. When she saw the type of tires the boss pointed out, she instantly thought of Lu Yuanqiu's bicycle in Luqing, so she quickly pulled Lu Wanchun's hand, and corrected him again, mountain bike, buy a mountain bike. Why did Lu Yuanqiu ride a mountain bike on the road? Lu Yuanqiu is such a fool. She felt dizzy and almost bought the wrong one. But this kind of thing is definitely not cheap, so she still plans to buy Lu Yuanqiu the same one as the one in Luqing, so as to avoid any mistakes. It is not easy to replace such expensive things after buying them, right? The boss will definitely not agree. Bai Qingxia thinks so. When she went out with Lu Wanchun this time, she deliberately took Lu Wanchun to avoid the mobile phone store, so as to avoid the owner of the mobile phone store pestering her and forcing her to return the goods. Lu Wanchun, we want a mountain bike. After she finished speaking, she turned around and asked Bai Qingxia, pick a color. Yes. Bai Qingxia scanned the bikes in the store, and was immediately dazzled. They all looked very cool, new, and exquisite. In fact, she didn't have any special requirements for the color, because in her memory, Lu Yuanqiu didn't have any preference for color. She just had one idea: the bike must be a little more expensive and better, so that it can last longer. After seeing a bike that cost 1,500 yuan, Bai Qingxiao carefully touched the price tag and then looked at the body of the bike. This one just happened to have a seat. A few days before the military training, Lu Yuanqiu said that when buying a bike, he specifically emphasized that he wanted to buy one with a seat. Bai Qingxiao recalled in her mind. She remembered every word Lu Yuanqiu said. Of course, she also remembered that Lu Yuanqiu didn't buy her the promised popsicles. Although she couldn't eat them these days, she was still a little unhappy, especially on the day when the military training just ended. She felt that Lu Yuanqiu didn't take it to heart. This guy had a bad memory to begin with, and Long Liandong disturbed his mind. But Lu Yuanqiu was really busy. He had classes during the day and had to do band work in his spare time. Thinking of this, Bai Qingxiao quietly forgave him as early as September 20th, the day after returning from military training. I want this one. Bai Qingxiao pointed at the car and turned to Lu Wanchun. Lu Wanchun, as a messenger, repeated to the boss, she wants that one. I heard it. The boss nodded blankly. Strange, why did he need to pass the message when they were so close? The boss muttered and went to get the order. After leaving the phone number and paying the money, the boss promised to deliver the car to the school in the afternoon. After leaving the specialty store, Bai Qingxiao became obviously happy. Seeing her happy, Lu Wanchun hurriedly took her to the third floor of the mall. Chun, where are we going? Bai Qingxiao shouted after her. Lu Wanchun smiled and said nothing. He stopped her at a nail salon and said, I take you to get a nail art. I dress you up beautifully. Bai Qingxiao looked at the colorful store in front of her and the price tag written with colored pens on the counter. She frowned and stepped back with her hands tucked in. No, it's too expensive. It's just a few dozen yuan. You bought a 1,500 yuan car without blinking an eye. You shouldn't be short of money. Lu Wanchun asked in confusion. She was actually quite confused. Her best friend seemed to be from a wealthy family, but her style was always simple. Bai Qingxiao looked at her and bit her lip gently. She pulled Lu Wanchun to sit on the bench next to her. Lu Wanchun was a little puzzled. Xia, what's wrong with you? Bai Qingxiao put her hands on her white skirt and said in a low voice, Chun, actually my family is very poor. I know. Lu Wanchun just finished speaking and hurriedly. Ah, she said, and immediately added, what I mean is? In fact, Liang Jingfeng's family is very poor in my opinion. Maybe only Lu Yuanqiu can compare with my family. After she finished speaking, she scratched her head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. I have known how rich my family is since I was a child. In fact, the last birthday party you attended, the whole building belonged to my family. What I want to express is that in my eyes, you are all the same, and there is no difference in family background. Okay, I may not be very good at speaking, don't mind. I really don't mean to show off my wealth on purpose. Forget it, I'd better shut up. Lu Wanchun bent down with a depressed expression, supporting his chin with both hands, and said that he was autistic. Bai Qingxiao explained, but the poverty I said is the kind of extremely difficult. Chun, you are a very good friend. I think I should tell you about my situation, and then you can decide whether to continue to be friends with me. Lu Wanchun suddenly became anxious, holding her hand and begging, it's not that serious. No matter what, we are good friends. If I said something wrong, don't mind. I have never been good at speaking. Bai Qingxiao pursed her lips and said, in 1998, my mother died of leukemia. In 2003, my brother died in a car accident. The following year, my only relative, my father, went crazy. I was 11 years old that year, and I had no relatives. Since then, my father and I have been living on the 500 yuan minimum living allowance every month. She spoke calmly, but Lu Wanchun's eyes had already frozen and his heart seemed to have stopped. Chapter 371. I actually have never had any friends, no real friends. Lu Yuanqiu is the first one, and you are the second one, so I hope you can understand me a little better. Bai Qingxiao put her hands on her knees and spoke softly, and saw that Lu Wanchun was stunned and didn't speak at the moment. Lu Wanchun looked up in a daze and said quickly, when we first met, I mentioned your family to you in this small clinic. I'm sorry. Bai Qingxiao smiled and explained, you didn't know at that time, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to the bathroom, wait for me. Lu Wanchun stood up in a daze. The men's bathroom in the mall. Zhang Yifeng washed his hands, and suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry from the women's bathroom next door, and a voice shouting Dad. It seemed that a girl was crying and calling her father. Zhang Yifeng thought the voice sounded familiar, but he was too embarrassed to look over there, so he had to leave the bathroom. This mall is very close to Shuda, and there are 2 other universities nearby, Chaoshuang Zhucheng Institute of Technology and Zhucheng University of Science and Technology, so it is estimated that college students account for 90% of the entire mall. The crying girl might be a female college student who had just broken up. She was probably a freshman. Recently, I heard that several couples in the class have found love. It's just the beginning of the school year, so there are too many people in love. It's like following the trend, but they break up quickly. Zhang Yifeng thought to himself. After wiping his hands, he quickly came to the entrance of the supermarket inside the mall. Su Miaomio, who was wearing a beige long skirt and looked gentle and charming, and had 2 silver hoop earrings on her earlobes, was standing there waiting for him. Su Miaomio smiled and said, "Everyone in class 30 will get 2 mooncakes on average, so we need to buy more than 60. I may need your help to move them today." "No mooncakes for class 29? Zhang Yifeng asked. Su Miaomio, "Coach Su is in charge of class 29. I heard that he bought them yesterday." "Oh." Hearing this plain "oh," Su Miaomio turned her head and glanced at Zhang Yifeng very naturally, and found that Zhang Yifeng was looking around with a normal expression. What surprised Su Miaomio in the past few days of getting along in the office was that the two of them got along very plainly. She thought Zhang Yifeng would do something, but he didn't. It was as if Zhang Yifeng suddenly didn't have that kind of emotion towards her. Could it be that what Lu Yuanqiu said last time, that Zhang Yifeng already had someone in his heart, was another girl, but it was within Su Miaomio's expectation that Zhang Yifeng would fall in love with another girl when he went to college, and college is a place full of temptations. It doesn't matter, this is a good thing, a good thing. Su Miaomio told herself so in her heart, and she had been telling herself so for several days. The two came to the mooncake area and were about to choose these loose mooncakes when suddenly a girl in a supermarket uniform came over and asked the two, I'm sorry, can you two help me complete a task?" Su Miaomio stopped. "What task?" The girl said, "Just ask a couple with good image to hold the love mooncake billboard over there, stand together, and then I will take a photo." Su Miaomio was about to explain the relationship between the two people, but Zhang Yifeng beat her to the punch and said seriously, "I'm sorry, we can't help you. We are teacher and student, not lovers. You can find someone else." After listening to this, Su Miaomio turned her head to look at Zhang Yifeng in surprise, but the man still looked normal, as if he was talking about something very normal. She cleared her throat, and suddenly felt a little depressed, as if she was a little unhappy, but she couldn't tell why. The girl still clasped her hands together and asked, then, "Pretend to be a little bit, help her." "Sorry." Zhang Yifeng turned and left. "Hey Zhang Yifeng, wait!" Su Miaomio hurriedly grabbed his hand from behind. Zhang Yifeng stopped, turned his back to her, and raised the corner of his mouth inconspicuously. Su Miaomio was tense behind her, and said with a forced smile, "Help her, it won't interfere with anything, are you busy?" Zhang Yifeng still had a blank expression. "Will it be bad?" Su Miaomio shrugged, "I don't care, they have difficulties too, just help them. Since the teacher said so. Then okay." Zhang Yifeng pondered for a moment and nodded. Su Miaomio looked at him expressionlessly, and inexplicably had the urge to clench her fists. The two followed the salesgirl's guidance, stood together, one holding the side of the hard mooncake billboard, and then looked at the camera. The girl said, "Please smile, both of you." Zhang Yifeng grinned obediently and smiled at the camera. Su Miaomio couldn't laugh. In the afternoon, Lu Yuanqiu was lying on the bed looking at his phone, and suddenly saw that Zhang Yifeng had changed his signature at some point. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall, he clicked into the message interface. Lu Yuanqiu. "Oh, the new signature of Zhang the class monitor is an idiom. He is really good at Chinese." Zhang Yifeng. "Not bad, I've been reading The Art of War recently, and I've learned something. Sure enough, everything depends on me." Lu Yuanqiu. "What? Why are you reading The Art of War when you have nothing to do?" Zhang Yifeng. "Remember to go to 402 to get the mooncakes." Lu Yuanqiu. "Just leave 2 egg yolks for me." Zhang Yifeng. "No yolks." Lu Yuanqiu pouted. He glanced at the time. He hadn't seen Little Swan for most of the day. He missed her smile, her coat, her white socks, and the smell of her body. "Wait. You didn't contact me for the whole morning. Did I really make you angry yesterday?" Just when he thought of this, Bai Qingxia sent him a message. "Bai Qingxia, come to the east gate, I bought you an egg yolk mooncake." "Gaia." Lu Yuanqiu jumped off the bed, picked up his short skirt and leggings, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out of the dormitory calmly. The uncle, the Taoist priest, and Finger turned their heads, eating mooncakes while staring at his back. The uncle couldn't help asking, "What does Gaia mean?" The Taoist priest was about to answer, but Finger suddenly had a seizure. Ah, Guru. The Taoist priest had no desire to answer, because the uncle would definitely ask again, what about a guru? Lu Yuanqiu hummed a song and walked along the road with falling sycamore leaves towards the east gate of Juda University. Damn little swan, you fooled around with Lu Wanchun outside, and only came to see me now. If it weren't for the egg yolk mooncake, I wouldn't give you the skirt. He looked at the two skirts he had carefully selected in the packaging bag. One was a white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, and a blue and white plaid skirt on the lower body, and the other was a purple and pink pleated dress with two black and white lace leggings. The total price of these things was about 500 yuan, which was not expensive, but just in case, Lu Yuanqiu took off the price tag on the clothes, because Bai Qingxiao would definitely think it was expensive. She would even haggle over the price of the buns for breakfast. Chapter 372. Many of the sycamore leaves on the tree fell to the ground. The leaves had turned slightly yellow. Many students even brought cameras to take pictures. Lu Yuanqiu now saw several seniors gathered there. They were lying on the road, with their cameras facing the fallen leaves on the ground, as if they were trying to capture the moment when the sycamore leaves on the ground were blown up by the wind. The rustling sound of the iron chain was heard. Just then, a senior rode a bicycle past, and the tire rolled up the leaves on the ground. Lu Yuanqiu looked down and saw the senior lying on the ground clicking the shutter. After finishing, several seniors stood up and walked together, smiling and showing their friends the results of their photos. It was indeed approaching autumn. But Lu Yuanqiu still wanted to see the maple leaves on the maple tree turn red. The characteristic of Huafeng campus was the maple tree, not the sycamore tree. Bai Qingxiao was probably looking forward to it the most. Every time she passed by, she would run to the maple tree to observe closely whether the leaves changed color. She really liked maple, whether it was the song or the tree. Gradually approaching the east gate, Lu Yuanqiu searched for Bai Qingxiao's figure, and soon saw a girl in a plain white dress standing quietly on the edge of the road at the school gate. Behind her was a street lamp that had not yet been lit. Students entering and leaving the school gate would occasionally look at Bai Qingxiao, both boys and girls, but the girls looked at her more. Bai Qingxiao probably sensed these gazes, so she kept her head down shyly. In front of her was a large plastic bag, which Bai Qingxiao held with both hands. Next to her was a red and white bicycle with a back seat, probably parked by someone else next to a street lamp. This girl, why did she insist on asking me to come to the east gate to find her? Could it be that she really had been strolling with Lu Wanchun until now, and just came back? Look who this is. So pretty, so cute. Lu Yuanqiu pouted cutely, put his handbag on his shoulder, and approached the girl with a smile, poking her soft and tender arm. Bai Qingxiao looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, and a smile on her lips, as if she was expecting something. But Lu Yuanqiu thought she was just smiling normally. After all, Bai Qingxiao would smile when she saw him now. Lu Yuanqiu, you can't give me all the mooncakes you bought, right? I just happened to bring a bag with me. Bai Qingxiao hesitated to speak, and blinked her big eyes unexpectedly. She turned back and glanced at the bicycle behind her, feeling anxious. Why didn't Lu Yuanqiu mention such a big bicycle? She wanted Lu Yuanqiu to mention the bicycle, and then she would keep it a secret and ask, "Do you like this one?" When Lu Yuanqiu said "I like it," and cast a loving look at the bicycle, she would seize the opportunity and immediately announce that this bicycle was bought by Bai Qingxiao for Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu will be so happy. Before he arrived, Bai Qingxiao had imagined Lu Yuanqiu's happy look several times. But why didn't Lu Yuanqiu ask about the car? Lu Yuanqiu is such a fool. Thinking of this, she was so anxious that she gently shook her legs under her long skirt. Not only did Lu Yuanqiu not pay attention to the car next to him, he even proudly shook his handbag at her. Guess what's in it? He. Bai Qingxiao pouted slightly, not very concerned, but still cooperated and asked, "What is it?" "Take it." As soon as she asked, Lu Yuanqiu put the handbag in her arms. "It's your mission reward. Leave the bag to me later. I packed some mooncakes to take back." Bai Qingxiao looked down in surprise. She looked at the clothes inside. They were so beautiful that they were stunning at first glance. "The reward is clothes?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled, casually pressing the bicycle seat next to him with his left hand, and said, "Yes, do you like it? 2 skirts, but they may be a little shorter than the one you are wearing. Remember to wear leggings." "I also bought 2 leggings." Bai Qingxiao didn't listen at all. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Yuanqiu's hand pressing on the bicycle seat. "Let's go back and try it on first. I think I remembered your clothes size correctly. Tell me if it doesn't fit, and when we go to Liang Jingfeng's place tomorrow, you can pick one to wear." Lu Yuanqiu still didn't pay attention to the bicycle, and after saying that, he took the handbag back from her hand, stuffed all the clothes into Bai Qingxia's mooncake bag, and picked out some egg yolk mooncakes from the mooncake bag and put them into his empty handbag. He walked forward a few steps, looked up, and found that Bai Qingxia didn't follow him. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Lu Yuanqiu turned around and asked. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips, her face rosy as she pointed at the bicycle next to the street light, and said to him, "Lu Yuanqiu, this bicycle is so beautiful." Lu Yuanqiu glanced at it, frowned in disdain and said, "This bike is a bad buy at first glance. If I remember correctly, it should be an XTC 890 worth more than 1,000, right? You must be crazy to buy this. Isn't this a big rip-off? With this money, you can buy 3 ATX 660s, and you can still ride them well. You are just stupid. Go, 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 don't touch others. I want to laugh when I see it. I'm too lazy to complain." He walked over and prepared to take Bai Qingxia away, but Bai Qingxia stood there stiffly without moving, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuanqiu asked her. Bai Qingxia stood on the steps and looked at him, her mouth gradually shrunk, and her beautiful big eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. She suddenly cried without warning and raised her hand to wipe her tears. "Ah!" Lu Yuanqiu's face changed, and his neck mechanically turned his head to look at the bicycle. His brain crashed for 2 seconds, and then he said in disbelief, "It can't be you. You spent more than 1,000 to buy it? Bought it for me?" Bai Qingxia cried without saying anything, and kept raising her hand to wipe her tears. Under the streetlight, her nose was red from crying, and she looked very sad, which made people feel heartbroken. Ouch. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head anxiously. This mouth. This mouth. He slapped his mouth hard and cursed at the same time. "You just talk nonsense all day long, but you don't know anything about bicycles." Bai Qingxia quickly raised her hand to hold his arm to stop him from hitting her mouth. She lowered her head, walked towards the bicycle with tears in her eyes, and whispered, "I don't know anything about bicycles. I go ask if I can return it." "Hey, hey, hey, no, no, no." Lu Yuanqiu quickly pulled her back. "I love this bike. I just like the XTC 890. I don't have one, but I thought others had one, so I'm jealous, and that's why I'm saying this." After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he looked down at her face, and seeing that little Swan hadn't smiled yet, he quickly walked to the bicycle and kissed the bicycle seat, laughing at the same time. "I'm so happy. I have a bicycle. Xia Xia bought it for me. I'm so happy." Bai Qingxia stood by and silently watched Lu Yuanqiu kiss the handlebars and the seat of the bike. She stopped crying, but was still very sad. Lu Yuanqiu felt like he was going crazy in the eyes of passers-by. He pushed the bike with one hand and pulled Bai Qingxia with the other, saying with his head down, "Let's not stand here. Let's go inside. Let's find a slightly more secluded corner and kneel down." Chapter 373. Walking a distance along the road, the two stepped on the fallen leaves of the sycamore trees scattered on the ground, making a squeaking sound under their feet. Lu Yuanqiu had been carefully observing her expression. Seeing that there were not many people around, he stopped the car, then walked to Bai Qingxia, took her two soft little hands, and said to her in a wrong tone, "I like this car so much. I am really touched. How much did you buy it for?" Bai Qingxia lowered her head, and didn't say anything. She was already very sad, and didn't want to mention the price anymore. Lu Yuanqiu bent down to look at her face. Seeing that the girl still had a red nose from crying, he felt more painful than a knife cutting his heart. "I am such a mean person. So mean, so mean. Why do you have to insult the car buyer in such a condescending way? How much is it?" Bai Qingxia just stopped crying for a while, and started crying again. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, and said sadly, 1,500. Lu Yuanqiu said in surprise, "Damn it. It's not a loss. It's not a loss. I thought you spent 19.99. Bai Qingxia suddenly raised her head, and looked at him strangely. In order to coax her, Lu Yuanqiu began to talk nonsense. "This car is actually good in every aspect, but the price will be raised to 19.99 by some unscrupulous merchants. It depends on your luck whether you will encounter such a black shop. If you buy it at the price of 19.99, it will be a huge loss, so I just said that." "Did you really spend 1,500 to buy it? Did you lie to me?" Bai Qingxia hurriedly raised her head anxiously and explained to him, "It's not 19.99. I bought it for 1,500. Then we've made a profit." Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes wide in surprise, and spread his hands to her. He quickly took out his phone, and searched for the model of the car, then found a post that praised it without thinking, and showed it to Bai Qingxia. Look, the car is good. Bai Qingxia took the phone with both hands and looked down at it carefully. Lu Yuanqiu then explained, there's nothing wrong with the car, it's the original price that's wrong. You scared me to death. I thought you bought it for $19.99. Bai Qingxia emphasized again, no, I bought it for 1,500, and the boss gave me a discount of 10 yuan, it was actually 14.90. Lu Yuanqiu smiled like a chrysanthemum, raised his hands and rubbed her tender face. Great. How can you be so great? We didn't lose anything. This car is so popular that the unscrupulous merchants raise the price wildly, making buyers fall into traps. It seems that you have met a boss with conscience. Bai Qingxia looked at him with big eyes, and her favorability towards the boss in her mind instantly increased by plus 9,999. How could she be so cruel as to spend 1,500 to buy a car for me? How much money does she have? She probably doesn't have much money left. Lu Yuanqiu was sad and touched in his heart. I'm so happy and touched. You are the first girl in the world to give me a car. Lu Yuanqiu, who always lied, really didn't lie. Bai Qingxia frowned seriously. I said I would spend a lot of money on you. I won't lie to you. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Xia is so good to me. Bai Qingxia shook her arms happily and finally smiled. The two looked at each other, and the space seemed to be silent, with only the sound of wind blowing leaves in their ears. Ding-ling-ling. The ringing of a senior's bicycle broke the silence between them. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze, and Bai Qingxia also lowered her head and pursed her lips with a ruddy face. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her mood improved again. Can you ride a bicycle? Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously. Bai Qingxia smiled. My brother taught me. Lu Yuanqiu, then what? Bai Qingxia's smile suddenly fell. But the bicycle is not ours, it belongs to the neighbors. The neighbor's child didn't lend it to us later, so we didn't learn. My brother almost taught me at that time. Lu Yuanqiu, come, I teach you. Bai Qingxia suddenly stepped back and shook her head. This bike is different. It's so big, I don't dare. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I'm here. What are you afraid of? I help you. Well, okay then. Bai Qingxia walked to the steps, tiptoed, and slowly moved her buttocks onto the seat. She held the handlebars tightly with both hands, and stretched out her toes to touch the pedals with difficulty. Lu Yuanqiu looked down, and saw that the seat was a little high. After he adjusted the seat, he held the handlebars with one hand, and Bai Qingxia's waist with the other, and taught her to ride the bike slowly on the side of the road. Lu Yuanqiu, I'm scared. Bai Qingxia spoke nervously, her voice trembling and her body swaying on the bike. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Yuanqiu said patiently, guiding her in the direction of riding. The yellowed sycamore leaves fell from the tree. Lu Yuanqiu saw a leaf fall on Bai Qingxia's shoulder. He smiled slightly, but he couldn't take it off at the moment. Until the sky gradually darkened and the street lights on both sides of the road were lit, the two figures were still lingering closely on the roadside. 9 o'clock in the evening, East Gate. Zhong Jinqing, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, shrank and shivered. He had been waiting here for 2 hours, and the chat interface with Luo Wei was full of his urging messages. Luo Wei would reply a few words an hour ago to ask him not to rush, but now she has stopped replying. Zhong Jinqing, are you coming or not? Red exclamation mark Zhong Jinqing. Question mark red exclamation mark fuck, deleted me? At the school gate, Zhong Jinqing shouted in surprise. He angrily yelled at the phone. Sister Kohai, coward fuck, waste my time. The students entering and leaving the school gate turned their heads to look at him. Zhong Jinqing put down his phone, looking as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He ran towards the men's dormitory trembling, and cursed Luo Wei in his heart. He swore that he would completely despise Luo Wei from this moment on. The next day, October 1st. Everyone in the two men's dormitories slept until the morning. Liang Jingfeng finished washing up early, called the people in 401, and hurried back to the dormitory to call the people in 402. He looked down at the floor, and at this moment he felt a little strange. On ordinary days, there would be a dozen white paper balls on the floor, but today the floor was empty and very clean. Liang Jingfeng raised his hand and patted Zhong Jinqing on the back. Hey, are you okay? No. Zhong Jinqing had woken up, but his voice was muffled. Liang Jingfeng, get up quickly, I call a car to pick up the people in our two dormitories first. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the door of 402 and asked, while brushing his teeth, where is the girl? Liang Jingfeng, there are not enough cars. Let them go by themselves. I've told them the address anyway. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu bit his toothbrush and went back to the dormitory to send a message to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia replied quickly, saying that she and Lu Wanchun would take a taxi together. What exactly is a party? In dormitory 401, the uncle had changed into the most respectable clothes, an old gray suit. Lu Yuanqiu suspected that this was what the uncle wore when he got married. He took down his toothbrush and explained to the uncle, "It's nothing interesting. It's just a group of people eating, drinking, playing games, etc." Chapter 374. Uncle wondered, "Whose money is this?" Fingal, "Don't worry, uncle. At Liang Jingfeng's house, it must be his money. We don't have to worry about it. Alas, rich people are like this. They have a small party every 3 days, and a big party every 5 days. I just don't know when they will have a pool party. That would be great, hee. If it's a pool party, I won't take Bai Qingxia to it." Lu Yuanqiu curled his lips in his heart. "Have you packed?" Zhang Yifeng walked to the door of dormitory 401. Lu Yuanqiu was biting his toothbrush while putting on his pants. He asked him, "Is Teacher Su not going?" Zhang Yifeng shrugged, "I don't know." Liang Jingfeng's voice came from behind him. "I asked Teacher Su. She is not going." Zhang Yifeng was thoughtful, but he didn't care much. Since he chose to endure hardships, he had to be patient. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, "As the class leader, why don't you ask Teacher Su in person?" Zhang Yifeng shook his head, put his hands in his pockets, and muttered something that Lu Yuanqiu couldn't understand. A good fighter attacks others instead of being attacked by others. Lu Yuanqiu, "What do you mean?" "The art of war." Zhang Yifeng raised his eyebrows, and turned to leave dormitory 401. Is this guy really reading The Art of War? Lu Yuanqiu followed him out in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly saw Zhong Jincheng coming out of the bathroom with a basin in his hand, looking sick. It seemed like he had had 100 orgasms overnight. Lu Yuanqiu had never seen him so exhausted. "What's wrong with you?" Zhong Jincheng stopped and glanced at him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally he said, "I'm too lazy to talk," and then walked into the dormitory. Liang Jingfeng muttered beside Lu Yuanqiu, "There are no paper balls on the floor today." Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. "Is it that serious?" After the 2 dormitories finished packing, they went downstairs together. Lu Yuanqiu went to the first floor to check his parked bicycle. There were 3 locks on the bicycle, all of which he bought at the supermarket yesterday. If this bicycle was stolen, I'm afraid Little Swan's tears would run dry. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he put on 3 locks for safety. "Forget it, I go to the supermarket to buy 2 more locks when I get back today. I really don't dare to take the risk." The 8 people came to the east gate, and suddenly a man and a woman outside the gate waved towards them. "Brother Qiu." It was Chao Shuang and Ruan Yueru. Lu Yuanqiu immediately walked over and greeted them. Ruan Yueru really started to grow her hair, and she looked a bit like a girl, but her words and actions still seemed a bit manly, much more manly than Zhang Yifeng. He said to Liang Jingfeng, "These are the 2 friends I mentioned. Let's take a ride together later." "Oh, that's him." Liang Jingfeng recognized Chao Shuang, but he had never seen Ruan Yueru. "Hello, brother Liang." Chao Shuang shook hands with Liang Jingfeng enthusiastically. Seeing this, Ruan Yueru followed suit and shook hands with him. Both of his hands were busy, and he was shaken by each of the 2 guys opposite. Liang Jingfeng was just responding to the other party's enthusiasm when he suddenly heard Lu Yuanqiu ask in his ear, "Do you have enough food prepared at home? These 2 foodies are very enthusiastic now, and they will be more enthusiastic when they get to your house. Don't worry, there will be enough." Liang Jingfeng responded generously. "It doesn't matter what you eat, he doesn't care, it's just a few dollars. What he is most worried about now is whether Lu Wanchun and Long Yindong will come." The whole party actually has only 2 male dormitories, and a female dormitories in 306, in addition to Lu Yuanqiu's 2 friends, Lu Wanchun and Long Yindong, a total of 16 people. Although my father said that the purpose of this party is to meet his college classmates in Zhucheng, to meet and talk about what kind of people they are, to get familiar with each other, and to understand the background of these people's families. But Liang Jingfeng didn't care about these. He just wanted to invite Chen Dong and the other 2 beauties to his home and show off his mansion, his brand name, his collection, his father. That's all. As for Bai Qingxia, he didn't expect much. He hadn't seen Bai Qingxia talk to other boys in all the days since school started, except Lu Yuanqiu. Of the 2 beauties, Chen Dong, Liang Jingfeng actually liked Long Liandong more, but if Long Liandong wasn't okay, Lu Wanchun would be okay. Although Lu Wanchun looked relatively average among the 3 girls, she had the longest legs and the most outgoing personality. Liang Jingfeng thought that he had the greatest chance with Lu Wangchun. The 10 people at the school gate waited for a while, and a black business car slowly drove from a distance and stopped in front of them. Wow! Wan Yueru was the first to shout out in a cowardly way, "What a big car! Brother Liang is so rich! So impressive!" Seeing this, Chao Shuang explained to Liang Jingfeng a little embarrassedly, don't mind, she is just a second-year high school student, a child." Wan Yueru snorted, carrying her bag and squeezed into the car first. After Chao Shuang finished speaking, he found that Liang Jingfeng did not respond. "Brother Liang?" he called again. Liang Jingfeng raised his head and smiled with a dazed look in his eyes. He was praised by Wan Yueru on the spot. He pointed at Wan Yueru in the car, his fingers trembling, and said with a feeling of bitterness, "I like her. I really like her." Chao Shuang's smile suddenly froze, but soon his head was patted by Lu Yuanqiu again. "I don't mean that." Chao Shuang curled his lips silently and got on the car. In the car, Zhong Jincheng sat next to Lu Yuanqiu. Seeing his depressed look, Lu Yuanqiu was really curious. "What's wrong with you?" Zhong Jincheng glanced at the others and whispered, "Lu Wei deleted me." "Ah?" Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. His surprise just hurt Zhong Jincheng's heart, and Zhong Jincheng didn't want to talk anymore. Lu Yuanqiu elbowed him. "Go on, what's wrong?" Zhong Jincheng frowned. "Anyway, I looked down on her, but she deleted me. Doesn't this mean that I'm shamelessly licking her?" She was the one who said it first. He suddenly stopped talking, and then raised his hand impatiently. "Forget it." Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, "Don't do this, you're scary. Why don't you just have a few shots normally tonight? I'd be worried if I don't see the tissues on the ground tomorrow morning." Zhong Jincheng crossed his arms, leaned aside, and closed his eyes angrily. "It depends on my mood." Chapter 375. Lujijio, Zhuan No. 1 Villa District. A middle-aged man wearing a fancy suit, with a pigtail tied behind his head, and a somewhat coquettish temperament, was standing at the main entrance of his villa. He crossed his arms, with a confident smile on his lips, and was patiently waiting for his son's classmates to arrive. Next to him was an old woman with half-white hair. The old woman's surname was Wu. She was wealthy, and was a nanny who had taken care of this family for more than 10 years. However, the old woman's expression at the moment was a little strange. She looked at the young girls in maid outfits in the courtyard, and said to the middle-aged man beside her, "Mr. Liang, are we a little too much? Aren't there just a dozen college students coming to visit? Do we really need to hire a maid? Too much?" The middle-aged man called Mr. Liang shrugged. He looked at the courtyard. The entire courtyard was filled with various beautifully decorated food shelves, as well as white round square tables of various shapes, chairs, and even a complete set of band equipment placed on the beautifully trimmed lawn. On the shelves and tables were placed various expensive drinks and snacks, and even a 6-layer cake, colorful and taller than a person. There was also a barbecue grill on the west side of the courtyard, and there were a wide variety of fresh meat and vegetables placed around it. Long colored lights were hung on the white railings in the courtyard, and there were even colored lights wrapped around the green plants that the maids were trimming. As for these maids, there were 6 in total. Each of them had a young and beautiful appearance and a slender figure. They were the type of service that the maid company charged a very high price for, and only members could make appointments with them. Each of them was wearing a maid dress with black and white ruffles, white silk stockings on their legs, and black shiny thick high-heeled leather shoes on their feet. One person was squatting down to mow the lawn, one was taking care of green plants of various shapes, and another was cleaning the cobblestone path in the middle of the lawn, while the rest were carrying plates and constantly taking out snacks and food from the villa. The middle-aged man with pigtails turned his head and said to the old woman beside him, "Wu Ma, you don't know, this is how it is to mix in a circle. You need to carefully build a persona. When I was in the company, others were crazy about trying to please me. Why, of course, I do have the ability, but this is also inseparable from the persona I have carefully created for myself." Mrs. Wu was puzzled. "But isn't Xiaofeng just a freshman?" Mr. Liang shook his finger again. No, university is a circle, a small society. Xiaofeng must create a perfect persona for himself from the beginning, so that his classmates will take him as the leader and respect and admire him at all times. Last time I heard that he formed a band, but he was not the lead singer. Do you know how angry I was? This kid is really a waste. When I was young, I was the leader in the circle. But it may be that I am more courageous, and he did not inherit this advantage from me. Mrs. Wu scratched her head as if she understood, and smiled and agreed. Mr. Liang is amazing. Mr. Liang held his head high and his face was calm, as if he was tired of such flattery. By the way, I will go to the study room later. When these students come, you can tell them that I am having a very important video conference with the CEOs of the Lucheng headquarters to discuss a project worth hundreds of millions. Let them play, but keep their voices down. Wait until I finish here, and then come out to meet these kids. Wu Ma was puzzled. Sir, are you really in a meeting? Mr. Liang suddenly frowned. What are you talking about? Although it's fake. But if I call the head office, even the boss there will have to give me face and put down what he is doing to listen to me. Wu Ma hurriedly lowered her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Liang, I talk too much. She suddenly raised her head in confusion. If that's the case, why don't you really make a call? Ahem. Mr. Liang suddenly choked on his saliva. He glared at the nanny and said, the boss at the head office is also very busy. Why would I call them when I have nothing to do? I've already said that this is for my image, to let them know that I play a very important role in the company, to let these students know that Xiaofeng's father talks about hundreds of millions of projects and meetings, and that he earns his own face in social occasions. Do you understand? Mrs. Wu nodded seriously. I understand. Mr. Liang frowned. So, Mrs. Wu, you haven't made any progress at all in all these years at home. When you have time, watch and learn more, and don't let me teach you everything, okay? I know, Mr. Liang. Mrs. Wu quickly lowered her head and wiped her sweat. At this moment, a young and beautiful maid suddenly came over. She politely put her hands in front of her and bowed gently, saying, Mr. Liang, 2 female students have arrived first. Mr. Liang put his hands down and quickly said to the nanny, I'm going to the study to have a meeting. Mrs. Wu, remember, wait until everyone is together, and they start to make noise before talking about my meeting. You have to know how to choose the right time and be natural. Don't let me teach you everything. I know. Mrs. Wu nodded quickly. The maid was very professional. She automatically filtered what she heard and kept a proper smile on her face. Mrs. Wu said, please let them in. I know. At the gate of the villa, Lu Wanchun and Bai Qingxiao looked inside quietly, with varying degrees of surprise on their faces. Needless to say, Bai Qingxiao was the first time she had seen a villa in her life. When she walked in, the surrounding scene even made her think that this was the most luxurious residential area in the world. She was afraid of getting lost inside, so she could only follow Lu Wanchun closely all the way. Although Lu Wanchun also lives in a villa, she has never enjoyed such exquisite service. Compared with here, she suddenly felt that she lived a bit sloppy. People in Zucheng know how to enjoy themselves. They hire so many maids at home. Can they handle it? Lu Wanchun couldn't help complaining. Hearing that Lu Wanchun was surprised, Bai Qingxiao looked at the high-end and luxurious appearance in the courtyard and suddenly felt more uncomfortable. She quietly hid behind Lu Wanchun and dared only to sneak a peek at the maids. A maid came over with a smile. Hello, are you Mr. Liang's classmates? Lu Wanchun smiled. Yes. Come in. The maid smiled and stepped back, extending an inviting arm. Lu Wanchun turned around and said to Bai Qingxiao, Xia, shall we go in first? Bai Qingxiao shook her head. Let's wait for Lu Yuanqiu to come and then go in together. Lu Wanchun now had to obey her, and could only say to the maid, let's wait for our friends outside. Of course. The maid left politely. Lu Wanchun looked back at Bai Qingxiao's reserved appearance, and her heart softened in an instant. She raised her hand to comb Bai Qingxiao's hair, her eyes gentle. After learning about her life experience yesterday morning, Lu Wanchun had not slept all night, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Her roommates didn't know what happened, and Lu Wanchun was unwilling to tell her roommates. She finally understood why Lu Yuanqiu doted on Bai Qingxiao so much, and why Bai Qingxiao relied on Lu Yuanqiu so much, because Lu Yuanqiu was the first person to enter her heart, so he occupied an extremely important part. Yes, who wouldn't want to protect such a weak and pitiful girl? How could God bear to treat her so cruelly? Chapter 376. Xia, if you want to eat, play, or go somewhere, you can tell me in the future, and I will accompany you to do it. Lu Wanchun held her hand and spoke to her gently. Bai Qingxiao shook her head and spoke softly, as if she didn't want to disturb the maids in the courtyard. No, actually. Chun I. Bai Qingxiao hesitated and raised her head, responding, don't worry about me, I can get through anything, and I have survived it all. Lu Wanchun lowered her head when she heard this. She hadn't gotten over the stress from yesterday yet, and her eyes were sore again. It was because Bai Qingxiao was so strong that she was heartbroken for her good friend. How did she survive all these years? She couldn't even imagine it. Chun, don't cry. You must have cried yesterday too, right? Bai Qingxia quickly turned around and took out a tissue from her small white bag to wipe her tears. Lu Wanchun sniffed, because I'm a waste who is useless without my father. Compared to you, I'm so bad. No, Chun is amazing. She has brought different colors to my life. Bai Qingxia comforted her, and wiped her tears carefully. Lu Wanchun couldn't hold it anymore and cried, I obviously didn't do anything for you. I have been much happier than you since I was a child, but I am still not satisfied. I am such a super useless person. Bai Qingxia stood on tiptoe to wipe her tears, and used several tissues. Xia, can I visit your house during the holidays? Lu Wanchun took the tissue, and asked carefully, while wiping his tears. Bai Qingxia smiled and said, of course, it's okay, but my house is very small, and the environment is very dirty, don't mind, and my dad. You just met him, you might be a little afraid of him. Lu Wanchun shook his head quickly. No, I won't be afraid of my uncle must be very cute, why should I be afraid of him? Bai Qingxia said proudly, well, my dad is very handsome. Lu Wanchun nodded. Of course, you can tell from your appearance, your uncle must be very handsome. The two held hands and swayed gently. Bai Qingxia suddenly lost her mind and thought of what her only good friend in junior high school said, there is a fool sitting next to the flower bed. I am afraid. In fact, that friend was not wrong. But hearing Lu Wanchun say this at this moment, Bai Qingxia still had the urge to cry. How many years, and how many roads would the little pink rabbit have to walk before she could bravely introduce the big stupid bear father to her friends? There is no need for many such friends, one is enough. As for Lu Yuanqiu, of course he is no longer a friend. In Bai Qingxia's heart, his importance has long been above that of a friend. He is the big bad wolf, and the quarter of the speech that was blacked out. At this moment, a taxi drove over from the road. Wei Zhiyu stuck his head out of the passenger seat and complained. As expected of someone who lives in the villa area, he had to call young Master Liang before he was allowed to pass. Ajin asked in the back seat, Zhiyu, don't you live in the villa area? Aren't you a rich lady from Zhucheng? Wei Zhiyu turned around. Ajin, if you don't know how to chat, don't force it. The door of the taxi opened, and Bai Qingxia thought Qi Chaoqiao didn't come, but soon a small figure got out of the back seat. Qi Chaoqiao was wearing a yellow skirt today, but some old bruises could be seen on her slender legs, like corn stalks. After getting off the car, Qi Chaoqiao hurried over and hid beside Bai Qingxia. Wei Zhiyu immediately said angrily, Qi Chaoqiao, what do you mean? You act like we are torturing you. Ah! Qi Chaoqiao suddenly stood up and threw her two small fists back, yelling at Wei Zhiyu in dissatisfaction, then frowned and continued to hide behind Bai Qingxia. Lu Wanchun, what's wrong with her? Wei Zhiyu, she didn't want to come out and bit people, so we told her to come out to eat delicious food and dragged her here. Ajin asked, why don't you go in? Bai Qingxia quickly explained, we have to wait for Lu Yuanqiu to come. As soon as the voice fell, two cars suddenly drove in from a distance. One was a black business car, and the other was a taxi, and both cars stopped at the same time. The Taoist priest opened the car door, and appeared on the stage. Just as he was about to shake his single ponytail, his head was suddenly pushed away by Finger. Finger wore sunglasses, and flicked his long hair. He appeared behind the Taoist priest. When he was about to turn his head to look at the girls, Lu Yuanqiu pushed his head away, and then appeared on the stage. He brushed his temples handsomely with one hand, and walked forward with a sly smile. Finger stretched out his foot, and Lu Yuanqiu stumbled, and the person was big. Lie on the ground, he quickly did push-ups with one hand. Hey. Lu Wanchun sneered. A bunch of idiots. Bai Qingxia left Lu Wanchun behind and ran over quickly. Seeing this, Qi Chaoqiao also hurriedly followed behind Bai Qingxia. Why did you trip him? Bai Qingxia glared at Finger, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly stood up with a smile. It's okay, it's just a show effect. Finger timidly hid aside. Bai Qingxia retracted her glaring gaze, and bent down seriously to help Lu Yuanqiu pat the dust off his body. It's okay, just a little dust on it. Lu Yuanqiu stamped his feet and looked up, and was stunned. Bai Qingxia wore a white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, and a blue and white plaid skirt on the lower body. The hem of the shirt was tucked into the skirt, which made her waist look very slender. The pair of beautiful legs under the skirt were straight and well-proportioned. The skin was so white and delicate that you could even vaguely see some blue veins on her thighs. She also wore a pair of small black leather shoes that fit her feet, and a pair of white lace stockings on her ankles. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her today in amazement. Noticing his gaze, Bai Qingxia quickly withdrew her hands and took a step back. She blushed and put her hands in front of her body, and pulled the hem of her skirt down with her small hands. In fact, the skirt was not that short, only reaching 2/3 of the thigh, but Bai Qingxiao already felt a chill between her legs. Lu Yuanqiu whispered, "Are you wearing the leggings I bought for you?" Bai Qingxiao nodded gently. "Don't lie to me, I don't believe it. What color is it?" Bai Qingxiao just didn't answer, decisively turned around and ran away from him, running towards Lu Wanchun. Qi Chao Chao looked back at Lu Yuanqiu, and hurriedly trotted behind Bai Qingxiao. "Hey, the biting little follower is here today too?" Lu Yuanqiu just saw Qi Chao Chao. The taxi door opened. Long Liandong was still dressed in black long straight hair, with a blue bow hairpin on her head, an A-line skirt, and a pair of matte black stockings on her legs. She closed the door coldly, slung a bag across her body, turned her head to look at Lu Yuanqiu, and after confirming that he was there, she walked towards the door of the villa with a book in her arms. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao were a little surprised to see this. Long Liandong was here too? Lu Wanchun protected Bai Qingxiao behind him, and asked Long Liandong, "Sister with facial paralysis is here too? Who invited you?" Long Liandong responded coldly, "I wanted to ask you the same question." I invited her. Liang Jingfeng shouted and got out of the car quickly. Zhong Jincheng followed behind him coldly, and brother Zhang Yifeng with facial paralysis followed closely behind. Chapter 377. Liang Jingfeng was stunned when he ran to the door of the villa. The 6 maids inside stared at him, almost making him think he had walked into the wrong villa. "I told my father to prepare well, and my father really listened." He immediately raised his head and chest, turned around and smiled at the people outside the door. "Welcome all classmates to visit my home today. It is my honor. You can eat, drink and play as much as you want today. Don't be polite." Long Liandong walked in expressionlessly. "Wow, brother Liang, you live in a big villa." Ruan Yueru shouted in surprise. Liang Jingfeng was so happy that he trembled. He suppressed his smile, maintained his gentlemanly appearance, and made an invitation gesture. Chao Shuang said awkwardly, "Brother Liang, don't mind her being like this," startled. "Damn, brother Liang, do you have so many maids in your house?" Liang Jingfeng's upper body was shaking, and he rolled his eyes in pleasure at the door. He clenched his fists, and his jaw muscles were protruding. He could only suppress his impulse, and made an invitation gesture. "My family has always been like this. Please come in, everyone, don't be polite, eat and drink as you like." Lu Wanchun and Bai Qingxiao walked by him arm in arm. Bai Qingxiao looked at him carefully, and at the same time, she did not forget to turn back and pull Qi Cao Cao's hand. "Zhen, I'm going to. Mr. Liang's house is too luxurious." Wei Jiyu twitched his mouth. "He is quite rich." Finger and Zhang Yang glanced at the maids obscenely, and kept giving Liang Jingfeng a thumbs up and casting admiring eyes. Zhang Yifeng walked into the door with a paralyzed face, and Zhong Jincheng followed behind him coldly. He just stared at the maids a few times today, without any sexual interest. The uncle in an old suit walked in cautiously, muttering, "Is this the rich man in Zuqiang? Ha. I really saw the world today." Lu Yuanqiu walked in at the end. He looked at Liang Jingfeng holding the door frame and shaking with comfort, and was a little confused. "Are you okay?" No, please come in." Liang Jingfeng invited excitedly. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him, tried to open his arms, and imitated the tone of the person in front. "Wow, so luxurious." "Yeah." Liang Jingfeng, who was standing at the door, shuddered violently. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a moment and tried again. "Damn, so many maids." Don't." Liang Jingfeng rolled his eyes comfortably, and raised his hand to stop Lu Yuanqiu from saying anything more. Lu Yuanqiu immediately scratched his head. "Strange, what's the principle?" He walked into the door, with a puzzled look on his face. "As expected, the man I envy the most, the feedback I get from Lu Yuanqiu is the best." Liang Jingfeng thought with satisfaction. After a dozen people walked into the courtyard, 6 maids came up quickly, stood on both sides, bowed and smiled, and said in a sweet voice, "Welcome. Warmly welcome. Welcome to Master Liang's classmates. Please feel free to enjoy any food and drinks in the villa." Zhong Jincheng was still broken, and his pants moved at this time. He looked away from the maids with an unnatural expression, trying to maintain his aloofness. Finger, Zhang Yang, and the Taoist priest laughed like monkeys and said, "Unsophisticated." The 5 words explained it vividly. Liang Jingfeng had been watching them. Suddenly, he was attracted by a movement, and found that Lu Yuanqiu's 2 friends outside the school had already stood at the table and started eating. While eating, They recommended to each other which snack they had just tasted. This scene made Liang Jingfeng very satisfied. Of course, there were also some things that made him unsatisfied. For example, after Long Liandong entered the door, she found a table and sat down to read quietly. She didn't pay attention to anything around her, except occasionally looking at Lu Yuanqiu who passed by her. As for Lu Wanchun and Bai Qingxia, although they were curiously looking at the food on the table, they always followed Lu Yuanqiu. The reason was that Bai Qingxia always stuck to Lu Yuanqiu, and Lu Wanchun always stayed with Bai Qingxia. Even Qi Chao, the cute little loli, followed Lu Yuanqiu indirectly because of Bai Qingxia. This gave Liang Jingfeng a headache. After all, he only cared about the girls invited this time, of course, not including Ajin and Wei Jiu. Seeing that no one paid attention to him after entering the room, he hurriedly shouted, trying to emphasize his status as the master again. Come on, let's share the cake first. Zhong Jincheng glanced at him and ignored him. He sat alone at the table, shaking his red wine glass with a melancholy look. Zhang Yifeng sat opposite him with a blank expression. The party had just begun, but he was already bored and even a little sleepy, but he didn't understand what Zhong Jincheng was pretending. Logically, Zhong Jincheng should be in a good mood at this moment and stick to the maids to ask questions. Chao Shuang and Wan Yueru immediately ran past them like a gust of wind. The old man in the old suit was curiously looking at the grill on the west side of the courtyard. He reached out and touched it, and the grill suddenly collapsed. The old man stared, and then whistled as if nothing had happened and walked away quickly towards the 6-layer cake. Most people gathered around, including Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia liked to eat cake. At this moment, she stood here with her head slightly tilted up, and the expression on her face was already very expectant. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and politely asked the maid who was cutting the cake, please cut a bigger one for our Xia Xia. Bai Qingxia gently shook her white legs under her short skirt, blinked her eyes, and curled her lips. The maid nodded respectfully. Okay. Liang Jingfeng glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, and suddenly ordered again, with a blank expression, cut a big one for Bai Qingxia. The maid was stunned for a moment, and said again, okay. Why did the young master repeat it? In the gap between dividing the cake, Liang Jingfeng suddenly clapped his hands again, focusing everyone's eyes on himself. Everyone. It's almost noon, and I know everyone is a little hungry. Let's eat something first to fill our stomachs temporarily, and then everyone can play games together. Since it's a party, it should be lively. Lu Wanchun shoveled the cake and reminded with a strange expression, don't play any bad games, otherwise Xia Xia, and I won't participate. Liang Jingfeng waved his hand. Don't worry, it's just a normal game. Nanny Wu Ma was standing at the door of the villa observing Liang Jingfeng's classmates, and suddenly received a message. Mr. Liang, what are you doing? Why don't you tell them about the meeting between me and the CEO of the head office? I've heard them quarreling till now. Mr. Wu, it's your son who's been talking loudly. Others haven't started quarreling yet. Mr. Liang, then wait a little longer. When they start quarreling, don't forget to add the words. Negotiating a project worth several 100 million yuan. Later. Don't say it too exaggeratedly. Just add it casually. Mrs. Wu knows that by adding these words, the image of Fingfing's father is established among the classmates. It's very important. Wu Ma, got it. Mr. Liang, how is it? Are there any students who seem to have a strong family background? Wu Ma, there is a child star. The others are dressed normally, so it's hard to tell. But they all look good. They should all come from wealthy families. Mr. Liang, that's even more true. Fo Feng can't be outdone in his circle of friends. I get angry when I think about the band. Can you tell who's the lead singer? Wu Ma, I don't know. Maybe it's the handsome kid who's a little sleepy? Mr. Liang, too arrogant. He's sleepy even when he comes to my house for a party. Wu Ma, and sir, there's another parent here today. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Liang, huh? What? Does he look richer than me? Chapter 378. Mother Wu, it doesn't look like he is here. He just put on some clothes and came. Mr. Liang, oh Mother Wu, you are still too young. The more careless he is in a place like Shu1 No. 1, the deeper his background is. We must pay special attention to this parent and see what his purpose is. Mother Wu, I know. Just now, the parent secretly collapsed the barbecue grill. Was it to test our Mr. Liang? Mother Wu thought to herself. While Mr. Liang's secret survey was going on, the students on the other side had already started to enjoy the various delicacies on site. Lu Yuanqiu actually wanted to eat something freshly made and hot, but after looking around, he found that the table was full of ready-made food, and most of them were desserts, which made him lose his appetite, especially after he just accompanied Bai Qingxia to eat a piece of sweet cake. Bai Qingxia was standing alone in front of a row of sushi and looking at it. Lu Yuanqiu walked away from Finger and looked at her. Maybe it was because of her clothes. The girl's back looked more and more peaceful and outstanding from behind, especially her legs, which were white and tender and really made people unable to take their eyes away. I always feel that Bai Qingxia is much prettier now than when she was 17. Girls really grow up gradually. She is only 18 now. What will she look like when she grows up to 20 or 30? Lu Yuanqiu thought happily in his heart. Aware that someone was approaching, Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked over. When she found that it was Lu Yuanqiu, she swayed her legs gently, and then quickly pointed at the sushi on the table. "This is so cute," she said to Lu Yuanqiu as if she had discovered something new. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and raised his eyebrows. "Try it." Bai Qingxia put her hand down and looked at it, her arms swinging cutely at her sides. She didn't take it. She looked a little embarrassed. Lu Yuanqiu took one directly, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. "Yeah, it's delicious. When I finish eating all the ones on the table, there will be a poor little one who won't be able to eat. Who will it be?" He glanced at the side with a mean look. Bai Qingxia turned her head to look, and then reached out to take the one that Lu Yuanqiu had just taken. She held the sushi with both hands and put it to her mouth, taking a small bite and tasting it quietly. After tasting the food, Bai Qingxia looked at the sushi in her hand with a twinkling look in her eyes. "It turns out that it's not the cake that's delicious, but the delicious food. I haven't eaten much of it." She couldn't help but murmur this sentence in her heart. Lu Yuanqiu was a little puzzled. "I remember there were a lot of sushi at the last birthday party. Didn't you eat it?" Bai Qingxia shook her head. "I was too nervous that day, and I only ate a puff." Puff. She almost forgot what it was called, and she didn't dare to look at Lu Yuanqiu when she spoke, because her performance that day was indeed useless. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. Bai Qingxia looked at him and hummed in her heart. "By the way, squeeze some of this to eat. It's very delicious." Lu Yuanqiu took the mustard sauce and squeezed it on the sushi in Bai Qingxia's hand. He didn't dare to squeeze too much, just squeeze the size of a soybean. Bai Qingxia looked at the green sauce and nodded curiously. When she was about to open her mouth, Lu Yuanqiu added, "Eat it with big mouthfuls." "Okay." The girl trusted him very much and opened her mouth to bite it. A few seconds later, Bai Qingxia stamped her feet. Lu Wanchun rushed over. She had a bad feeling when she saw Lu Yuanqiu pick up the mustard sauce. It turned out that he was going to bully Bai Qingxia. Seeing her rushing over, Lu Yuanqiu threw away the mustard sauce and ran away. "Stop right there." Lu Wanchun chased after him with a bottle of wine. Xia trusts you so much, and you bully her." Lu Wanchun chased after him like a tigress. Lu Yuanqiu ran and looked back. "Wrong, wrong, really wrong. Go and apologize to Xia." Lu Wanchun yelled. Finally, she succeeded in subduing Lu Yuanqiu and pushed him in front of Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia's eyes were red, and she stood there very depressed. She didn't even want to look up at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wanchun threatened from behind with a bottle of wine. "Why are you standing there? Apologize." Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and quickly squatted down to hug Bai Qingxia's legs, put his face on her blue and white plaid skirt, and cried, "I'm sorry. Xia, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Bai Qingxia was very embarrassed. She bent down and clamped her legs under her skirt. Seeing this, Lu Wanchun became even more angry. He immediately stepped forward and pinched Lu Yuanqiu's ear and shouted, "You took the opportunity to touch your legs, didn't you? Wouldn't it be more pious for me to apologize like this?" Lu Yuanqiu looked back blankly. "Beast." Finger crushed the milk carton in his hand and cursed in a low voice. On the other side, Liang Jingfeng was also stunned. "Can you still play like this?" He looked at Long Liandong silently, and then glanced at the mustard sauce on the table, but after thinking for a moment, he still didn't do it. After all, Lu Yuanqiu would definitely not be disliked by Bai Qingxia, and Long Liandong would probably call the police directly for him, Liang Jingfeng. Wu Ma observed the scene, and felt that the time was almost right. She hurried to the center of the crowd and said to everyone with a smile, Children, Mr. Liang is in the study, and the boss of the head office is having a video conference. I heard that he is discussing a project worth several hundred million. I am an old woman, and I don't understand it very well. Anyway, it's very important. But I still hope that everyone can keep their voices down a little. After Mr. Liang finishes the meeting, he can come out to meet everyone." Hearing this, Lu Wanchun and Lu Yuanqiu calmed down a little. Lu Yuanqiu quickly put his hands together and said to Wu Ma, sorry. Wu Ma smiled and waved her hands and sent a message completed. How many hundreds of millions? Liang Ji's father is so powerful. Ruan Yueru was shocked, and Chao Shuang was also surprised. Most people in the courtyard were surprised, especially the uncle, whose eyes were wide open. They could live in such an environment, and they did not doubt the truth of Wu Ma's words. Mr. Liang in the study and Liang Jingfeng in the courtyard suddenly shook their upper bodies at the same time. Although I don't know how my dad became so powerful all of a sudden, it feels so good, Liang Jingfeng roared in his heart. He raised his hand and shouted, Everyone! We're almost done eating. Let's go into the villa and play some games. It's okay, keep your voice down, it won't affect my dad's meeting. A dozen people walked into the living room, which was quite large and had a soft blanket on the floor. After hearing the maid's reminder, everyone began to take off their shoes and stepped on the blanket barefoot. Lu Yuanqiu found that Bai Qingxia ignored him. When everyone sat on the floor in a circle, Bai Qingxia didn't even sit next to him, but sat between Lu Wangchun and Qi Chao Chao, opposite Lu Yuanqiu. Chapter 379. We should sit like this when we wear short skirts, xia. Lu Wangchun taught Bai Qingxia in a low voice. Although she was wearing shorts, she still sat sideways and demonstrated to Bai Qingxia with a smile. Bai Qingxia looked at Long Liandong and found that Long Liandong was also sitting sideways, and his manners were very elegant and noble. She retracted her gaze and learned to do the same. Lu Yuanqiu on the opposite side watched this scene with a smile. He sat between Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jincheng. Zhong Jincheng was still shaking the red wine glass in his hand with a melancholy look. Lu Yuanqiu discovered something. He seemed to have not taken a sip of the glass in his hand until now. Why don't you drink it? I'm allergic to alcohol. I wait until the alcohol evaporates before drinking it. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head away, wanting to laugh. This guy is quite humorous. Zhong Jincheng played melancholy, and as an old friend, he was really not used to it. What are you playing, Liang Xiao? Finger asked, while putting his hand that had just picked his foot to his nose and sniffed it, which made the Taoist priest look disgusted. Liang Jingfeng looked back at the two maids behind him. The two young and beautiful maids also took off their shoes, leaving only white silk on their feet. They stood outside the crowd. One of them smiled and said, First of all, let me make it clear that there are penalties in the game. You have to drink a glass of wine. If you can't drink, you can find someone to help you drink it. Lu Wangchun looked up. So the game won't be truth or dare? The maid smiled. Yes, after careful consideration, the most suitable game for everyone to play at this moment is truth or dare. Lu Wangchun covered his face with his hands. This game every time, forget it, come on, I'm ready. She shook her body, showing a heroic look. At this time, a small voice came from the side. What is truth or dare? It was Bai Qingxia who was asking. Lu Wangchun quickly put his mouth close to her ear to explain. Bai Qingxia blinked her eyes. After a moment, she nodded gently, indicating that she understood. Zhang Yan on the other side was also explaining to the uncle. At this time, a maid walked into the crowd with a turntable and placed it in the middle. There was a pointer on the turntable. The maid standing on the outside smiled and said, Each round will turn twice. The person who points to it for the first time will answer, and the person who points to it for the second time will ask questions. If you give up, you will be fined a glass of wine. After she finished speaking, she shook the wine bottle and glass in her hands. Her movements were very playful. The maid's words are quite cute. Zhong Jincheng's hand holding the wine glass was shaking, as if he couldn't hold it anymore, and he pulled his pants with his other hand. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. You are normal like this, don't pretend to be depressed. I beg you, you are not Zheng Yifeng. Silly asterisk Zheng Yifeng. Okay, I want to have fun today. Zhong Jincheng handed the wine glass to the maid behind him, and said in a low voice. Zheng Yifeng turned his head, and glanced at him silently. Long Liandong put down the book in her arms, and prepared herself. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu, then moved her eyes to the turntable without leaving any trace. In fact, she wanted to be the one who was responsible for the answer today. She had always been quite proactive, but after meeting Lu Yuanqiu, she suddenly found herself twisted. It was difficult to see Lu Yuanqiu on weekdays. If she could passively say what she wanted to say this time, it would not be bad. The game began. The maid standing in the middle of the crowd squatted down gracefully, and gently moved the pointer with her fingers. After the pointer stopped, it pointed at Ruan Yueru, and everyone collectively said, Oh. Chao Shuang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't sit still for a moment. The next wave pointed at me, pointed at me. He muttered in his heart. He had already thought of the question. But the next time the pointer pointed at the youngest person present. Chi Chow Chow hugged her legs and looked up. Bai Qingxia noticed her sitting posture at the moment, and hurriedly put her legs down, because the little girl was wearing a skirt. The maid said softly, "Please ask this female student to ask a question, truth or dare?" Chi Chow Chow lowered her head and said nothing. No matter how the maid asked, she just kept silent, which made Chao Shuang anxious. Wan Yue rarely kept her mouth shut, looking very honest. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand. Forget it, 2 minors, no need to punish, change to the next round. The maid smiled, okay. Liang Jingfeng glanced at Lu Yuanqiu and suddenly repeated his words. Forget it, 2 minors, no need to punish, change to the next round. Lu Yuanqiu, question mark. Why did he repeat Lu Yuanqiu's words again? Everyone present, including the maid, stared at Liang Jingfeng in a daze. The maid nodded blankly. Okay, master. Liang Jingfeng cleared his throat, his face calm, his back straight, as if trying to show his master's identity. The second round began. The pointer responsible for answering pointed to Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng glanced forward, still expressionless. The pointer responsible for asking questions pointed to Lu Wanchun. Bai Qingxia turned her head expectantly and looked at her side, and found that her best friend's eyes revealed a sense of excitement. Lu Wanchun, big adventure. The maid smiled and said, What is your big adventure topic? Lu Wanchun seemed to have thought of a topic long ago, and Zhang Yifeng accidentally became her first. Lucky guy. Lu Wanchun said excitedly, Take out your mobile phone, call the first contact in your mobile phone, press the hands-free button, and say the 4 words I miss you right away. Haha, this topic should not be too much, right? Finger shook his head in agreement. Not too much, not too much. Bai Qingxia opened her eyes wide, as if she suddenly discovered the charm of this game. It turns out that it can be played like this. Her thoughts suddenly became wild. Zhang Yifeng hesitated, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked, and suddenly he was stunned. Could the first contact in this guy's phone really be Su Miaomiao? But Zhang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, and did not refuse. He found the contact, dialed the number, pressed the hands-free key, and put the phone forward at the same time. Hello, the number you dialed is not in service. Everyone said in surprise. Ah? The first contact number is not in service? Lu Yuanqiu looked up and found that the note was Dad. 2 words. Zhang Yifeng calmly took back his phone, as if he had known this result long ago. Lu Wanchun muttered. Okay. 2 words, and regretfully withdrew her gaze. She turned her head, and found that Bai Qingxia's eyes were sparkling. Lu Wanchun smiled immediately. What's wrong? Bai Qingxia whispered in her ear. This game seems very interesting. Lu Wanchun pointed at Lu Yuanqiu. When you draw Lu Yuanqiu later, play with him hard. Bai Qingxia retracted her head, pouted her lips, and stopped talking. In the 3rd round, the maid continued to lean down and move the pointer. The person who was responsible for answering was Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes wide, pointed at the pointer and shouted, Ah, this is a conspiracy. A conspiracy. Bai Qingxia smiled and instantly became excited. No matter who asked, as long as Lu Yuanqiu was a participant, she would find it very interesting. The maid continued to turn the second time. Chapter 380. But the second time the pointer pointed to someone other than Bai Qingxia, it was the uncle. The uncle sat up straight in an instant. He was a little confused. After all, it was his first time playing this game. He thought about it and raised his hand and said, I don't know how to play it very well. Then, let's do the same question as the little girl surnamed Lu asked just now. After saying that, the uncle seemed to have unloaded a burden. He felt relieved in an instant and laughed. He always felt that he couldn't keep up with the thinking of these young kids when playing games with them, but he was afraid that he would not fit in. Lu Wanchun frowned. No, uncle, you think of one yourself, or you can change the sentence. What's the point of saying the same thing as mine? Change it to what? The uncle scratched his head. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the song he always sang out of tune with his wife. But one of his favorite songs was Love You for 10,000 Years by King Lu. Every time his wife heard him sing, she would frown and say, Don't be corny. We still have 2 children, but the uncle felt very happy to have someone to sing to that was very happy. Okay, Xiuqiu, your first sentence is, I love you for 10,000 years. Under the gaze of more than a dozen people at the scene, Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head to find the first contact in his phone, dialed the other party's number, pressed the hands-free button, and put it to his ear. Dong dong dong. Bai Qingxiao was in a daze, and the phone in the small white bag on her waist suddenly rang. Everyone looked at her in unison, and Bai Qingxiao also turned around in surprise, and took out her new phone from her waist. For some reason, her hands holding the phone were shaking a little. The girl looked up and stared at Lu Yuanqiu opposite her. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her, and shook his head happily. Bai Qingxiao's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head to press the answer button, but her white thumb was trembling, and she pressed it twice before it was accurate. After the call was connected, she put the phone to her ear. The scene was very quiet, and everyone looked at the two of them expectantly. If Wan Yueru hadn't pressed it, Chao Shuang would have jumped up. Lu Yuanqiu said to the phone and the girl opposite him in a gentle voice, "Love you for 10,000 years." Bai Qingxiao blinked her eyes, as if she was in a state of palpitation. She lowered her head so that no one could see how wide her eyes were, or how red her face was at that moment. Even though it was a game, this day, this moment, these 5 words. She would remember them for the rest of her life. Lu Wangchun was smiling like an ant, and suddenly reacted as if he had realized something. He hurriedly said, "Xia Xia, please speak. Otherwise, what's the point of having to press the speakerphone button in the question?" Bai Qingxiao raised her head, her face flushed. She was a little flustered, and her eyes were erratic. After hurriedly responding to Lu Wangchun twice, she said to the phone, "Oh, okay. Her voice came from Lu Yuanqiu's phone, with a bit of electronic sound fluctuation. Lu Wangchun burst out laughing on the spot. Everyone around him laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Qi Chaoqiao also secretly curled the corners of his mouth. Except for Long Liandong and Lu Yuanqiu's good brothers, everyone else laughed. Zhong Jincheng frowned. "Is it true that your first contact is Bai Qingxia? Don't fool us." Lu Yuanqiu shrugged in confusion. "Can I still fool you?" He hung up the phone and handed over the phone. Zhong Jincheng took it and looked at it. "Okay, it's true." Liang Jingfeng and Finkel also hurriedly took it to check, and suddenly felt regretful. Bai Qingxia turned around silently, and put the phone back into her small white bag. Lu Wangchun asked her without fear of trouble, "Is this game fun?" Bai Qingxia frowned. "Not fun." Lu Wangchun complained. "Fickle Xia, you just said it was interesting." Bai Qingxia turned her head away and ignored her. Lu Wangchun found that her best friend's earlobes were red. Long Liandong was sitting there absent-mindedly. When he looked up, he found that the next pointer was pointing at himself. The opportunity has come. The person asking the question only needs to ask her who she likes. She believes that other people will be curious about this question. These people always have this simple and low-level bad taste. Of course, she herself will not easily let go of this opportunity. She will answer truthfully. Answering party. The maid smiled and gestured to Long Liandong. Long Liandong nodded, but then his expression froze. Because the next person the pointer pointed to was Bai Qingxia. Asking party. The maid gestured to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia didn't look at the other person, but said softly, "Truthfully, what is your favorite vegetable?" Long Liandong was silent for a moment and sighed. She raised her hand and gestured to the maid, "Wine." "Ah?" Everyone looked at her blankly. Is this question difficult to answer? Zheng Yifeng didn't smile just now, but now he smiles. The uncle next to him looks at him, and Zheng Yifeng restrains his smile and becomes expressionless again. Liang Jingfeng stood up and said gentlemanly, "How about I drink it?" Long Liandong frowned. "No." She took the beer handed by the maid and drank it in one gulp, then returned the cup, and then picked up the book next to her and continued reading, as if she didn't want to participate in any of the next games. Bai Qingxia glanced at the title of the book. 100 Years of Solitude. "I haven't read it." The game continued. Zhong Jincheng wanted to be picked, but it was never his turn, and Liang Jingfeng was the same. But in order to have a sense of participation, Liang Jingfeng chose to drink the punishment wine for everyone, even Lu Yuanqiu's punishment wine. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from the other side of the stairs. "Ha ha, the kids are playing games. I'm just halfway through my meeting, but if I don't come down to see you, I probably won't have time, ha ha." Mr. Liang went downstairs with his head held high and smiled. Suddenly he saw Lu Yuanqiu, his smile froze, and the next moment he rolled down the stairs with his ankle sprained. Everyone was startled and quickly stood up. The maids, Liang Jingfeng, including Wu Ma, and several boys immediately ran over to help. Lu Yuanqiu stood up hesitantly because he felt that the man looked familiar. "It's okay, it's just a few steps." Mr. Liang was supported by everyone and walked towards this side. After he finished explaining, he quickly looked up, looked at Lu Yuanqiu in astonishment, and then looked at his son, His expression was very confused. Liang Jingfeng had drunk some wine at this moment, and his cheekbones were red, but he still looked at his father worriedly. "Dad, are you really okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Seeing the middle-aged man being supported getting closer and closer to him, Lu Yuanqiu gradually recognized him. HR Director. Uncle Liang? Lu Yuanqiu hesitated. Mr. Liang stared, and suddenly his legs went weak again, almost falling to the ground again. The boys who were supporting him exclaimed and helped him up again. He looked at Lu Yuanqiu and was about to speak, but Lu Yuanqiu frowned and shook his head. Mr. Liang had been observing people's expressions for many years, and he understood what he meant instantly. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu's cell phone rang, and he turned his surprised eyes away from Mr. Liang and answered the phone. "Hello, Uncle? What's wrong? I'm at a party." He walked outside while answering the phone. "Uncle, nothing, just telling you that Lu Zixuan's matter has been dealt with." Mr. Liang was about to sit down when he suddenly realized who the uncle Lu Yuanqiu was talking about was. He stood up again in shock, and the boys around him shouted, "Uncle, Uncle, are you really okay?" Chapter 381. It's okay, you guys play first. I go out and breathe some outdoor air after staying in the study for too long," Mr. Liang said to the boys around him, and walked out quickly. Finger looked at the other party's anxious back, and asked Liang Jingfeng curiously, "Does Lu Yuanqiu know your father?" Liang Jingfeng shook his head. I don't know him." Zheng Yifeng crossed his arms, and glanced at the two people talking like a bystander. When Zhong Jincheng spoke, he looked at Zhong Jincheng again. "You introduced your dad to us on the first day of school, have you forgotten?" Zhong Jincheng reminded, then recalled, "I seem to have mentioned this to Lu Yuanqiu." Liang Jingfeng's face was flushed, a little drunk. "I seem to have introduced my dad to you." Wait, so, among these boys present, only Lu Yuanqiu clearly remembered my dad's position? It seems that he was deeply impressed by this. He must have been secretly envious of me for a long time. Liang Jingfeng thought of this, and immediately shook his upper body excitedly. Maybe he was drunk, so he rolled his eyes the most this time. Keep playing, Lu Yuanqiu went out to make a phone call, so we won't take him with us." Liang Jingfeng waved excitedly. A group of people walked in. Zheng Yifeng couldn't help laughing, turned around and followed them. He knew this day would come. Bai Qingxiao was sitting on the blanket staring at the expensive decorations on Long Liandong's body in a daze, and when she heard Liang Jingfeng's words, she whispered to Lu Wangchuan's ear, "I need to go to the toilet." She didn't want to play without Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wangchun also stood up, raised his slender arms and shouted, Xia, and I don't want to play anymore. We need to go to the toilet. Where is the toilet?" The maid heard this and walked over gracefully, smiling and holding out her hand. "Please follow me, both of you." Seeing Bai Qingxiao leave, Qi Chaoqiao also hurriedly got up and trotted after them. Lu Wangchun turned around when he heard the voice. "You are going to the toilet too?" Qi Chaoqiao did not answer her, but silently walked around to Bai Qingxiao's side, then raised her little hand to grab the hem of Bai Qingxiao's skirt. After noticing this familiar move made by the little girl, Bai Qingxiao's eyes curved immediately. Long Liandong also stood up and walked to the sofa beside him and sat down, reading silently. Seeing that there were only a few important people left in the game area, Liang Jingfeng smacked his lips and said helplessly, "Then, let's wait for Lu Yuanqiu to come back." Outside the door, Uncle's voice came from the phone, but Lu Yuanqiu had already turned off the speaker. "Don't worry, the measures taken are very gentle. The principal of Juda is smart and provided me with his father's identity, which is easy to deal with." Lu Yuanqiu was curious. What about Lu Zixuan? The uncle smiled and said his father was assigned to work in the United States by the people above the Blue Flag Company, so he has to go to school in the United States. As for how his father forced him to go to school there, this is their own family affair and has nothing to do with us, ha, you are worthy of being the uncle. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, turned his head, and suddenly his body trembled. "Uncle Liang?" Lu Yuanqiu was frightened. Mr. Liang was also startled. He hurriedly shook his hands in front of him, looking very panicked, and then quickly stepped back several steps to the side, while raising his hands upwards, crouching, and signaled Lu Yuanqiu to continue calling and ignore him. "Uncle, who?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and smiled. "Uncle Liang, the HR director of the branch. What a coincidence, he is my classmate's father. By the way, uncle, since you still have a meeting, I won't call you." Plop! Before Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, Mr. Liang next to him suddenly knelt down with a plop. He opened his eyes wide, raised his head, and stared at Lu Yuanqiu, while shaking his hands together wildly, his face revealing an extremely sincere pleading. The four maids who were busy in the courtyard turned their heads in unison, including Wu Ma, who was waiting at the door. They seemed to have pressed the pause button, staring at this scene blankly, forgetting what they were doing. Mr. Liang didn't care about so much at this moment, as long as the children didn't see it. So the meeting was fake? Lu Yuanqiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became strange. He smiled and said to the phone, "It's okay, uncle, you go ahead, I'm having a party here." "Uncle, okay, do it well, understand?" I know. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuanqiu quickly bent down and helped Mr. Liang up. No. He glanced at his classmates inside the door. Aunt Wu was very tactful and blocked him with her body. She faced the door and pretended to be calm. Lu Yuanqiu quickly pulled Mr. Liang to the side and bent down to help him brush the dust off his knees. "Look at these suit pants. They look expensive. I probably won't be able to wear them in my lifetime." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and muttered, then slowly raised his head, looking at him with a scrutinizing look, and asked the main point, "Uncle Liang, you do this. What exactly does this mean?" He was stunned after he finished speaking, because Mr. Liang was already in tears. "Did you learn the skill of crying in Hingyan?" Mr. Liang kept waving his hands, as if he couldn't express his bitterness. He took out a delicate handkerchief from his jacket pocket and blew his nose, but he was still choked up and couldn't speak. Lu Yuanqiu comforted him. It's okay, talk slowly." Mr. Liang held it in for a long time before he uttered a sentence. "Poor parents in the world, all of this is for their children." Woo. 5 minutes later. Mr. Liang walked in first. Liang Jingfeng was drinking beer. When he saw his father coming in, he hurriedly greeted him cheerfully, but he found that his father's eyes were red. "Dad, your eyes," Mr. Liang said calmly. "The air outside is not very good. It's a bit windy and sandy today. I'd better go back to the study." Zheng Yifeng looked down at this time, and saw that the other party's knees were a bit dirty. Mr. Liang lowered his head, and walked towards the stairs. Just after he climbed the first step, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back and said, "By the way, the children can eat, drink and play as much as they want today. There is a barbecue grill outside. Grill something," he said, and continued to walk up the stairs. Everyone suddenly found that Mr. Liang was in a low mood, and he no longer had the heroic feeling when he went downstairs with his head held high and a smile. At the beginning, it was weird. Lu Yuanqiu came in with his mobile phone soon after, and he looked at everyone in confusion. "Why don't you play anymore?" Liang Jingfeng said unhappily. "Everyone is waiting for you." "Haha, do I have such a big face?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled and continued, Oh, Uncle Liang just told me that he will open it almost, so we can have fun without worry." Chapter 382. Great. Finger and others cheered, and suddenly heard Wei Zhiyu say with expectation, "Aren't there musical instruments outside? Sing." Zhang Yan also shouted, "Yes, your band members are all here today. Why don't you sing?" The three girls came back from the toilet, and found that everyone went to the courtyard. Bai Qingxia saw Lu Yuanqiu, who had already answered the phone in the crowd, and happily pulled Lu Wanchun out. She almost forgot about her little follower, and hurriedly turned back to pull Qi Chao. The little girl followed behind, and when she saw that her sister did not forget to hold her hand, her eyes under the messy hair also curved. A bang sounded on the drum set. Liang Jingfeng raised the wooden stick excitedly. On the second floor of the villa, Mr. Liang opened the curtains and secretly looked at the band on the lawn. After seeing that the lead singer was Lu Yuanqiu, he slapped his right face with a crisp slap. Bang! Liang Jingfeng on the lawn beat the drum again. Pa! Mr. Liang in the window slapped his face again. Yoho! Lu Yuanqiu smiled and raised his hand to sweep the strings. His 5 fingers flexibly swept 5-3-2-3-1-3-2-3, then put his mouth close to the microphone and said in a deliberately low and magnetic voice, "Are you ready?" Wei Zhiyu and Ajin jumped excitedly, and Lu Wanchun also rushed over and jumped. Long Liandong sat far away at the round table on the lawn. She crossed her legs and put a book on her lap, but her eyes were not looking at the book. Although Bai Qingxia didn't jump with Lu Wanchun, she also raised her head happily and put her hands on her chest. She liked to see Lu Yuanqiu shining in front of people. Lu Yuanqiu grabbed the microphone and turned back to say to his teammates, "The only song that has been confirmed, get ready." The teammates all gestured okay. Zhong Jincheng suddenly had an idea. If Luo Wei saw how handsome he was holding the bass at this moment, she might not come out that night, but she shouldn't have gone to the point of deleting him as a friend, right? Wait, why do I always think about this unlucky person? Zhong Jinqing frowned and roared in his heart. Lu Wanchun asked curiously on tiptoe, which song have you decided on? Lu Yuanqiu did not answer, but grabbed the standing microphone and sang a cappella. You are as comfortable as curling up in a quilt. But you are as elusive as the wind. He raised his right arm, counted down the seconds with his 5 fingers shaking, and continued to sing, like the perfume on the wrist. Like a pair of red high heels that you can't let go of. The countdown ended, and the music suddenly sounded. Several members of the band played their instruments at the same time in tacit cooperation. Drummer Liang Jingfeng, guitarist Finger, bassist Zhong Jinqing, keyboardist Zheng Yifeng, all of them moved. It was clear that they had rehearsed many times, and they performed very skillfully on the spot. If this was a stage, I'm afraid fireworks would have started to spew out around the lawn. Lead singer Lu Yuanqiu played the guitar, and put his mouth close to the microphone to sing. How can I describe you most appropriately? What can I compare you with to be special? Everyone in the audience cheered excitedly. I don't know when the book on Long Liandong's lap closed. But among the people in the audience, only Bai Qingxia could recall the youthful publicity of that night while listening to this song. She clearly remembered that there were fewer familiar people today than that day, but the warm atmosphere today was no less than that day. Maybe the person who cared about in my heart was there from beginning to end, so no matter how the environment changed, it was actually almost the same. The girl listened to the song and thought so in her heart. She smiled sweetly. Lu Yuanqiu sang so beautifully. Of course, whether a smile is sweet or not cannot be defined in general. The key lies in whether the person who is looking at this smile feels sweet or not. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia and felt sweet. So he smiled too. Can you let me stop this pursuit? Just treat it as the last and only pair of red high heels. It was getting close to evening. Everyone stood by the grill, and they noticed one thing, that is, the grill collapsed. Liang Jingfeng, He turned around and said, everyone wait a moment, let's see if it can be fixed. The maids were fixing it, but these stupid maids didn't seem to be professional. The uncle silently leaned aside, and whispered to Lu Yuanqiu next to him, how much is this thing? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head, I don't know, it was prepared by young Master Liang, it's probably not cheap, it looks like there are a lot of parts, it's troublesome to assemble. The uncle stood still again silently, and closed his mouth. Lu Wanchun rubbed his stomach and complained, if it can't be fixed, forget it. I want to eat something hot, xia. Why don't you cook it for me? I remember you cook delicious food. How could Lu Yuanqiu miss this opportunity? He also stepped forward and pulled Bai Qingxia's arm, saying coquettishly, I also want to eat something hot, xia. Please cook it for me. A scheming man. Lu Wanchun pulled the corner of his mouth, and Lu Yuanqiu shook his body openly, and made faces at her. Bai Qingxia looked at the fresh meat and seasonal vegetables on the table at this time, so she turned around and responded to Lu Yuanqiu and Lu Wanchun respectively, nodding to them once, and saying okay to each of them as if they were equally touched by rain and dew. More than an hour later, steaming hot meals were continuously brought out of the villa. The boys acted as waiters, walking out quickly muttering, hot, make way, non-stop. Not long after, Lu Yuanqiu shouted happily, and came out with a bowl of noodles with yellow soup. Big Head is here. The soup noodles xia made for me, he. I won't give it to you, no matter how much money you give me. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu had noodles to eat, Lu Wanchun was immediately dissatisfied, and hurriedly said to Bai Qingxia, who followed him out, I want to eat too. Bai Qingxia, wrapped in an apron, stood on the steps, holding a soup spoon. The ponytail behind her head fell down, and the hanging braid fell on one shoulder. She looked like a married woman. After hearing Lu Wanchun's request, she nodded quickly. When she was about to turn around with the soup spoon in both hands, she saw the hungry wolves sitting at the table raising their hands. We want to eat noodles too. The girl was stunned for a moment, stretched out her hand and counted, 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, she looked at Long Liandong who was sitting at the table. Long Liandong picked up the dishes she cooked, and put them into his mouth to taste them several times. He seemed surprised and thought they were delicious. This was quite different from the cold and elegant look she had maintained before. When she noticed Bai Qingxia's gaze, Long Liandong's hand froze. She put the chopsticks aside unnaturally, picked up a tissue, and wiped her mouth elegantly, keeping her gaze indifferent, pretending that nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingxia curled up the corners of her mouth, which was rare. Chapter 383. More than a dozen bowls of noodle soup were brought out of the villa, and everyone enjoyed it until dark. The moon was already dim at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu was persuaded by Finger, and the others to drink a lot of wine, and he was a little dizzy. Zhong Jincheng couldn't drink, but Zhang Yifeng could drink, but Zhang Yifeng remained sober, and ignored anyone who urged him to drink. Lu Wanchun also drank wine. She burped at Bai Qingxia in a daze, then leaned on Bai Qingxia's shoulder and said, "Xia Xia, since your noodles are so delicious, would you consider opening a noodle shop and becoming a noodle shop owner in the future?" "Yes, yes." Zhang Yan was licking the bowl, and he quickly agreed after hearing this. The Taoist priest looked at him with disdain. "It's all gone, and you're still licking it." The uncle sat aside and silently added, "Taoist priest, you just licked my bowl." Su Xiong suddenly blushed. "Ridiculous, ridiculous. You are wronging me, Amiba." Bai Qingxia was thinking, and the drunk Lu Yuanqiu suddenly put his hand on her leg. She quickly took Lu Yuanqiu's hand away, and then responded to Lu Wanchun, "Later. Later." However, Lu Wanchun's words reminded her of another thing. After the party, the black business car drove over again. Because the order of getting on the car was different from before, Taoist Master Finger and others had to take a taxi back to school. In the back seat of the business car, Bai Qingxia sat in the middle. Lu Wanchun and Lu Yuanqiu drank and fell asleep on both sides of her body. Qi Chaochao did not follow Wei Jiyu and others this time. She was also in the business car, but the seat she was supposed to sit in was taken away by Lu Wanchun, so she could only sit there alone, hugging her legs, looking at Lu Wanchun with a faint look. Ugh! Lu Wanchun suddenly sat up. The driver in front heard it and shouted, "Don't vomit in the car, there's a bag, behind the seat." Zhang Yifeng quickly took out a black plastic bag and handed it over. Bai Qingxia took it and asked Lu Wanchun to vomit in it. Lu Wanchun looked very uncomfortable. Bai Qingxia had never drunk alcohol, so she didn't know what it felt like to be drunk, but there was a time when her father often drank when she was a child, so Bai Qingxia could only imitate her at that time and raised her hand to constantly stroke Lu Wanchun's back. Lu Wanchun crawled to the side to vomit, and the seat next to Bai Qingxia was vacant. Seeing this, Qi Chaochao immediately put down her legs and moved to sit next to Bai Qingxia. The little girl seemed to have a better relationship with her, but so far the only communication between the two was that, "Thank you." Bai Qingxia just thought of this, and her body suddenly stiffened. "Mother Xia." Lu Yuanqiu, who was resting on her shoulder, suddenly opened his mouth and sucked her earlobe, sucking it again and again. "Mother Xia tastes like cherry." Lu Yuanqiu was still making unclear sounds. Bai Qingxia was extremely embarrassed. The heat in her ears, the 3 words from Lu Yuanqiu's mouth, and the actions Lu Yuanqiu was doing made her blush instantly. She quickly shrank her head to the side, and then raised her hand to hit Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder angrily. Lu Yuanqiu leaned back, opened his eyes hard, and looked forward with a drunken look. Who hit me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked like Lu Wanchun again, turned sideways and vomited. Zhang Yifeng had prepared a plastic bag long ago, opened it, and handed it to Lu Yuanqiu's mouth. Ugh! Lu Yuanqiu seemed to vomit out his stomach. Zhang Yifeng looked up at Bai Qingxia's expression, and wanted to laugh, but he held it back. He also helped Lu Yuanqiu explain to Bai Qingxia. He drank too much, and Liang Jingfeng and the senior kept urging him to drink. Bai Qingxia nodded silently, and suddenly felt distressed when she thought of her behavior of beating Lu Yuanqiu just now, so she hurried forward to help Lu Yuanqiu rub his back. After vomiting, Lu Yuanqiu held Zhang Yifeng's arm, raised his head in a daze, and said to Zhang Yifeng, good brother, good brother." Zhang Yifeng tied the plastic bag. Lu Yuanqiu leaned back, smacked his lips, and murmured like a dream, "Actually I was reborn from 2025. Bai Qingxia frowned, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and echoed with concern, "Don't talk, go to sleep quickly." Zhang Yifeng sat next to Lu Yuanqiu, holding a black plastic bag in his hand. He was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and turned his head to Lu Yuanqiu and asked, "What year did you say you were reborn from?" Bai Qingxia looked at Zhang Yifeng, then at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand, pointed at the ceiling aimlessly, and said, "Rebirth." He suddenly laughed. "Of course, I was reborn from Cybertron in 2025. I shouldered the heavy responsibility of finding the fire." Zhang Yifeng lost interest in asking questions, raised his head, and turned to look at the night outside the window. At this time, the girl's doubt came from behind. "Where is Cybertron?" Zhang Yifeng turned around and answered, "The home of Transformers." "Transformers? It seems like a movie." Bai Qingxia thought to herself. She scratched her head, changed another tissue, and continued to bend down to help Lu Yuanqiu wipe his mouth. After returning to school, Zhang Yifeng carried Lu Yuanqiu back to the dormitory. Lu Wanchun drank less and could barely walk, so Bai Qingxia supported her and sent her to the dormitory first. That night, Bai Qingxia tossed and turned all night, and she kept thinking about the possibility of one thing. Time came to noon the next day. Lu Yuanqiu had slept till now, and when he woke up, he found that he and Zhong Jincheng were the only two people left in the two dormitories 401 and 402. After washing up, Lu Yuanqiu wiped his face and stood at the door of 402 and asked Zhong Jincheng, "Go out for dinner?" Zhong Jincheng poked his head out of the bed. "Where to?" "The fireworks of the world." The two walked in unison on the Wutong Road on the campus. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help asking, "Did I do anything strange when I was drunk yesterday?" Zhong Jincheng answered nonchalantly, "Yes, you took off your pants in front of Bai Qingxia." "Really?" Lu Yuanqiu stopped abruptly. "I'm kidding, we're not in the same car." Zhong Jincheng pouted. "Scare me," Lu Yuanqiu said in his heart. He checked his phone in the morning and found that Little Swan hadn't sent him a message all morning. He really thought he had done something. Zhong Jincheng turned around. "So how do we promote our band performance plan? Have you thought of a way?" "Not yet." The two walked arrogantly to the Ringjian fireworks restaurant. Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia sitting next to the boss lady's shop, but Bai Qingxia glanced at him and turned to the other side without even saying hello. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuanqiu was a little confused. Bai Qingxia hesitated for a moment in her seat, thinking of the decision she had been struggling with all night last night, and finally stood up. She said to the bored boss lady, "Boss, I want to discuss something with you." Chapter 384. After spending these days together, Bai Qingxia learned that the boss's surname was Su, and she was actually a relatively easygoing aunt. Once, there were no customers for the whole afternoon, and in order to avoid making the atmosphere so awkward, Aunt Su took out a photo of her son from her mobile phone and showed it to Bai Qingxia. In the photo, her son looked like he was 4 or 5 years old, riding on a tricycle, with a cute smile and a small braid tied behind his head. But what we want to talk about today is something that Bai Qingxia never dared to think about or do before, so... "What's wrong, Xiao?" Aunt Su supported herself on the metal table with both hands and looked at her with a smile. Bai Qingxia raised her eyes, her hands hanging down below tugging at the corners of her short sleeves again and again. She was a little nervous, which made her look back at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu was eating, and looking at his face, Bai Qingxia suddenly felt a little ridiculous in her heart. Even when she decided to tell the boss about this, she had the courage to stand up after seeing Lu Yuanqiu appear in the store. No, she couldn't rely on Lu Yuanqiu for everything. Thinking of this, Bai Qingxia raised her beautiful face, looked at the boss lady seriously, made up her mind, and said, "I can make your store better from today." Aunt Su was stunned, she stretched out her voice, as if thinking, and then asked, "Are you going to promote it to your classmates?" Bai Qingxia shook her head and took a step forward. "No, I want to make your noodles more popular." She thought of the scene last night, when everyone raised their thumbs to praise her noodles, especially Long Liandong, even someone like her who didn't have a good relationship with her, and whose status was so noble. The person who came did not despise it at all, and also ate the bowl of noodles cleanly. Thinking of all these, Bai Qingxia suddenly felt confident again. In fact, according to her personality, she is a very insecure person. She is afraid that she will say empty words to anyone, so she will not make any promises before she is absolutely sure and confident. Aunt Su then reacted, "You can make noodles?" Bai Qingxia nodded quickly, "Yes, and the taste is not bad, it should be okay, I can make one for you to try first." Seeing that no one was interested in the shop at the moment, the boss lady agreed, but she was stunned again. Because Bai Qingxia was gesturing with her hands to indicate the ingredients that needed to be prepared. "I need you to prepare pork, green onions, rock sugar, ginger." The boss lady listened blankly, and Bai Qingxia actually said 15 kinds of ingredients in one breath. Of course she didn't remember them. She saw Bai Qingxia gestured with 3 hands, and then she realized that there were 15 kinds. Seeing the boss lady hesitating, Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and added weakly, "You can try it later. If it doesn't taste good, I don't want my salary today." "That's not the case. I go find another boss and borrow some of the things they need, and then you can try to make them?" And Su was about to come out when Bai Qingxia quickly pulled her back. The girl seemed to be hesitant to speak. "I suggest you don't borrow from them, because you may not get along with them harmoniously in the future." "Why?" "Because..." She raised her head to explain, but then lowered her head unconfidently. "It's possible that I'm overthinking." "Never mind, it's okay." She suddenly reacted, turned around and picked up the sticky note on the table, and wrote down the 15 ingredients one by one, because she just thought that she could remember them all at once. But the boss lady might not. The boss lady took the note handed over by Bai Qingxiu with both hands, looked up at the girl again, and didn't know what she was thinking. Maybe she was also ready to try her best. She took the car keys and went out. Today is October 2nd. Although only 2 days have passed this month, the store has not sold a single noodle. The boss lady even wants to find something else to do while watching the store. Seeing her leave, Bai Qingxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the stool. It's so hard. It's so hard to communicate with people. She looked silently at Lu Yuanqiu again. Lu Yuanqiu was eating with Zhong Jinqing, talking and laughing. But even if it's hard, you have to take the step. It's only a matter of time. Bai Qingxiu thought to herself. She had several motivations hidden in her heart. These motivations were her goals, and the source of her courage. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Lu Yuanqiu came over after finishing his meal. Where's the boss lady? Hearing this voice, Bai Qingxiu, who was in a daze, suddenly raised her head and smiled at him. Lu Yuanqiu, I just did something big. Her expression was as if she had been holding this sentence in her heart for a long time, and finally found an opportunity to say it to the person she wanted to say it to. What big thing? Lu Yuanqiu listened curiously, and pulled a stool next to him. Bai Qingxiu was about to say it, but suddenly kept it a secret, and tilted her head. I won't tell you yet. Wow, so mysterious. Lu Yuanqiu agreed with her in an exaggerated expression. Actually, it's not that big. Bai Qingxiu added hastily, her eyes evasive. She was suddenly afraid that she would fail. What if the boss lady didn't like it? What if other students didn't like it? What if even if the noodles were delicious, they still couldn't be sold for various reasons? Although Lu Yuanqiu wouldn't laugh at her, she would feel frustrated. If Lu Yuanqiu knew about this, her frustration would be even greater, so she decided not to talk about it for now. Didn't you finish eating? You should go back first. Bai Qingxiu raised her little hand and pushed his shoulder. Lu Yuanqiu twisted his body shamelessly. I won't go back. I want to see what big things you are doing. Bai Qingxiu bent down helplessly and hugged her calves with her arms. If I had known this earlier, I would have kept it to myself and said nothing more. On the other side, Zhong Jinqing picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. When he was about to ask Lu Yuanqiu if he was going back, his eyes suddenly fixed on a familiar figure. Lu Wei. You bastard, Lu Wei. Finally I caught you. Zhong Jinqing threw the tissue on the table and walked towards the door of a store in the restaurant with a fierce momentum. But for some reason, the closer he got to Lu Wei's back, the weaker his momentum became. But when he came behind Lu Wei, Zhong Jinqing still patted her shoulder with an angry face. Hey! Lu Wei turned around and took a step to the side in fear. She quickly took the food that the boss handed over and ran towards the door of the restaurant. Zhong Jinqing chased after her and stopped her first. It's broad daylight, and there are so many people around. What do you want to do? Lu Wei nervously covered her face with food and was forced into a corner by him. Zhong Jinqing suddenly swallowed the words that were about to come out. Because he thought it was normal for Lu Wei, as a girl, not to come out to see him that night. He had no reason to be angry. Normally, others would have to spend hundreds of dollars to get an appointment. Why did he say that it was free? Chapter 385. Zhong Jinqing put one hand on his waist and scratched his head with the other hand in frustration. After thinking for a long time, he pointed at Lu Wei's head and said to her viciously, I look down on you. I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Where is your previous momentum? Why is it gone? Talk. You can only talk nonsense. Zhong Jinqing tried to pull down the food she packed, but Lu Wei suddenly kicked him in the stomach and ran away in fear towards the restaurant entrance. Lu Yuanqiu had just been watching this scene. When he saw Zhong Jinqing being kicked to the ground, he ran over quickly. Hey, are you okay? Why didn't you hide? Lu Yuanqiu helped him up. Zhong Jinqing looked down at his stomach, patted it with his hand, and explained awkwardly, I didn't react. He sat down on the chair next to him, took a tissue to wipe his glasses that fell on the ground, and couldn't help muttering, You are so afraid of me, it seems like I will do something to her. I am not a crazy person. Even if I am not afraid of her, am I not afraid of the law? Lu Yuanqiu was confused. What are you talking about? What happened between you two? Nothing. Annoying, if you don't go back, I go back first. Zhong Jinqing wiped his glasses and put them on, then stood up and left. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and suddenly found Zhong Jinqing standing there again. His back was silent for a long time, as if he was struggling with something. This was the first time Lu Yuanqiu saw the word hesitation on this guy. After a while, Zhong Jinqing turned around, looking very embarrassed. Damn, this feeling is so uncomfortable. Lu Yuanqiu, how about you? Ask your sister to help me tell Lu Wei a message, saying sorry, I was abrupt and didn't consider her feelings as a girl. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. Huh? Zhong Jinqing saw his expression, and felt even more uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. He waved his hand impatiently. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Damn, I'm so annoyed. Zhong Jinqing had already walked out of the restaurant, and Lu Yuanqiu hadn't come back to his senses yet. I didn't consider her feelings as a girl. How could Zhong Jinqing say such a thing? But Lu Yuanqiu knew that Zhong Jinqing did many obscene things behind the girls' backs. He didn't have the courage to do these things in front of the girls, and he was embarrassed to let the girls know what he had done. So this guy didn't do something against the will of heaven in front of Lu Wei. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanqiu still lowered his head, and took out his mobile phone to send a message to his third sister. As soon as Zhong Jinqing left, the proprietress walked in with a lot of bags. Bai Qingxia came over immediately. The proprietress panted and handed over the things. Look, are they all ready? Do you want me to help you? No. Bai Qingxia waved her hands in front of her to refuse. Lu Yuanqiu heard the voice over there, put away his phone and walked over quickly. He wanted to see what Bai Qingxia was going to do. After tying the proprietress's apron, Bai Qingxia walked into the store and began to handle the ingredients carefully, with very skillful movements. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu standing next to her, the lady boss smiled politely and started chatting. Xiao Xia said she could make my shop better, and then I knew she could make noodles. You are too confident in saying also. Wait, Lu Yuanqiu looked at her in surprise and confirmed. Did she say that? The lady boss nodded, yes. Lu Yuanqiu finally knew what the big thing Bai Qingxia was talking about was. This was indeed a big thing for her. Auntie, how much is the monthly rent for your shop? Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously. The proprietress recalled. Including water and electricity, it's more than 3,000 yuan a month. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and didn't say anything else. He suddenly had an idea, but he didn't plan to say it for the time being. When Bai Qingxia took the initiative to do this big thing, Lu Yuanqiu knew that the next few decisions needed to be made by this girl herself, and she was fully capable of making decisions by herself. I'd just be a bystander for the time being. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and sent a message to Lu Wanchun. Lu Wanchun would be useful, and he also believed that Lu Wanchun would be happy to help. More than half an hour later, the boss lady sat at the table and tasted the steaming noodles. Seeing her raise her head in surprise, Bai Qingxia suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuanqiu also smiled as expected. Just as Bai Qingxia was about to speak, her cell phone suddenly rang with a beep-beep sound. Seeing that the boss lady was eating noodles seriously, Bai Qingxia took out her cell phone to check. It was a message from Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu, be bold in making requests, and show your courage to perform on stage. Bai Qingxia silently put down her cell phone, and looked up at Lu Yuanqiu, who gave her a very serious and encouraging look. Sure enough, I still couldn't completely let go, because this girl cared too much about other people's feelings, so Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but remind her. With hundreds of millions of dollars worth of capital, are you still afraid that you can't conquer a small boss lady? Bai Qingxia hesitated and said, Aunt Su. Aunt Su looked up with a smile on her face. Xiao Xia, you are really amazing. This noodle is really delicious, I believe you. With your noodles, my store will definitely be better. No, Aunt Su. Bai Qingxia said. She paused, then mustered up her courage and said, please transfer your store to me. If possible, I want you to be my employee next time. Lu Yuanqiu's mouth corners were not suppressed. Aunt Su raised her head in surprise, and was stunned for a moment and couldn't speak. Bai Qingxia didn't meet the boss's eyes. If she met her eyes, she might be embarrassed to say the following words, or she would stutter. Next, I will help you make money until I can earn back the last month's rent for you. From then on, I will take the majority of all the profits. I will also pay for the rent and food costs of the store in the future. Because I have to go to class, you will be in charge of the store most of the time, so your salary will not be low. Aunt Su listened blankly. But the girl obviously hadn't finished her words yet. She continued, if you don't accept, I will resign. Your approval gives me confidence. I will rent another store in the school and find an employee, or cooperate with other bosses. Since you think my noodles are delicious, you should believe that I can definitely make money and won't lose money. As Bai Qingxia expected, Aunt Su was reluctant. Even if the noodles were indeed delicious, the gap between their identities was too big. Aunt Su couldn't help but question, if you want to rent a store in the school and find a new employee, It will cost a lot of money. One is the rent, the other is the cost of ingredients. Can you afford it? Bai Qingxia suddenly nervously grabbed her shorts with both hands, but her hands were soon covered by a warm hand. She turned her head to look at Lu Yuanqiu. I saw Lu Yuanqiu smiling. His hands in front of him made a gesture of opening the door, and said to the boss lady with an exaggerated expression, "Don't worry, Auntie, I'm super rich. So her funds are not a problem. I can lend them to her first. If you don't want to, then we can rent a shop ourselves. I think it's more convenient for you to stay here, and it can save a lot of trouble. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, but for you, if you miss this village, you will never have this shop again. After all, you know the taste of noodles." Bai Qingxia lowered her head and smiled. It's great to have Lu Yuanqiu here. Chapter 386. What is that little girl doing in the kitchen? Bai Songjia came home from get off work and took off his helmet. He blew away the sawdust and dust on it and asked his son on the sofa. She suddenly had a whim and insisted that she wanted to eat the white noodles that you made for us many years ago. Bai Ruan paused, glanced in the direction of the kitchen, and changed his words. She said she remembered the taste of the noodles that you made for us many years ago. It was delicious. Bai Songjia smiled bitterly. So many years have passed, I have forgotten what the noodles taste like. How could she still remember? How old was she at that time? When Bai Ruan saw his father sitting on the chair, he quickly put down the exercises in his hand, and walked over to pour a glass of water for his father. The handsome boy pulled the chair over, curiously leaned on the table, and whispered, "Dad, you don't know how to make it anymore? Why? Isn't this the recipe you invented?" Bai Songjia bent down and patted the lime in his hair, then looked up and said to his son, "Actually, I didn't invent it. It was a homeless uncle who accidentally came up with the taste in a big pot of stew. It happened many years ago, when I escaped from the welfare home. Oh, I tell you when I have time." He drank a sip of the water his son poured, and suddenly laughed at himself. "After so many years, I even forgot the taste of noodles. How could I still make it? Back then, I was the only one in the company who mastered the mixing method. Now that I have forgotten it, this brand is completely gone." He looked a little lonely when he spoke, but only a little bit, because he was too lazy to dwell on these old things. He just wanted to support his 2 children, to go to college, and change their fate. Just then, a cheerful voice came from the kitchen. "The noodles are here." A little girl with 2 ponytails, about 8 or 9 years old, came out with a bowl of steaming noodles. Bai Ruan was afraid that his sister would get burned, so he quickly stood up and took it. As a result, he also widened his eyes, and kept muttering, "Hot, hot, hot." It was Bai Songjia who took it with a smile. He was not afraid of the heat, and his hands were calloused. "Oh, it's quite authentic." Bai Songjia looked at the noodles and the yellow soup, and couldn't help but praise. The little girl nodded quickly, "Yeah. And the taste is exactly the same." Bai Ruan held back her laughter. Bai Songjia also smiled dotingly. He picked up the chopsticks and tasted it, but his eyes suddenly changed. Bai Songjia slowly raised his eyes to look at his daughter, and then looked at his son as if he didn't believe it. He lowered his head again to taste the noodle soup. The noodle soup with a rich aroma poured into his throat, instantly igniting the long silent heart in his chest like gasoline. Bai Songjia pushed the noodle soup in front of his son, and then waved to his daughter, "Xia Xia, come here quickly." The little girl ran over happily. He grabbed his daughter's white and tender hands with his calloused hands, and asked with a complicated look, "The last time you ate? It was so many years ago, how come you still remember the taste?" The little girl pouted, "Because I have a good memory, my father and brother don't believe me, I'm not happy, and I break up for a minute." Bai Ruan put down the bowl after tasting the noodle soup, and raised his hand in confusion. Wait, Xia Xia, you mean, you can deduce the amount, method, timing and temperature of the seasonings based on the fact that you can remember the taste?" The little loli with twin ponytails shut her mouth tightly. She counted down in her mind for 1 minute before she spoke to her brother and retorted, "Is this difficult?" Bai Ruan shut up on the spot, as if he had been defeated. The father and son looked at each other, and Bai Ruan quickly threw the question to his father, "Dad, I'm asking you, is it difficult?" Bai Songjia smiled with emotion. "Is it difficult? What do you think?" Of course, it was difficult. Everyone knew what the noodles tasted like and found out the 15 kinds of seasonings, but no one in the rival company could figure out the recipe. I even suspect that the homeless uncle put a password lock on the recipe, and even I don't know where it was. Xia Xia is amazing, and my daughter is amazing. She can figure out the recipe based on the taste. My daughter is a genius. She is the key to the lock. The little girl didn't quite understand what her father was talking about, such as keys and locks, but she could tell that her father was praising her, and she happily jumped in his arms. Bai Songjia hurriedly smiled and pushed her away. No, 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 stay away from Daddy. Daddy is dirty, and hasn't changed his clothes yet. The little girl ran away happily. I go get some noodles for my brother. Seeing his sister leaving, Bai Ruan quickly came over and whispered to his father, Dad, so Xia Xia is the only hope to save the Baishi brand? Hearing his son's reminder, Bai Songjia was stunned. He had never thought of this possibility. Lu Wanchun opened the restaurant of Rinjian Yanhua and saw from a distance that some people gathered at the door of the Huaishui beef noodles shop. Several girls were lying on the table drawing something. Zheng Yifeng was also there. Bai Qingxiao was busy in the shop. Lu Yuanqiu was standing on the stepladder and was taking down the words Huaishui beef noodles. After Lu Yuanqiu got off the stepladder, he saw Lu Wanchun and was immediately dissatisfied. Why did you come just now? You don't care about your best friend. Believe it or not, I let Bai Qingxiao kick you out. Lu Wanchun stamped his feet. I've been sleeping until now, so I have to clean myself up before I come out. Lu Yuanqiu, you took 3 hours to clean up. Girls are like this. After Lu Wanchun finished his retort, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu briefly introduced the incident to her, and then said, it's too late to renovate the store, but we have to change the name of the store. Otherwise those students will think we are doing false advertising when they see the original sign of the boss lady. Lu Wanchun asked curiously, what name are you going to choose for the store? Xia Yuan Noodles. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he pointed his thumb at himself and said proudly, I chose it. Does it sound good? Not bad. Lu Wanchun pouted. Only then did she see clearly that the girls at the table were drawing the 4 words of the store name. They were very good at drawing, and the words they drew were 3-dimensional, just like a real sign. Lu Yuanqiu explained, these are seniors from the Department of Fine Arts, and this is my sister. As he spoke, he raised his hand and patted the skull of Lu Doqing beside him. Lu Doqing shrank her neck. Lu Wanchun couldn't help laughing. How come these seniors are willing to come and help? Lu Yuanqiu raised his chin. There are tools. Lu Wanchun looked in the direction he pointed, and his mouth twitched immediately. Zheng Yifeng stood there expressionlessly like a male model. Several seniors from the art department surrounded him, either holding his hand or pulling the corner of his clothes, twisting and turning, and asking questions with a whimpering smile. You are so handsome, Junior brother. Why don't you say anything? Junior, please add me your contact information. Junior, you are so cool. Zheng Yifeng said nothing, just looked at his watch. He only promised Lu Yuanqiu to stand here for 1 hour, and there were still 20 minutes left. Lu Wanchun finally reacted and asked Lu Yuanqiu, so why did you call me here? Do you need a female model here? Lu Yuanqiu snapped his fingers and smiled. Congratulations, you got the answer right. Chapter 387. After Lu Yuanqiu put up the 4-character signboard of Xia Yuan Noodles. On his ladder, Bai Qingxiao was still busy mixing the sauce in the store, because Lu Yuanqiu said that the store would be packed tonight, and the amount of sauce needed would probably be a lot. The proprietress lay on the side and watched, trying to learn, but she found that she couldn't understand it at all. The more she watched, the more confused she became. The process of mixing the sauce was far more complicated than she had imagined, just like doing a math problem. How could this little girl remember so many extremely detailed steps? Annie, go and cook the noodles. The sauce I made is not only for tonight, but also for the next few days, in case I don't have time for the class later. Bai Qingxiao looked up and hurriedly urged the other party, of course. She was also her current employee. And Sue was puzzled. How to store so much? Will it go bad? Bai Qingxiao shook her head and picked up a small sealed plastic bag with a side length of about 5 centimeters, which contained a small portion of brown sauce. She said to Aunt Sue, this is the amount for a bowl. Put the extra in the refrigerator and keep it. It won't go bad for a month. When you use it, just pour it directly into the noodle soup and cook it. Isn't this just like instant noodles? Aunt Sue was doubting her life and thinking to herself. She nodded quickly. Okay, I go cook noodles now. It was evening, time for dinner, and more students walked into the restaurant Human Fireworks. Everyone saw a very eye-catching scene as soon as they entered the door. At the door of the Xia Yuan Noodles shop, 2 community leaders were swaying signs with Xia Yuan Noodles in front of them. Lu Yuanqiu shouted exaggeratedly, don't miss it if you pass by. New store opened. New customer discount. A bowl of noodles is only 6 yuan for a limited time. Lu Wanchun also shouted with a smile. The beautiful store manager cooks it herself. She is beautiful. The noodles are even more delicious. If you miss this village, you will never see the store again. After the two shouted, They suddenly turned sideways at the same time and raised the sign towards the middle, as if something was about to be displayed in the empty middle. Lu Wanchun glanced at the side and reminded quietly, "Xia xia." Bai Qingxia quickly put down what she was doing and shyly ran over. She held a spatula in both hands, pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly, bowed to the onlookers, and raised one of her hands to shake it when she stood up. She was the one who needed to be displayed in the middle. The onlookers were stunned. The boss was really beautiful. But is the boss a student? And not only that, how come the people who advertised at the door of the store are so good-looking? Zheng Yifeng stood motionless and expressionless on the left side of the store door, as a mascot. He was wrapped in circles with Xia Yuan noodles written on him. A colorful cardboard with Xia Yuan noodles written on it was on his head. Lu Yuanqiu came to his side and whispered, "Hold on for a while, my sister is on the other side with you." Zheng Yifeng drooped his eyes. "Overtime, this is a different price." Lu Yuanqiu, I know. The mascot on the other side of the store entrance was indeed Lu Doqing, but Lu Doqing was very focused and her eyes were wide open because Lu Yuanqiu threatened her that if she moved, a ghost would crawl into her bed tonight. So Lu Doqing didn't dare to move. Sometimes it is good for my sister to be a little silly. This kind of promotion at the door of the store is very useful. After all, who would not want to spend 6 yuan to eat a bowl of noodles, and it is served by the beautiful boss or the beautiful clerk herself? As long as you taste the noodles, you will be hooked. The most important part of the entire store promotion is the quality of the noodles, which is also the most reliable part. Unconsciously, the business at the door of the store is rapidly verifying what Lu Yuanqiu said. Hot. The other bosses and customers in the restaurant unconsciously put down their work and greeted them. Xia Yuan noodles. It seemed that many bosses even left their own shops and stood at the door of this new store to look around curiously. They hadn't tasted the noodles yet, they just felt that the publicity of this new store was too strong. It turned out that students were more motivated to open a store. After all, their classmates would come to help promote it for free. A group of young, handsome, and beautiful faces must be better than these middle-aged uncles and aunts. As night fell, there were fewer students in the restaurant, and the store didn't have enough noodles in stock. They had to close for today. Aunt Su took the car keys and went out to buy things. Only then could Bai Qingxia have some free time to sit at the table with Lu Yuanqiu and others to rest. Lu Wanchun said excitedly, "I remember the longest queue just now was circling the store entrance, right? It seems that they were lined up in 2 rows. Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded. She did a simple calculation, then folded her hands in front of her chest and said in surprise, "Tonight, 45 servings of noodles were sold. That's a lot. 45 times 6, 270 yuan was sold." Lu Yuanqiu echoed, "Wait for these people to go back and promote it. There will be more tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow." Lu Wanchun nodded, Yes, if there is enough noodles today, more will definitely be sold. By the way, I will also promote it in the class group today." Lu Yuanqiu laughed and said, "I will directly promote it in the group of the clinical department." Lu Wanchun was dissatisfied and said, "Then I will also directly promote it in the group of the business administration department. There are hundreds of people in our group." Bai Qingxia smiled and lowered her head, shrugged happily. In fact, she was already very satisfied. For her, this night was like a dream. What her father taught her since she was a child was finally going to become a skill to save her. The girl raised her head and suddenly found that Lu Yuanqiu was looking at her and smiling. She couldn't help but asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just think our Xia is getting better and better, and has the potential to be independent." Lu Yuanqiu propped his chin with his hand and looked at her with a smile. Bai Qingxia became shy at this time, without the momentum she had during the day, and was embarrassed to look at him. Zheng Yifeng said, "I said that when Bai Qingxia is tied to ballet and appears on the stage, her popularity will increase in an extremely fast way. Now it's just that ballet has become noodles, and the venue has changed from stage to restaurant. As long as the conditions are met, the results are the same." Lu Yuanqiu clapped his hands and said sarcastically, "So awesome, so awesome. But we are talking about 2 completely different things, okay?" "What do you mean?" Zheng Yifeng didn't quite get his brainwaves. Lu Yuanqiu didn't respond. He supported his knees with his hands, stood up and said, "Let's go, we're going to the practice room to rehearse." Zheng Yifeng also stood up. "I hope the rehearsal is not in vain, otherwise I'd rather use this time to sleep." Lu Yuanqiu put his arm around his shoulders and said like a pua, "Don't force it. We have to practice in the morning and in the evening. Even if the plan for the welcome party is not successful, we will need to perform later. Zheng Yifeng only felt a mosquito buzzing in his ears, and he was too lazy to listen. The plan for the welcome party. Bai Qingxia sat in her seat, thinking. She knew the plan. Lu Yuanqiu had told her about it, and she also knew where the plan was currently stuck. Chapter 388. What's the plan for the welcome party? Lu Wanchun didn't know about this. Bai Qingxia thought about it, and suddenly had a way to help Lu Yuanqiu solve the problem. Although it still needs to be put into practice, it might work. She said to Lu Wanchun, it's like this. After explaining the band's plan and the difficulties they encountered in detail, Bai Qingxia asked, Chun Chun, can you help me think of an advertising slogan for their band performance? It should be attractive. I asked the boss lady to print it on the store's flyers tonight. Then can you also help me think of a promotional slogan for the store? I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Bai Qingxia scratched her head in embarrassment. Lu Wanchun tried to hold back his laughter. She knew that Bai Qingxia's not good at meant that Bai Qingxia was embarrassed to say self-praising words, like beautiful store manager cooks noodles online. But this kind of adjective is the most powerful means of publicity. Bai Qingxia watched the publicity scene at the door for most of the day, and knew in her mind how to promote it most effectively. But she really couldn't say this kind of publicity word, so it became easy and logical to let Lu Wanchun do it. Scheming Xia, Lu Wanchun deliberately said, you give it to me? Then I will write that the ugly female manager cooks noodles online. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and frowned unhappily. If you tease me on purpose, I will ignore you. You want to give it to me, so you tell me yourself. Do you want to add the words beautiful female manager to the flyer? Do you want to add it? Lu Wanchun asked without giving up. Bai Qingxia bit her lip and turned around embarrassedly. It's up to you. Why do people who are good at socializing like to tease people with social phobia like this? Is it really interesting? Seeing her best friend's embarrassed look, Lu Wanchun laughed. The next day at noon, the boys from the two dormitories 401 and 402 went to Rinjian Fireworks restaurant together. The uncle was not there, but he was still delivering meals during the holidays. As soon as they entered the store, everyone saw the busy scene at the entrance of Xia Yuan Noodles. The other bosses stood at the entrance of their own stores with lonely expressions. Some stores that were not doing well in the business did not even have a single customer for the whole morning. After this storm passes, it should be better. After all, that little girl is really pretty. Letting her be the boss is really a great publicity method. It's like the original boss lady has opened up the business since. Other bosses, who have not tasted white rhino noodles, still stubbornly think so. After all, in their eyes, the boss lady of Huaishui beef noodles has not left, so other bosses think that the so-called store transfer is just an alternative publicity method of the boss lady. There were only Aunt Sue and Bai Qingxia in the store. They cooked 4 servings of noodles each at the same time, and even the work of serving noodles was silently undertaken by the customers themselves. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu hurried to help, and Zheng Yifeng and others followed behind. It seems that we need to prepare a few more small iron pots. Lu Yuanqiu brought a bowl of noodles and reminded Bai Qingxia. Aunt Sue quickly agreed. I will prepare it. I will prepare it. At this time, Bai Qingxia saw the boys helping and hurriedly whispered to Aunt Sue, Aunt Sue, cook a free serving of noodles for each of them later. Aunt Sue wiped her sweat and nodded. Okay, okay. She now listens to Bai Qingxia, because she has already faced the reality. Without Bai Qingxia, she can't make these sauces. So far, she has sold 80 servings of noodles in the morning. 80 servings. With her previous efficiency, she couldn't sell so many in half a year. Lu Yuanqiu happened to hear their conversation and whispered in Bai Qingxia's ear with a smile. Wow, the boss lady is already in charge? Bai Qingxia was so embarrassed that she freed her hands and gently pushed him away from her. At this moment, wait, that flyer. Liang Jingfeng suddenly noticed a scene that others didn't notice, which was a pile of flyers on the counter of the store. Bai Qingxia and Aunt Sue would hand each other a flyer for every bowl of noodles they sold. Lu Yuanqiu was carrying 2 bowls of noodles and preparing to deliver them to the customers. When he heard the voice, he turned back and said, What's wrong with the flyer? It's a store flyer. No. There are other things on it, including our band, Liang Jingfeng said in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. He quickly delivered the 2 bowls of noodles, then quickly returned here and picked up a flyer to check it in front of him. The freshman band Yangguxian officially declares war on the welcome party auditorium. No stage. Create a stage. We also have our own welcome party. This is the headline, and below is the introduction of the band, and finally the time and address are given. On the evening of October 15th, at the playground of the Wafeng campus of Zhucheng University, join us in this unbridled youth. All the words are very eye-catching in terms of color and font. The lower half of the flyer, which can even be said to occupy only a quarter of it, is Xia Yuan Noodles Store Promotion. After reading the flyer, Lu Yuanqiu looked up at Bai Qingxia. Perhaps because he noticed her gaze, or because of the steam, Bai Qingxia's face was flushed as she lowered her head to cook noodles. Lu Yuanqiu knew that her heartbeat must be speeding up because her eyelashes were trembling. This was one of the details that Bai Qingxia showed when she was expecting, nervous and excited. What was she expecting? My thanks? Lu Yuanqiu leaned over the counter. Thank you my lovely little swan. I should. Bai Qingxia responded in a low voice, and then turned around to do something else, probably because she was embarrassed to meet Lu Yuanqiu's burning gaze. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head, and looked at the flyer again with a smile. Several boys sat around the table with their own noodles, and everyone in the band held a flyer in their hands to observe. Liang Jingfeng stared at it for a long time, and suddenly remembered something, looking at Lu Yuanqiu excitedly. So what you said at the beginning, another hot, highly spread, and trusted thing with an advertisement for our band, is Bai Qingxia's Xia Yuan Noodles? Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but sigh. In fact, I didn't think of using her store for promotion. After all, she just opened last night. Zheng Yifeng looked towards the store, and found Bai Qingxia looking at this side with a smile. After noticing Zheng Yifeng's sight, Bai Qingxia quickly put away her smile, and turned around to busy herself elsewhere. She seems very happy. Zheng Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. She is like this. She feels happy when she can help us. Finkel laughed and couldn't help suggesting, but this flyer is a bit simple. Why don't we take a group photo of the band and put it up? It feels a bit dry without a photo. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. I guess she just came up with this idea last night and didn't have time to make it detailed. Let's hurry up and improve it today. We can't miss the popularity of her store in the first few days. Zhong Jincheng looked up suddenly after eating a mouthful of noodles and questioned, what if the noodles are too popular and the principal also eats them and sees this flyer? The Taoist priest cooperated and slapped the air. Unbridled youth? I let you be unbridled. Chapter 389. The Taoist priest imitated very vividly. Seeing him slap the air, several people around the table hesitated, especially the three members of the band, Finger, Liang Jingfeng, and Zhong Jincheng. The existence of this welcome party plan does have an unignorable contradiction. After all, if you want to have an audience for the performance, you must publicize it on a large scale in advance, but large-scale publicity will inevitably be known to the school leaders. The result of the school leaders knowing it is imaginable. In order to prevent them from causing adverse effects on the school, they will definitely kill Lu Yuanqiu's plan in the cradle. Lu Yuanqiu frowned in a pretentious manner, stroking his chin and thinking, it is true. But there is no other way. Let's just hope for the time being. If the school leaders don't find out, or if they find out but acquiesce, we will proceed normally. If they are forbidden to do so by the interview, then we will give up this plan. The people at the table nodded. This is the only way for now. If you want a high return, you must face high risks first. Alas, our band's popularity score is only 53 so far, which is too miserable. If this plan can go smoothly, the popularity score should be over 1,000, right? Finkel looked at his phone, then raised his head to look at his teammates. For him, in the first 2 years, he never thought that getting a university diploma would be such a tedious thing, so he started to give up after failing the first final exam of the first year. Later, let alone innovation credits, he was too lazy to take any exams after that seriously. But this time, the start was a little different, very different. He seemed to have raised expectations and passion for that illusory future that he had never had before, which was something that even Finkel himself found unexpected. Lu Yuanqiu also opened the mobile phone for him. He looked at the popularity of the Bandilua, which was as high as 29,000, and felt confused. Can you pay more attention to your own band? At least post something every day. Look at who contributed to the popularity of 53? Lu Yuanqiu said unhappily. Everyone opened Yang Guxian Bar and found that all the posts in it were posted by someone at a fixed time every day. Xia Tian de Feng, Bubble Gula 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 and Lu Yuanqiu would reply at the bottom of each post. Poke. This word. Zhong Jincheng curled his lips. Don't make excuses. She doesn't care about the band. She cares about you. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. Lu Yuanqiu glared. How dare you? You dare to talk back to this captain. Liang Jingfeng said helplessly. Don't you think that no matter how much we try, it will be a drop in the bucket? Lu Yuanqiu looked at the name of the second place, Jingwei Band, and said to them earnestly, the Jingwei bird also knows that it can't fill the sea, But she still does that thing day after day. What is this called? This is called perseverance and courage to fight. Okay, I know I was wrong, Captain Liu. Zhong Jincheng clasped his hands together and quickly posted a message in the forum. Lu Yuanqiu looked down. Playboy. Check in on the first day of quitting masturbation. Lu Yuanqiu stood up speechlessly, raised his hand, and said, Forget it, senior, remember to find time to deal with the flyer issue. Bai Qingxia hurried over at this time and whispered, When printing flyers, our store only needs to occupy a quarter of the area of the flyers. She seemed to have been eavesdropping on the conversation, and after saying this, she turned around and trotted back. Thingle nodded stupidly. Lu Yuanqiu left the Ringjian fireworks restaurant and said to Zhang Yifeng beside him, Zhong Jincheng's words reminded me that the principal is not a problem, but other school leaders are a hidden danger. Zhang Yifeng, so? Lu Yuanqiu looked at him. So we have to take the initiative to let the principal see this flyer, give him a shot of prevention, and let him remember to restrain his subordinates in the next few days. That's really not what a student would say. Zhang Yifeng shook his head and sighed. Lu Yuanqiu handed him the flyer and said with a smile, I leave this to you, monitor. Remember to ask Teacher Su to deliver this to the principal. Zhang Yifeng took the flyer and wanted to say something, but then shut up. In fact, Su Miaomio hadn't contacted him since the last Mid-Autumn Festival. It was originally agreed that there was a form task to be sent to him in the next few days. As a result, when Zhang Yifeng turned on the computer, he found that Su Miaomio had actually done it herself without saying a word and sent the form to the department group without contacting him. Oh, interesting. Zhang Yifeng said in his heart, but he was talking about military tactics, not women. Zhang Yifeng, teacher, where are you now? After sending the message, Zhang Yifeng walked towards the teaching building. 5 minutes later, Su Miaomio still ignored him. Zhang Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu has something to give to the principal. Su Miaomio, the counselor's office. Zhang Yifeng put down his phone and walked towards the counselor's office. When he arrived at the door of the office, he knocked 3 times. Su Miaomio, come in. In the office, a pretty female teacher sat in front of the computer with an expressionless face. She looked up at Zhang Yifeng and asked in a faint voice, What is it? Zhang Yifeng put the flyer on the table, and Su Miaomio took it. The two did not make any eye contact. Does Lu Yuanqiu have anything for me to say? Su Miaomio asked. Zhang Yifeng looked at her. Teacher, don't you need to take notes? Although they were both interrogative sentences, the voices of both people were so mechanical that they seemed to carry no emotion. Su Miaomio's face froze for a moment. She took a deep breath without leaving any trace, took the notebook and pen, and prepared to record. Zhang Yifeng said lightly, Dear Principal, we want to earn popularity for the band in our own way. This method may be a little unconventional, but my teammates and I have made sufficient preparations and look forward to it. I believe that night will be extraordinary and wonderful. I hope that our small and ordinary expectations can be realized smoothly on that day with your wishes. Your rebellious student, Lu Yuanqiu. Su Miaomio quickly memorized this paragraph, and her expression changed. She glanced at the flyer at hand for a few more times, and then she suddenly understood everything. Why didn't you discuss it with me? The woman raised her head, puzzled. Zhang Yifeng responded calmly, You should probably ask Lu Yuanqiu about this. He is the team leader. Teacher, we still have to rehearse. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. He was about to leave when Su Miaomio's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Yifeng, don't tell me about the team leader or not. I care about the 4 of you. The more important the matter is, the more you have to discuss it with me in advance, understand? Zhang Yifeng turned around. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Mainly, Teacher Su should have contacted me these days, but she never did. She even emphasized to me many times that she secretly did the forms that she was going to give me these days. I wonder if I have made you unhappy in some way. Or if I have done something wrong, so I have been hesitating, struggling, and reflecting, and this matter has been delayed until now. Su Miaomio, Chapter 390. She sat in her seat and looked up at Zhang Yifeng, her expression stiff. Is that really the case? Zhang Yifeng was puzzled, and then he said apologetically, I'm sorry, Teacher Su. This is my first time as a class monitor, and there are indeed many things I don't understand. I will try my best to keep up with your pace later. Su Miaomio turned her head away stiffly, feeling very uncomfortable, and always felt that Zhang Yifeng was punching her with a fist made of cotton. What's the matter with this sudden sense of distance from me? His girlfriend's request. Su Miaomio held her forehead, a little confused. Zhang Yifeng, teacher? Su Miaomio looked at him with a complicated expression. It's okay, I'm not angry with you. You are doing a good job as a class monitor. You'd better discuss your affairs with me in advance in the future. Zhang Yifeng nodded. That's great. Thank you for your understanding. I will try my best to take on the position of class monitor in the future. Before Su Miaomia could answer, he turned around and left the office, closing the door gently. Su Miaomia opened her mouth halfway, looked at the closed door, and could only close it again. She raised her hands and scratched her hair. Oh my, I'm so annoyed. Su Miaomia put her hands down, staring at herself on the computer screen in front of her with messy hair. Her eyes were extremely depressed. In the office with only one person, she took off her teacher's coat and looked like an ordinary girl who was trapped in the difficulties of youth. Zhang Yifeng left the teaching building, raised his mouth, and muttered in his heart. If you can do it, show that you can't do it. If you use it, show that you don't use it. If it's near, show that it's far away. And if it's far away, show that it's near. Interesting. The next morning, Lu Yuanqiu came to the Ringjian fireworks restaurant with a pile of printed flyers. It was not yet noon, and at this moment, there were not many students in front of the Xia Yuan noodle store, but the flow of people was still much greater than that of other stores. Lu Yuanqiu put the pile of flyers on the table. He looked into the store and found that Aunt Su had added 2 pots for cooking noodles. There were few people now, and only Aunt Su was busy in the store. Bai Qingxiu was lying on the counter and writing something. Lu Yuanqiu took a closer look and found that she was keeping accounts. How much money did you make? Lu Yuanqiu lay beside him curiously. Bai Qingxiu smiled, looked around, and whispered, From the day before yesterday to now, the net profit of the store is about close to 1,000 yuan. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Aunt Su, who was busy, and lowered his voice to Bai Qingxiu. How did you two divide the money? Bai Qingxiu was very alert to this topic. When she heard Lu Yuanqiu ask this, she left the store and waved to Lu Yuanqiu quietly, indicating that Lu Yuanqiu should sit in the corner with her. After the two sat down, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't stop laughing. Seeing this girl's calculating look, Lu Yuanqiu could imagine that she would hide in the wedding room and secretly count the money for the wedding gifts on the wedding day. But when she can get married, I guess she won't be short of money. Bai Qingxiu's words pulled Lu Yuanqiu back to his thoughts. I always feel that I need to go to class later, and I won't be in the store much, so I don't work hard. So I want to give Aunt Su more money, but I also feel that without my sauce, there won't be so many people eating noodles, so I should take more. Lu Yuanqiu touched her head. Did you forget? You are the boss now, and she is your employee. Bai Qingxiu lowered her head, looking depressed. I know. Maybe I still don't have the potential to be a boss. I always feel that I will treat Aunt Su unfairly. So I gave her a salary of 200 yuan a day. Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. If she was just a noodle cook, this salary would be a little high. You don't have the potential to be a boss, but you don't have the potential to be a profiteer. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he took a flyer and gestured to her. I printed the words delivery to the dormitory on this flyer. If the store opens a takeaway service, the daily sales should increase a lot. Bai Qingxiu took a look and found that the flyer in Lu Yuanqiu's hand still divided the band and the store into half of the area, and this time the store's advertisement was on the top and the band was on the bottom. Why don't you do what I say? Bai Qingxiu said angrily. Lu Yuanqiu looked like he should be like this. I originally advertised with the help of your store, and I didn't do anything from the beginning to the end when you bought this store. Why do you want to take advantage of you so much? Bai Qingxiu was still unhappy, with drooping eyebrows. Okay, I received your kindness. Anyway, I look so handsome on the flyer, everyone can see it at a glance. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. Bai Qingxiu's head sank down, and she supported her chin with both hands. Her white and tender face was squeezed fleshy by her palms. She stared at the empty table depressed for a moment, and suddenly muttered to herself, Aunt Su's salary is 200 a day, but she is definitely too busy to handle it alone. We have to hire another person. This person's salary can be slightly lower, 100, and the cost of rent, water, electricity, and food is 250 a day. If we recruit students to deliver food, we definitely can't give them a fixed salary. After all, we sell too many portions, so we have to do the same as some stores in the restaurant, and charge 50 cents per delivery. According to the current situation, if the situation is good, we can sell about 200 portions of noodles a day, and a bowl of noodles costs 6 yuan. When Lu Yuanqiu was about to do mental arithmetic, Bai Qingxiu had already done the math. She said, so my net income for a day can be at most 550 yuan. Bai Qingxiu straightened her upper body in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu clapped his hands gently. Great, great. 550 yuan a day, more than 15,000 yuan a month. So much money. I've never seen so much money. Bai Qingxia held her hands in front of her in disbelief. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Wait a few days, you can find someone to decorate the store. At least the sign can't be made of paper. And in a few days, the price of noodles will be slightly raised. Bai Qingxia suddenly shook her head. Don't raise it. It's only 6 yuan a bowl. It's already very expensive. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. You are the boss, you have the final say. Bai Qingxia happily shook her knees under the table. She had not worn her pretty skirt because she had been busy in the store these days. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu saw the uncle walk into the store. The uncle looked around, and Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. After the uncle sat down, he stood up straight and looked at Bai Qingxia opposite with great admiration. Although Bai Qingxia did not communicate much with the uncle, she still smiled at him at this moment, because she felt that the uncle looked very simple, just like some elders living in Ho Hot Lane. Lu Yuanqiu said to Bai Qingxia, Uncle will be the delivery student of Xia Yuan noodles from today on. He quit his original job. Bai Qingxia nodded quickly after hearing this. Of course. At this time, the uncle suddenly raised his hand. Well, I have an idea. Isn't Xiao Xia's store planning to hire someone? Can I help cook noodles and deliver food? Chapter 391. Bai Qingxia hesitated when she heard this, and Lu Yuanqiu acted as her mouthpiece. Uncle, can you handle this? You have to go to class. The uncle put his hand down again embarrassedly. Actually, I just want to be a noodle cook. I can ask for a little less salary, and if you want to deliver food, I can also help deliver it. I will pay you as much as you deliver. Please, I really need this job. Bai Qingxia weakly raised a finger. I can give you 100 yuan a day. Thank you very much. The uncle raised his hand, and suddenly stood up and bowed to her. The noise was so loud that other students in the restaurant looked over here. Bai Qingxia quickly turned around and avoided their gazes awkwardly. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. Boss! Aunt Su's voice came from the store. Bai Qingxia quickly stood up and walked over. After walking a few steps, she turned back to look at the uncle. After the uncle realized what was happening, he quickly followed behind her. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that Aunt Su was holding the phone with a strange expression on her face. What's wrong, Aunt Su? Bai Qingxia asked. Aunt Su said with a strange expression. Someone ordered food, but the address is the principal's office. Bai Qingxia was stunned. Lu Yuanqiu came over. What's wrong? Bai Qingxia turned around quickly, looking at Lu Yuanqiu helplessly, her hands clenched in front of her. Someone ordered food in the principal's office. The person in the principal's office is the principal. The uncle murmured. He suddenly thought of what the boys talked about yesterday, and immediately looked at Lu Yuanqiu worriedly. Is it that? Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand, and used his eyes to signal the uncle to be patient. Cook the noodles, Aunt Su. Lu Yuanqiu ordered. Aunt Su looked at Lu Yuanqiu, and then at Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia used her eyes to tell her to do it, and Aunt Su went to cook the noodles silently. Lu Yuanqiu did not notice their eye contact. He continued to say to the uncle, when the noodles are cooked, please help deliver this portion of noodles. This order will be charged. No, no. The uncle waved his hand quickly, and said with a smile, this order is free. I haven't met the principal yet, so I just take it as a way to see the world. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, it's up to you then. After he finished speaking, he saw Bai Qingxia looking thoughtful, and hurriedly explained, the principal probably heard that your noodles are delicious, so he ordered one. Lu Yuanqiu thought that it must be teacher Miao Miao, who successfully handed over the flyer. This was the principal's response, which was really interesting, like sending Morse code. He and the principal have not exchanged contact information until now. Since the principal did not take the initiative to ask, Lu Yuanqiu did not take the initiative to ask for it. Will the principal know about you? Bai Qingxia asked cautiously. Lu Yuanqiu glanced around and whispered to the girl, what if he knew? You know how I stayed in the clinical profession, so I think the principal's order should be a reply to me, meaning that I can do it with confidence. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu say this, Bai Qingxia relaxed a little, then raised her eyes, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, pouting her lips, twisting her body slightly, and said, you just told my employees. Then can I also give some instructions to the boss lady? Lu Yuanqiu imitated her pouting, and turned his body to respond. But unlike the girl, he had a big smile on his face. Bai Qingxia's earlobes blushed, and she turned around quickly. She picked up the rag and wiped the table in front of her. Lu Yuanqiu was too thick-skinned. She originally just wanted to say that Lu Yuanqiu could also be the boss of this store, and give her employees any instructions. She didn't know whether Lu Yuanqiu misunderstood her meaning, or just wanted to tease her. Here's the flyer. I go back and take a nap. We have rehearsals this afternoon. Bai Qingxia ignored him, and Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and poked her waist. Ah! Bai Qingxia snorted, her slender waist shrank in the opposite direction, and then turned around. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu's running back, and angrily threw the rag in her hand on the table. At this time, Bai Qingxia turned her head suddenly, and she realized that the uncle had been standing next to her. The uncle blinked his eyes, and he was stunned. Bai Qingxia's face was stiff, and she twisted her neck back. So embarrassing. I hate Lu Yuanqiu so much. As soon as Lu Yuanqiu went out, he ran into a beautiful woman with long golden hair. He was slightly stunned, and felt that she had some impression of him. The blonde beauty also turned her head to look at him, but just glanced casually like a passerby, and then opened the door of the restaurant and walked in. She walked to the door of Xia Yuan Noodles, and said to Aunt Sue, who was cooking noodles, "Hello, I want a portion of your latest noodles, eat here." Aunt Sue, okay, wait a moment. Bai Qingxia turned her head, and Ling, who was taking out money, also looked at her. Their eyes met, and there was surprise in their eyes. "Hello, senior sister Ling." Bai Qingxia hurriedly lowered her head. Ling was confused. "Hello." She then looked at the sign above her head, and then looked at Bai Qingxia, and then she had some guesses, and asked in surprise, "Are you the female student who opened the store?" Bai Qingxia clenched her hands in front of her, and nodded gently. She always felt that senior sister Ling was very dazzling, so she didn't dare to look at her directly. Ling said calmly, "I heard from my roommate, so I came to try it." Bai Qingxia nodded quickly, "Thank you." After the uncle left with the principal's noodles, Aunt Sue's bowl of noodles for Ling was about to come out of the pot. While waiting, Bai Qingxia wanted to stay away from this senior sister, but she felt that it was not polite. However, she felt uncomfortable standing next to her, and her hands holding the rag to wipe the table became stiff. Ling seemed to be looking for something to say. "Is this the noodles you created yourself?" Bai Qingxia hesitated for a moment, but was ready to tell the truth. "My father taught me." Although she didn't want to mention her father, she was not used to lying to such a brilliant senior. Ling said him lightly, then took the cooked noodles, and found a table to sit down. Bai Qingxia finally breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly walked into the store, and squatted down, pretending to organize the ingredients. After tasting the noodles, Ling turned her head to look at the door of the store, with a surprised look, but found that the mysterious schoolgirl was gone. She blinked in confusion, and continued to eat noodles as if giving up. Lu Yuanqiu returned to the dormitory, and was about to go to bed, when someone suddenly appeared behind him, and tugged at his clothes. It was Zhong Jincheng. "What's wrong?" Zhong Jincheng adjusted his glasses, and said expressionlessly, "Isn't today Wednesday? Psychological counselor, please help me solve my psychological problems." Lu Yuanqiu looked at him like he was mentally retarded. "It's vacation. Wait until next Wednesday." Zhong Jincheng ignored him, and seemed very persistent. Lu Yuanqiu sighed, and could only take out a notebook from the bookshelf and open it. The title on the first page of the notebook was 1. September 21st, 2011, Lu Doqing, Dormitory Haunted Incident. Lu Yuanqiu turned to the second page and wrote 2. October 4th, 2011, Zhong Jincheng. Chapter 392. Lu Yuanqiu put down his pen after writing. "Okay, go ahead." Zhong Jincheng looked over, looking a little wary. "What are you writing?" Lu Yuanqiu showed him the content of the page. "Teacher Miaomia said that every time someone comes to talk to me, I will simply make a record, with the date and name. Don't worry, I won't write your privacy." Zhong Jincheng nodded. He glanced at Finger, who was playing games in the dormitory, and Su Xiang, who was meditating on the bed, and said to Lu Yuanqiu, "Let's talk in the corridor." Lu Yuanqiu looked at him strangely. What was so mysterious? The two came to the window at the end of the corridor. Zhong Jincheng sighed, and was about to tell his thoughts, when Lu Yuanqiu interrupted. "Wait!" Zhong Jincheng looked at him suspiciously, but Lu Yuanqiu suddenly smiled like a human machine, looking forward with a formal expression, spreading his hands, and said, "You can turn the joys and sorrows of life into words, and share them with me. I am willing to be a collector of your emotions." After saying this, he signaled, "Okay, go ahead." "No, you. What are you doing?" Zhong Jincheng was stunned, and then he looked around in fear. "Are there any pinhole cameras around? Why are you suddenly advertising? Are you filming the world of Zhongmen?" Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the wall expressionlessly, and explained to him, "This is what teacher Miaomia taught me. She told me to say this to everyone who came to talk to me. She said that since these people trust me, and are willing to tell me their own thoughts, I must live up to their trust. I think what she said makes sense." Zhong Jincheng's expression was dull for a moment, and he also leaned against the wall like him. "Miaomia teacher is really as gentle and lovely as before." He continued, It's not a serious matter, just a casual chat. Your third sister should have relayed my words to Lu Wei. Lu Yuanqiu took out his mobile phone and showed it to him. Zhong Jinqing turned his head. Third sister, the task assigned by my brother has been completed. Zhong Jinqing nodded, and then talked about the business. Yesterday at noon, I met Lu Wei again. This time, she saw me and didn't run away, but took the initiative to come to me and apologize. She also said she was bullied by an elder relative when she was a child, and she has since fallen into depravity. In her opinion, this kind of depravity is probably the self-protection mechanism of her brain, which makes her not feel so painful every time she thinks of her past experiences, but she has always done her own things and has never had contact with boys. Lu Yuanqiu listened quietly and couldn't help but said, "This is her private matter, can you tell me?" Zhong Jinqing frowned and nodded. "I know that I shouldn't tell another person, but I have been holding this matter in my heart for a day, and I don't have the heart to do anything. If no one can listen to me, I feel like I'm going to explode." Lu Yuanqiu asked tentatively, "Are you blaming yourself?" "I think so." Zhong Jinqing lowered his head and scratched his hair in annoyance. No wonder they have started to quit masturbation and check in. Lu Yuanqiu thought of the post he posted in the forum. Lu Yuanqiu asked, "After she told you all this, what did you say?" Zhong Jinqing seemed to be paralyzed in an instant, and became depressed, as if Lu Yuanqiu's question hit the most annoying part of him. "I stood there like a fool, saying nothing, not even a word of comfort, until she finished her story and left. I was still standing there stupidly. Oh, I give up, damn." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "So you still blame yourself, feel a little sorry for her, and want to make some compensation?" Zhong Jinqing looked at him. "Or can you ease the relationship a little? I feel that she will not pay attention to me in the future. Since she said so, I will never be mean to her again in the future." Lu Yuanqiu thought for a moment and murmured, "So your problem is that you want to be a normal friend with her again, treat her a little better in the future, and make appropriate compensation." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhong Jinqing nodded frantically. Lu Yuanqiu suggested, "How about you invite her to watch your performance on the day of the welcome party? It's a little more formal to invite her." Zhong Jinqing was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly laughed. "Yes, this invitation is quite normal, she shouldn't be disgusted. Hee, I try to add her QQ again to see if I can add her." After he said that, he ran happily to his dormitory. Looking at his back as he left, Lu Yuanqiu smiled by the window, then lowered his head and wrote on the second page of the notebook, "2 October 4th, 2011, Zhong Jinqing, the self-blame of the gun god." The wind from the window turned the notebook over to the third page, and Lu Yuanqiu wrote down the serial number 3 on the third page in advance. The next day was also the 5th day of the National Day holiday. Xia Yuan Noodles has successfully recruited 2 new delivery students, one of whom is Asian. Because the dormitory where the students who ordered meals are located is divided into male and female dormitories, and it is not easy for boys to enter the female dormitory, so they simply recruited a girl to share the workload of delivering meals. As for the other delivery boy, he was a Taoist priest introduced by the uncle. This surprised Lu Yuanqiu, because the Taoist priest didn't seem to be short of money. However, since Lu Yuanqiu and Finger were both members of the band in dormitory 401, they usually spent more time together, so the uncle naturally spent more time with the Taoist priest. So the relationship between the two of them in the dormitory was much closer. It was estimated that the Taoist priest came to work part-time, mostly to accompany the uncle. At noon, Lu Yuanqiu came to the Ringjian fireworks restaurant. The Taoist priest and Ajin were walking towards him with a bunch of orders. After Lu Yuanqiu greeted them, he walked towards Bai Qingxia at the counter. "What's the matter? Why do you have to meet and talk about it?" Lu Yuanqiu asked. He casually took the bill from Bai Qingxia's hand and took a look. He found that the handwriting on it was dense and difficult to understand. It was estimated that Bai Qingxia had her own way of keeping accounts. "I'm going back home." Bai Qingxia looked at him. "Why?" Lu Yuanqiu put the bill down. Bai Qingxia lowered her head, tugged at the pen cap in her hand, and murmured, "Aunt Zhang called last night and said that my father suddenly cried and called my name while eating. I have never been separated from my father for so long." Lu Yuanqiu, "Okay, let's go back together. I find someone to take us back." Bai Qingxia raised her head and shook her head. "Don't bother others. It's not urgent anyway." She suddenly smiled and tiptoed. "Will you accompany me to take a train? I haven't taken a train yet, I'm curious." Lu Yuanqiu had a strange expression. "Green train? You have to think about it. It's not very comfortable to take a ride on this thing. But I want to take a ride once." Bai Qingxia raised her watery eyes and looked at him expectantly, and with a hint of request. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't stand this kind of gaze, and immediately nodded in confusion. Okay, whatever you say. But Lu Yuanqiu could already imagine her screaming in pain from her buttocks. If I remember correctly, the train from Zhucheng to Luqing seemed to take 8 hours. Chapter 393. After checking the train schedule online, Lu Yuanqiu prepared to take her to catch the train at around 11 p.m. However, looking at the nearly 7 or 8 hours of driving, he still felt a little reluctant and asked Bai Qingxia if she wanted to change to a high-speed train or a sleeper. As a result, the girl looked at the price and shook her head like a rattle. She insisted on choosing a hard seat and refused to believe Lu Yuanqiu's words that it would be very uncomfortable to sit on her buttocks. As a result, when they were preparing to take a taxi to the station at night, Lu Yuanqiu found out. Rich woman Xia. She planned to pay for both of them alone. No wonder she kept mumbling something while looking at the ticket prices online. It turned out that she was silently calculating the total amount of the two people's fare. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether to say she was generous or stingy. Sitting in the taxi, he asked the girl next to him, "What are you going to do when you make a lot of money in the future? Don't talk about necessary consumption, I'm asking about entertainment." Bai Qingxia supported the cushion with both hands, tilted her head to think, and the two long white legs under the skirt were raised forward. Lu Yuanqiu realized that her feet were a little pigeon-toed. When she came out, she deliberately changed into another new skirt, the purple-red pleated short skirt. "I want to see the giant pandas," she said with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu, "What else?" Bai Qingxia, "Buy new clothes and eat delicious food." "That doesn't count. That counts as daily consumption." Bai Qingxia thought for a long time, and suddenly shook her head at Lu Yuanqiu. "I can't think of it for the time being." Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "Do you want to travel abroad?" "Where to go?" Bai Qingxia blinked, and suddenly shook her head quickly. "I dare not." Lu Yuanqiu didn't say anything. There were many promises that he didn't dare to make. It sounded like he was setting a flag. Passing by the prosperous area of Zhucheng, Bai Qingxia looked at the neon-lit buildings on the street and sighed softly. "It's still so lively so late." She raised her arm and poked the window with her finger, as if she was touching the people on the street from a distance. They should have no worries. Lu Yuanqiu, "Why?" "Because they look rich?" Bai Qingxia was silent. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "Being rich doesn't mean you don't have worries." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the taxi driver snort, and the driver's half-ironic smile was reflected in the rearview mirror. This guy laughed several times. After getting off the train near the train station, Bai Qingxia saw Lu Yuanqiu standing there looking at his phone without moving, so she walked up with her bag on her back. "What are you doing?" "Complaining about the driver just now." Lu Yuanqiu laughed and put down his phone. The two walked towards the entrance. When they were about to enter the station, Bai Qingxia suddenly whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, "That person seems to be a reporter at the New Year's Eve party." Lu Yuanqiu looked in the direction she pointed and was stunned. It was really Senior Qin Luo. "Senior?" Lu Yuanqiu called out. Bai Qingxia stopped right where she was, her expression stiff. She just whispered a reminder, and didn't let Lu Yuanqiu say hello. But when she saw Lu Yuanqiu coming, she hurriedly trotted to catch up, holding Lu Yuanqiu's school bag from behind. Qin Luo was pushing his suitcase to get a taxi on the side of the road, and stopped when he saw Lu Yuanqiu. He was also very surprised. "Junior Lu? And the junior who was in the newspaper?" He tilted his body to look at Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia nodded stiffly, then silently moved behind Lu Yuanqiu, pretending to look at the surrounding scenery while waiting for them to finish their conversation. Although she is not as socially anxious as before, she still can't communicate normally with people she has rarely spoken to. "It's so late, are you going back to Luqing?" Qin Lu asked. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "Yes, senior. Why did you come to Zhucheng?" "I gave in to life. Although I don't get along well with my colleagues here, at least the salary is high. But I guess my original newspaper doesn't want me anymore, alas." Qin Lu lowered his head and sighed. Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly. "It seems that we will have a chance to meet again later." "Maybe, but Zhucheng is quite big. If I don't go to your school, I may not be able to see you." Qin Lu responded with a helpless smile. After the two said goodbye, Lu Yuanqiu shared with Bai Qingxia the funny things that happened between him and senior sister Chu Lan a month ago. Bai Qingxia and senior sister Chu Lan knew each other, and what Lu Yuanqiu said made her laugh. "You have a good relationship with them," the girl echoed, and the two walked into the train station while talking. There was still half an hour left before the departure. Lu Yuanqiu responded, "I think so too." I really didn't expect senior sister Chu Lan to work in the branch company. As for senior brother Qin Luo, I always felt that it was the last time I met him, but I still met him later. Maybe there is a special magnetic field between senior brother Qin Luo and us. Bai Qingxia responded perfunctorily, because her attention had been attracted by the scene in the train station. She grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's school bag and followed closely, fearing that she would get lost inside. The scene in the train station was different from what she imagined. It was very large and empty. Bai Qingxia thought she could see the railroad tracks as soon as she entered the door, but she still had to walk a long way. When she arrived at the waiting room, the girl looked at the group of people lying on the ground, including men, women, young and old. She was a little curious and was about to ask Lu Yuanqiu, but she thought about it and gave up, so as not to be heard by these people. Because she felt that the eyes of these people were a bit like those of the people at the entrance of Lu Yuanqiu's hometown village, who would stare at people and make people uncomfortable. When getting on the train, an accident happened, and Lu Yuanqiu's head hit Bai Qingxia's butt. The atmosphere froze. The girl turned back, Lu Yuanqiu looked up, and the two looked at each other awkwardly. At this time, the attendant next to the latter shouted fiercely, "Hurry up!" So fierce, the two people's expressions changed immediately, and they immediately sped up to get on the train. "I didn't mean it," Lu Yuanqiu explained beside her. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and responded, "It's okay." Neither of them looked at each other. The ladder to the door was very high and hollow. If you pay attention to your feet, it is indeed difficult to pay attention to the scenery above your head. Bai Qingxia is a reasonable person. However, the thick smell of smoke in front of her made her frown quickly. Looking at the expression on Bai Qingxia's face, Lu Yuanqiu held back a smile. But the smell in the air was obviously just the first hurdle of the green train. After entering the carriage, Bai Qingxia was stunned again. Lu Yuanqiu looked forward and was also surprised. She had thought that the second obstacle would appear, but the scene in front of her was still a bit fierce. She saw feet sticking out from the narrow aisle of the train, and even heads sticking out from under the seats into the aisle. It was hard to imagine how she had to twist her body to pass through these obstacles without contact and find her position smoothly. Lu Yuanqiu whispered in her ear, "I help you clear the way." He squeezed to the front and deliberately hit the heads and calves of these people with his legs, while shouting, excuse me, make way." Bai Qingxia didn't know if Lu Yuanqiu was right to do this. She wanted to apologize to these people behind her, but she couldn't speak because of her social phobia. But she had to say that this was very effective. The heads and feet that were blocking the aisle all shrank back, and the scene was a bit funny, while she was unimpeded in the back. After the two found a seat and sat down, looking at Bai Qingxia's slightly dull face, Lu Yuanqiu finally couldn't help laughing. Chapter 394. Is it different from what you imagined? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Bai Qingxia nodded vigorously. She hugged her pink school bag and whispered, "I thought everyone would sit quietly in their seats. If they lie down like this, won't they take up other people's seats?" Lu Yuanqiu patiently explained, "You are talking about the high-speed rail. Trains are not like this, especially now so late. These uncles and aunts don't care about these things." Bai Qingxia frowned for a long time, still puzzled. But what if someone accidentally steps on their faces? It must be painful. Puff! Lu Yuanqiu laughed like a pig. Bai Qingxia frowned, not knowing what he was laughing at, as she was clearly asking a serious question. Hearing the laughter, the auntie who was sleeping on the 3-row seat opposite them smacked her lips unhappily and opened her eyes to look over. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia quickly raised her little hand to cover Lu Yuanqiu's mouth. The auntie turned over, from lying on her side to lying on her back. Bai Qingxia saw her head hanging above the aisle, her mouth slightly open, and the snoring sound connected quickly. The girl couldn't help but look up at the roof of the car, wondering if a spider would fall down and land right in the old lady's mouth. "I'm sorry, I just suddenly thought your question was too cute." Lu Yuanqiu restrained his smile. Bai Qingxia looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was so cute about that sentence. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know, but he just felt that Bai Qingxia looked very innocent and cute when she asked such a question with a surprised expression. Fortunately, there were only 2 of them in the 3 seats in their row, which was a place where Lu Yuanqiu felt more comfortable. "Do you want to sit inside? Can we change?" Bai Qingxia asked carefully and quietly. Lu Yuanqiu, "Of course, if you want to sit by the window, sit inside." "Then I sit inside," she said with a smile. In fact, none of the things she encountered so far affected the novelty of her first train ride. Bai Qingxia was still a little excited. She bent over and moved inward from Lu Yuanqiu's side, while Lu Yuanqiu moved outward from a seat. As a result, Bai Qingxia suddenly lost her balance and fell back onto Lu Yuanqiu's body. An inexplicably familiar scene, but this time it was a little different. Lu Yuanqiu leaned his upper body back and silently looked down at the position where Bai Qingxia sat. The fragrance from the girl's back gave him a strange feeling. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to speak, Bai Qingxia quickly stood up with the help of the small table in front of her, and turned back with red ears and said, "I'm sorry." Lu Yuanqiu quickly said, "It's okay." After she sat down inside, she quickly pointed at Lu Yuanqiu's feet and clarified herself, "I was tripped by your feet just now." Lu Yuanqiu looked innocent. "Ah, are you blaming me?" Bai Qingxia was stunned and quickly shook her head. "No, I mean I just sat on you by accident." Lu Yuanqiu shrank his neck. "I didn't say you did it on purpose. It's normal that you can't stand firmly in such a narrow space." "Oh." Bai Qingxia held her school bag and looked forward to respond to Lu Yuanqiu with one word. She turned her head to look out the window, but the dark night outside caused a slightly red face to be reflected on the window, which looked very clear. Lu Yuanqiu looked down at his watch. It would take more than 7 hours to get to Luqing tomorrow morning after 6 o'clock. This night was going to be difficult, but thinking that Bai Qingxia would sleep on him, Lu Yuanqiu's mouth curled up, and he felt that this hard seat was not bad. 1 hour later, Lu Yuanqiu's head rested on the shoulder next to him. Bai Qingxia's body stagnated slightly. The snoring sounded close to her ears. She swallowed her saliva and turned her head to look out the window. It was pitch black outside. She couldn't see anything except the helpless face reflected on the glass. Bai Qingxia moved her eyes back. She secretly looked at the tip of Lu Yuanqiu's nose with her peripheral vision and tried to hold her shoulder on that side. She didn't dare to move too much to wake him up. After a while, Bai Qingxia tried to close her eyes, but still couldn't fall asleep. The only sounds in her ears were Lu Yuanqiu's snoring and the rumbling sound from the train. The sky outside the window gradually brightened, and Lu Yuanqiu's head almost slid down the back of the seat to one side. He woke up, turned his head, and didn't see Bai Qingxia's figure next to him. The next moment, he realized that something seemed to be pressing on his legs. Lu Yuanqiu looked down and found that the girl's upper body was lying on his legs, sleeping soundly. He looked to the side and found that Bai Qingxia's black lace leggings were exposed from under her skirt, and most of her snow-white thighs were exposed to the air. There were red marks on the side of her legs from the seat. Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised his hand and gently pulled down her skirt. Bai Qingxia seemed to feel something and sat up suddenly. Lu Yuanqiu's arm was caught on the seat by her back before he could retract it. Bai Qingxia sat there with her eyes half open and half closed, and seemed not to be fully awake. She raised her hand to pull off the hair stuck on her face, then turned around, and saw that the foreign object behind her turned out to be Lu Yuanqiu's arm. Bai Qingxia woke up and quickly moved her upper body forward. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his arm, and she looked at Lu Yuanqiu strangely. It was hard to explain. Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to explain and chose to ignore her gaze. The train arrived at the station. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia squeezed towards the door with their bags on their backs. "How was your first experience of riding a train?" Lu Yuanqiu asked behind Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia was too weak to pay attention to him. Lu Yuanqiu laughed behind her. The two of them got out of the station and took a taxi. They went to the entrance of Ho Hot Lane first. Lu Yuanqiu was not in a hurry to go back and followed her into the lane. Bai Qingxia turned around. "Do you want to catch up on some sleep here?" Lu Yuanqiu found that there were still red marks on her fair face, probably pressed by the wrinkles of his pants, which made him want to laugh. Bai Qingxia looked at him with a puzzled look, and Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly said, "Oh, is it convenient? Of course, my father should go to the supermarket later. You can lie on his bed and sleep for a while." Lu Yuanqiu nodded in boredom. The two came to the gate of the yard, and Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia suddenly stopped and looked at the balcony. Lu Yuanqiu also looked over there, and then he found that it was Uncle Bai who just came out of the room, carrying a cute little cloth bag on his back. He closed the door and muttered in a childish voice, "Lock the door well." Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia and found that the smile on Bai Qingxia's face was extremely bright. "Dad, I'm back!" Bai Qingxia shouted upwards, with a voice she didn't usually have. Bai Song's action of locking the door froze, and he slowly turned around, his eyes looking down, but his expression was stiff. Lu Yuanqiu noticed something was wrong, and the expression on Bai Song's face suddenly lost its usual immaturity at this moment. "Xia xia?" Sure enough, Bai Song's mouth was surprised to make a mature male voice, with a sense of vicissitudes in the tone. "Dad?" Bai Qingxia's face changed, and she hurriedly held the stairs to prepare to go up, but there was a plop from the balcony, and Bai Songjia fell to the ground after saying those two words. Bai Qingxiu was so scared that she shouted "Dad," and hurriedly increased the speed of going upstairs. Chapter 395. Luqing First People's Hospital. Don't tell me, Xiuya, I haven't seen my daughter for a month, and I suddenly saw her today. This is a positive stimulation, a disguised reunion of relatives. According to what you said, if the separation time is longer, wouldn't it be more stimulating to meet? Will it get better suddenly? Ha ha, although the logic is like this, nothing is absolute, and I dare not guarantee you. In the ward, two doctors in white coats were talking face to face. One of them was Su Xiuya, and the other was a smiling male doctor, Director Wu of the psychiatry department. Director Wu put his hands in his pockets, and seemed to have a good relationship with Su Xiuya. It's rare to see each other, let's have lunch together. Su Xiuya was about to speak when a violent cough suddenly came from the bedside. Cough cough cough. Lu Tian covered his mouth and glanced to the side. Su Xiuya twitched her mouth, then turned her head and joked with Director Wu. Next time you invite me, can you consider the occasion? My husband is still here. Lu Tian turned his head uncomfortably. Can you agree to have dinner together when your husband is not here? Ha ha ha. Director Wu laughed heartily. He walked over and patted Lu Tian on the shoulder. Xiaoya and I were college classmates, Brother Lu, have you forgotten? I was also there when you got married. Is it great to have gone to college? Lu Tian curled his lips, and noticed that Lu Yuanqiu was looking at him. Lu Tian glared and took out his anger on his son. What are you looking at? Lu Yuanqiu looked away silently. Old Biden, you are still jealous at your age. But to be honest, my mother was still pretty in 2011, and her face hadn't even started to have wrinkles. The director of pediatrics in her early 40s is not only pretty, but also very capable. It's normal for my father to be a little more vigilant. As for Director Wu, from what he said about positive stimulation, Lu Yuanqiu judged that he was the expert that my parents took Uncle Bai to see secretly last time. Sisterly, do you want to go back and catch up on some sleep? Lu Yuanqiu asked Sisterly, who was standing beside the bed. The sound of Bai Songjia fainting on the balcony this morning startled Sisterly. She opened the door, and saw Lu Yuanqiu and his partner coming back from school, so she followed them to the hospital. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's words, Bai Qingxiu, who was wiping her father's arms and cheeks with a towel, turned around and looked at Sisterly. Sisterly smiled, and shook her head, gently patting Bai Qingxiu's arm. No, I sit for a while. I haven't seen Xiaoxia for a month, and I miss her a little. Why do I feel that Xiaoxia has become more beautiful after only not seeing her for a month? Su Xiuya also smiled and looked at Bai Qingxiu. There was no need to guess. The short skirt on this girl must have been bought by Lu Yuanqiu. Otherwise, with this girl's personality, she would not take the initiative to buy a short skirt to wear. Bai Qingxiu felt a little embarrassed, and could only turn around and continue to wipe her father's cheek. There were still traces of tears on her face. When she saw her father fall on the balcony today, she was scared and thought something would happen to him. As a result, her father came to the hospital, and woke up after lying there for an hour or two, but he was still as crazy as before. Don't worry, little girl. This is a good sign. It means your father has a good chance of recovery. Based on his performance today, I think he will recover much sooner than I thought. Director Wu smiled and expressed his professional judgment. Bai Qingxiu quickly put down the towel and bowed to him. Thank you, doctor. But she felt a little strange. She had felt strange since just now. Why did she feel that this doctor had treated her father before? But why didn't she know about this? After briefly explaining some things to Lu Yuanqiu, Su Xiuya returned to her post, and Lu Tian also went to the supermarket. The remaining people in the ward were all familiar people, and Sisterly was a little more relaxed. She quickly took Bai Qingxiu's hand and asked, How is Xu Cheng? What happened? Tell me. It seemed that nothing happened in this month, but it seemed that a lot happened. Seeing Sisterly, who was like a relative to her, Bai Qingxiu's nose was sour. But she only wanted to say good things to Sisterly. Bai Qingxiu smiled and said, I took over a shop in the school cafeteria and can already make money on my own. Really? Sisterly looked surprised. Bai Qingxiu nodded vigorously. Yeah. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and peeled a banana for Bai Songjia, then went out to get a pot of hot water. Bai Songjia will be discharged this afternoon. Except for the time when he fainted due to emotional excitement, there is basically nothing else. As for today, I will go home to have dinner and see my sister in the evening. Tomorrow is the last day of the National Day holiday, and Lu Tian will drive them back to school in the morning. When Lu Yuanqiu returned to the ward after getting the hot water, Sisterly was telling Bai Qingxiu about her recent affairs. Don't you know Nini, that pretty sister? Oh, I think I told Xiuqiu about it, but not you. Sisterly said to Bai Qingxia, then turned to look at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu also looked puzzled. Which Nini? Did you tell me? That one? The microphone Zhang Yibin? Do you remember? Considering Bai Qingxia's presence, Sisterly only mentioned 2 key words in a very obscure way. This was what she said at the birthday party last time. Lu Yuanqiu remembered it, and his expression suddenly became strange. He nodded. I remember. What happened to her? Sisterly sighed. After she resigned and returned to her hometown, she was not welcomed by her family. She spent all her money, and recently returned to work in the KTV. She has been working for 5 days. Lu Yuanqiu poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and asked, then what? Sisterly shrugged. Nothing happened. I just work normally. It's just that I still have a shadow when I see the microphone now. What I am most afraid of is that Zhang Yibin will find out that she is back. I am a little worried that this beast will do something to Nini again. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Although he sympathized with Nini, and was also unhappy with the Zhang family, Lu Yuanqiu could not do anything except listen to this matter. After all, he was not familiar with Nini, but Lu Yuanqiu still cared about Sisterly. Sisterly, if Zhang Yibin meets her and does that to her again, don't show up. Just use a public phone to call the police. Lu Yuanqiu reminded. Sisterly nodded quickly, and seemed to be still frightened by the last incident. I know, I won't show off. Bai Qingxia looked back and forth at the 2 people communicating, and she didn't understand what they were talking about at all. Seeing the confused look on the girl's face beside the bed, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing. He walked over and poked Bai Qingxia's tender face, and said with emotion, Our Xia is still lucky. Although Bai Qingxia didn't know what Sisterly was talking about, she could probably hear the situation. Sisterly, you have to be good, and you must know how to protect yourself. Bai Qingxia warned Sisterly very seriously. Sisterly smiled. Don't worry, Xia, I am the most stable. Chapter 396. Lu Yidong, I heard you were in love at school? After dinner, Lu Yuanqiu pinched his sister's face with both hands, with a ferocious expression, baring teeth, staring at her with one eye, and asked this question like a beast's roar. Lu Yidong's little face was deformed by his pinching, and his hands and feet frantically fluttered below. Nonsense. It was another boy who wrote me a love letter. I didn't pay any attention to it, okay? Su Xiaoyao walked into the kitchen with leftovers, and didn't forget to add a sentence. The teacher even called me to school and questioned me as a parent with a love letter. It's so embarrassing. Lu Yidong turned around and retorted. The teacher clearly called me dad. Lu Tian glanced over here and ignored her. The only person in the family who loved Lu Yidong did not come to speak for her at this moment. Lu Tian's attitude on the matter of premature love was extremely firm. There were only 3 words, firmly not allowed. Executioner. Lu Yuanqiu continued to pinch his sister's face and stared at her with one eye. Lu Yidong, if I find out that you are in premature love, I will announce all your little secrets in school, and specifically find those handsome boys to tell them what kind of bad girl you are behind the scenes. Hee. Lu Yidong opened his eyes wide and quickly denied. I really didn't fall in love early, brother. Lu Tian, who was standing by, smiled but said nothing. At the same time, in Hohot Lane, Bai Qingxia was having dinner with her father at Aunt Zhang's house. After not seeing each other for a month, Aunt Zhang's daughter Ran was a little shy. At first, she didn't dare to touch Bai Qingxia, but gradually got closer. After smelling the familiar fragrance of her sister, she became a little bolder. So far, the only person in the world that Bai Qingxia dared to tease was probably the little girl Ran. She held Ran on her lap, quietly reaching out to pinch Ran's little nose, or pinching her cheeks. The little girl couldn't see, so she would just hum and raise her hands to slap in front of her, trying to slap Bai Qingxia's hands away, but Bai Qingxia would suddenly shrink her hands to avoid it, letting Ran miss. Seeing Ran's frowned eyebrows after missing her, Bai Qingxia would burst out laughing, but as she laughed, she was stunned again. She found that at this moment she looked like that mean Lu Yuanqiu, who liked to tease her like this. Bai Qingxia hugged Ran and calmed down. At this time, her fingers seemed to have poked a hole. Bai Qingxia looked down and found that it was Ran's shorts pocket that was torn. Bai Qingxia stared at it and carefully smoothed the little girl's pocket. She looked up at Aunt Zhang, who was washing dishes under the eaves outside, then put Ran down, turned around and took out the 1,000 yuan she had withdrawn from the bank in the afternoon from her father's pocket. Bai Qingxia stood up and stuffed the 1,000 yuan under Aunt Zhang's pillow, revealing a corner of the money. Money is spent so quickly. The 6,000 yuan I saved before school started is now only 2,000 left. Fortunately, I took over a store, so all the expenses in the future should not be a problem. Aunt John, we go back first. Bai Qingxia called out, then bent down and pinched Ranran's face. Ranran raised her head and said in a baby voice, Sister, will you come to play with me tomorrow? Bai Qingxia squatted down, hugged her gently, and whispered in her ear, Sister is going to school, and will come back to see you in a few months. Be good. After she finished speaking, she led her father out of the house. Aunt John quickly shook off the water on her hands and leaned over. Would you like to sit for a while? No, I'm sorry to bother you these days, Aunt John. What are you talking about? It's not a bother. Aunt John smiled innocently, but this time her smile was not as reserved as before. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Aunt John put her daughter on the bed and prepared to go to sleep. When she lowered her head, she suddenly saw a corner of red exposed under the pillow. She was stunned for a moment, then reached out and took out the money. When she saw that it was 1,000 yuan, she was shocked and ran to the door. Mom Ran sat on the bed and called. Aunt John stopped at the door. She looked up at the sky, then looked down at the money. She had to give up for now. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Aunt John came to Bai Qingxia's yard with 1,000 yuan. She came to the balcony and knocked on the door a few times. No one answered. After opening it with the spare key, she found that only Bai Songjia was sleeping soundly in the room. Bai Qingxia had disappeared. Aunt John sighed and looked down at the 1,000 yuan again. She put the money in her pocket and walked up to cover Bai Songjia with the sheet that he kicked off. At noon on October 7th, Lu Yuanqiu had just returned to school when he suddenly received a message from the secretary of the Student Union's Arts Department, which seemed to be a long string of text copy from somewhere. Secretary of the Arts Department, Zhucheng University has always focused on cultivating the comprehensive quality and all-round development of young college students, so in 2005, it gradually launched the popularity ranking of various types of art specialties post-bars activity, which covers the 4 major campuses of Zhucheng University. As a unique feature of Zhucheng University, this activity should be more fair, just and reasonable in the future. On October 7, 2011, the school's top management issued the latest notice. In the future, all performance qualifications for official activities on campus will be determined by lottery in each major campus, except for the first place in each major campus. Art Department Secretary. Is this Lu Yuanqiu, the lead singer of Yanggu's string band? Lu Yuanqiu was still reading the long string of text he posted, and replied with a yes. Art Department Secretary. Please go to room 101 of the activity building at 6 o'clock tonight to participate in the qualification lottery with other bands in Huafeng campus. The lottery process requires fairness, justice, openness, and transparency, and is supervised by members of the art department of the student union. Lu Yuanqiu, okay. Is the lottery starting today? Lu Yuanqiu thought the lottery had been completed. They were not notified, so they were not drawn. The principal was actually quite obedient. He really thought that the lottery method would be fairer. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I hope I won't be drawn. The flyers for the performance on the playground have been distributed. If I am drawn to perform in the auditorium, my efforts will be in vain. Lu Yuanqiu notified his teammates about this matter. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yuanqiu led his 4 teammates to the activity building. On the way, Zhong Jinqing suddenly put his hands together and prayed to the air, please don't be drawn. I told Lu Wei that we would perform on the playground. It's not easy to build trust. Lu Yuanqiu. Hey. Have you added her as a friend? Zhong Jinqing frowned. Yes, I don't want her to think I'm making fun of her. Before, the 5 of them felt regretful about not being able to perform in the auditorium. But now that the new plan has been made and the flyers have been sent out, they are eager to perform in the playground. This contrast is also the unpredictable world. Zhang Yifeng came over and whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, I don't think you will be selected, right? The principal knows our plan. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. He knows, but he may not interfere, and he also does not allow his subordinates to interfere, so that we can rely on luck to see the result of the lottery to decide where the performance will be held. Zhang Yifeng nodded silently, and suddenly looked in one direction with a puzzled look. Why is Bai Qingxia here? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head quickly, and saw Bai Qingxia and Lu Wanchun walking arm in arm not far away. Chapter 397. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. You also have to draw lots? Aren't your programs internally selected? Lu Wanchun. Xiao's program was internally selected, because the senior sister Ling in her program is the first dancer in Huafeng campus. But today is the first time to draw lots, so the first in the campus has to come and watch. My program needs to draw lots, but there are 5 places for the dance category, so the chance of being selected is still quite high. Bai Qingxiao looked at her mouth and nodded to Lu Yuanqiu. Yeah. Each campus has only 2 bands to perform. However, the campus band category is quite special. It does not belong to any club, but it happens to be the most popular category in the forum rankings. You can tell from the location of the lottery, room 101, which is the first room in the activity building. The lottery is held here, which is very high-end. Liang Jingfeng suddenly said, so, the first band in our campus is also here today. What's his name? Zheng Baiqi continued. The first place in Huafeng campus is Jingwei Band, which ranks second in the overall campus band rankings, with a popularity value of 21,700. Hey, the female bassist in the Jingwei Band is my goddess, Thingle said with a smile. Everyone ignored him. Thingle also put away his smile and followed behind the others. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands in his pockets and said leisurely, no matter what band it is, we are the most popular in 2012. TSK, buddy, stop making me laugh, okay freshman? A mocking voice suddenly came from the side. Lu Yuanqiu and his friends turned their heads and found that there were 5 boys walking towards the activity building. These 5 people looked at Lu Yuanqiu and his friends with smiles on their faces, probably because they thought Lu Yuanqiu was bragging without thinking. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands in his pockets. Yeah, freshman, what's wrong? Nothing, nothing, it's good to have ideals. The boy who couldn't help laughing just now echoed twice, then quickened his pace to catch up with his teammates, and lowered his head to talk to his teammates in a low voice. After a while, these people laughed loudly, not avoiding people at all. Lu Yuanqiu's expression froze, and he turned back to Zheng Baiqi and asked, which band are they from? So arrogant? Zheng Baiqi said expressionlessly, the 5th in the overall ranking, the 2nd in Huafeng campus, the Blue Sky Band, the popularity value is 15,370. Before the draw was decided, it was supposed to be their Blue Sky Band and Jingwei Band to perform on stage. Zhong Jincheng snorted coldly. No wonder you are resentful of the new band. Do you think you are going to lose your performance qualification? TSK, we don't care about this qualification at all. We want to get the popularity number 1 in 12 years in our own way. There were a lot of people. Liang Jingfeng raised his hand to cover his face awkwardly. Finger said silently, is it really good to be so flamboyant? Lu Yuanqiu and Zhong Jincheng turned around at the same time and said in unison, sorry, we have always been so flamboyant. After that, the two walked forward with arrogant and consistent steps. Bai Qingxiao suddenly thought of the basketball game in high school, when the 2 of them and Gao Chang won the game and shook their buttocks to mock the basketball team of class 29. Confidence and flamboyance seemed to be their usual style, but Gao Chang was not there, and these 2 people had actually restrained themselves. Bai Qingxiao smiled quietly. Several people came to the activity building. The space on the first floor was very wide, almost as big as 6 indoor basketball courts. Many people had gathered at the scene. Zhong Jincheng's pants moved because there were many seniors from the dance club in front of him. These seniors were all wearing cool clothes, basically hot pants and short skirts. We're going to the dance club to draw lots, Lu Wanchun said. Bai Qingxiao turned around and waved at Lu Yuanqiu, then trotted away behind Lu Wanchun. Hey! Hey! At 3 o'clock, there are 5 of them, the Jingwei Band. Finger suddenly reminded in a low voice. The other 4 turned their heads in unison, and Finger was startled. Don't you guys just stare at them. Can't you peek? Lu Yuanqiu glared. What's wrong with me just staring? He imitated the left-hand look and poked his finger between his eyebrows, staring at the 5 people over there. Thinkle immediately turned around and pretended not to know him. The leader of the Jingwei Band was a handsome boy, but he was still far inferior to Zhang Yifeng. As for the beautiful bassist mentioned by Finkel, Lu Yuanqiu also saw her. She was probably at the same level as the 3rd sister, or she looked a bit like the 3rd sister, but her style was completely different from the 3rd sister. Her temperament was a bit cold, but in terms of appearance alone, she was still not as good as Xia Chendong. Wait. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly realized that Finkel was not secretly in love with my 3rd sister, right? Fuck. I absolutely don't agree. It's impossible. Finger was secretly looking at the bassist of the Jingwei Band, and suddenly found that Lu Yuanqiu was staring at him with burning eyes. What are you doing? Finger shrank his neck. It's okay. Lu Yuanqiu continued to stare at him with a death stare, parentheses, with a left-facing look. After Bai Qingxiao and Lu Wanchun separated, they took the initiative to find their base camp. The girls of the ballet troupe were not all there, and in fact, they didn't need to be all there. After all, they were just here for a formality today. But your Ling is here. Ling is wearing a pair of blue jeans today, her face is glowing, and her body proportions make her stand out from the crowd. She is not only the first in dance at Huafeng campus, but also the first in the overall dance category. She is really eye-catching, and many people on the first floor are secretly looking at her. And because of her own appearance and temperament, plus the fermentation of the popularity of Xia Yuan Noodles by Qingxia, although she is standing in the corner in a low-key manner in short-sleeved shorts, her appearance also attracted many people's attention, and some people even whispered, "Boss lady." 3 words. Ling was also observing by Qingxia. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sound of speakers came from the rooms of the activity building, and the lottery began. Room 101 was the most watched by students. After all, the popularity of campus bands is generally higher than that of other categories, and popularity also represents popularity. The student union members of the art department were organizing the 24 lead singers of the Huafeng campus to line up in a long line to draw lots. Lu Yuanqiu and his teammates waved and lined up in the middle of the line. The 5 members of the Jingwei band stood outside, and quietly looked at the lead singers of these low-level bands. They had a popularity value of 21,000, and everyone's expression revealed the temperament of a strong sect. However, Lu Yuanqiu didn't pay attention to them. He only cared about the Yulua band in the Qinxia campus. This band was like an animal, and its popularity value was close to 30,000. The uniformed student union members used a loudspeaker at the door of room 101 to introduce the rules. Because there is only one spot for the campus band draw this time, only one of the 24 ping-pong balls is yellow, and the others are white. Drawing yellow means being selected. The lead singers in the front line did not move. They came out of the room one by one, holding a white ping-pong ball in their hands. It was Lu Yuanqiu's turn. Lu Yuanqiu entered the room nervously. Half a minute later, he suddenly rushed out of room 101 in surprise, and slid to his knees excitedly. The bands present turned their heads to look at him. Is this a draw? A draw? Zhong Jinqing and others hurried over. After seeing Lu Yuanqiu holding a white ping-pong ball representing not drawn, Zheng Yifeng stood aside and laughed, while Finger, Zhong Jinqing, and Liang Jingfeng knelt on the ground and roared excitedly. The 4 of them hugged each other and shouted, "Ah, I didn't draw it. Great! I didn't draw it. Fortunately, I was scared to death." Everyone looked at them in confusion, and by Qingxia, Ling and others looked over from another direction. The lead singer of the Jingwei band turned his head and asked his teammates, "What's wrong with the freshman now?" Chapter 398. His 4 teammates shook their heads slightly, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, a bystander nearby suddenly raised a puzzled voice. "Huh? How come they look like the band on the flyer of Xia Yuan Noodles?" The members of Jingwei band looked at the person who was speaking, and the handsome lead singer muttered, "Xia Yuan Noodles? What?" Next to him, the tall and thin guitarist smiled and responded, "I know, it's a new noodle from Ringjin Fireworks. I tried it when my roommate bought it last time. It tasted really good. I plan to buy one to try when I have time." The lead singer shook his head. "It's a pity that I don't like noodles. By the way, what does the flyer that person just mentioned mean?" The guitarist shrugged, "I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, a cheerful lead singer rushed out of room 101 again. This lead singer had a smile on his face, and he looked exactly like Lu Yuanqiu, who had just run out. He was seen holding a yellow ping-pong ball in his hand and shouting excitedly, "We got it! We got it! We are the second band to perform on stage." Seeing this, his teammates immediately rushed over and hugged the lead singer, and everyone roared with excitement. The student union member at the door of room 101 announced with a loudspeaker, "The lottery for campus bands has been completed. The bands that have been drawn should remember to come to me to register." Fuck. The lead singer of the Blue Sky band came out of room 101 cursing. There was only one spot in total. Someone had drawn it before, so there was no need to draw again. If the rules had not been changed, it should have been their Blue Sky band and Jingwei band that performed on stage. Now the dream is directly shattered. After this party, the popularity value is estimated to be far behind the 4th place on the list. I was quite confident about this performance and thought it would definitely attract people's attention, but in the end, I didn't even have a chance to perform. Who proposed the lottery system? The lead singer of the Blue Sky band looked up and was suddenly stunned, because there were 2 bands cheering in front of him, one of which was the one he saw on the road. So happy even though he didn't win. Is this not pure brain bubble? The National Day holiday is over. Early in the morning of the 8th, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia had breakfast together in the first canteen. Lu Yuanqiu looked at his phone. They? Yang Guxian. The popularity of the forum has risen to nearly 500 because of the flyers in the past few days. Most of them were posts for watching the fun, and most of them were about things like waiting for the scene, coming here because of the reputation, what's the relationship between the band and the boss lady. Bai Qingxia's previous Gula Gula Bubble post also received many replies, because her profile picture was her, and she was recognized by customers. Some even perverts heard of Bai Qingxia's name and tried to search for Bai Qingxia Bar, and they actually found it. Then, they were surprised to find that the boss lady could actually dance ballet and even join the dance popularity rankings. So these perverts began to post in the Bai Qingxia Bar to increase Bai Qingxia's popularity. In the past few days, the popularity of the Bai Qingxia Bar has also increased to more than 100. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the posts displayed in the interface and asked the girl next to him, "They are so enthusiastic, why don't you reply to the post?" Bai Qingxia shook her head, "I don't want to reply." "Are they too enthusiastic? You are a little uncomfortable?" Bai Qingxia nodded, and Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Replying can also increase popularity. "Well, I reply?" After she said that, she took out her mobile phone and replied to these posts one by one. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and saw her replying no under a post asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Looking at her replies one by one, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly reminded, Hey, you don't need to reply to questions like what type of boys you like, your zodiac sign, height, and weight. I don't ask you to reply to every one of them. Of course, if you want to reply to this kind of thing, then you can reply." Bai Qingxia frowned. "I don't want to reply like this." Lu Yuanqiu tilted his head, "Then don't reply." After he finished speaking, he put down his phone and continued to eat breakfast. Bai Qingxia suddenly called him, "Lu Yuanqiu. What's wrong?" The girl raised her finger and scratched her head, and said a little embarrassedly, "Can you lend me some money first?" Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's doubts, she hurriedly explained, "The money currently earned in the store has to be used to make up for the rent that Aunt Sue paid. I just gave her the remaining money to hire someone to renovate the store. In this way, I have no money for white coats and ballet costumes. Don't you have a ballet costume? We have to wear the same costume for this performance. Mine is different from theirs." Bai Qingxia bit her lip. This was probably the first time she borrowed money from someone. Even though they were so familiar with each other, she was still cautious and spoke in a low voice. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that she hadn't touched the breakfast she brought. Could it be that she had been struggling with whether to ask for money from the beginning? "Okay, I'll lend you 2,000 first. 500 will be enough." 2,000, you still have living expenses for the next few days. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and touched her head, and noticed that the pink hairpin on her hair was a little peeling. Come to think of it, this hairpin seems to have been worn for a long time, and it was given to her after she taught a lesson to the 3 girls who bullied her that day. Lu Yuanqiu didn't say anything, put his hand down, and could only say that it was fortunate that this girl opened a store and made money now. If it was in the past, she would never ask for money even if she was short of money, because Bai Qingxia would only ask for money when she felt that she could repay it. "I pay you back at the end of this month," she said with great confidence. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "You can pay me back whenever you want. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would ask you for a debt? I don't like that. Then I pay you back." Bai Qingxia finally picked up the buns at hand and ate them with peace of mind. Just then, Lu Yuanqiu saw a thin figure trotting over with a plate. It was Qi Chaoqiao. Qi Chaoqiao came to the table. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu timidly, and then sat down opposite Bai Qingxia. Wei Zhiyu's dissatisfied voice followed from behind. "She has Lu Yuanqiu, and doesn't want you anymore, but you still follow her. Do you think it's unfair for you to eat with us?" Qi Chaoqiao ignored her, so Wei Zhiyu gave up and turned around to find a table with Ajin to sit down. Bai Qingxia said gently to Qi Chaoqiao, "You can go to Renjianyanhu when it's time to eat in the future. I should be there for lunch and dinner." Qi Chaoqiao didn't respond, but just lowered her head to bite the bun, but Lu Yuanqiu felt that she must have heard it. Weird little girl. He didn't tell the 2 instructors about Qi Caocao's old injury, because Long Liandong reminded him that this involved Qi Caocao's privacy, and excessive interference might bring bad results. After all, the little girl is fine at the moment, so this can only be related to family reasons at most, and outsiders can't do anything about this matter. Chapter 399. After receiving the white coat at noon, Lu Yuanqiu returned to the dormitory and put it on in front of the mirror. Although he did not plan to become a doctor, Lu Yuanqiu had been full of yearning for white coats since he was a child. Perhaps because his mother was a doctor, he even thought for a while that white coats were the best medical beauty for women. provided that the woman had a decent figure. Is it handsome? Lu Yuanqiu turned sideways and asked his roommates. Fingal, Taoist priest, uncle turned his head to look at him, then withdrew his gaze indifferently and continued to put on his white coat. Lu Yuanqiu pulled out a red banknote and held it upright in the air. Wow, Lu Yuanqiu, you are so handsome. So handsome, so handsome. I love you so much, Dr. Lu. 3 money-hungry guys rushed over, pouting at Lu Yuanqiu, as if they wanted to hug and kiss him. The 100 yuan was finally snatched away by the uncle, who jumped away with a giggle, laughing like a monkey. The first class in the afternoon was anatomy class, and we had to go to the laboratory. I heard that we could also see the legendary cadaver teacher. After coming out of the 401 dormitory, Lu Yuanqiu saw Zheng Yifeng, Zhong Jinqing and others next door also changed into white coats. Zheng Yifeng was as handsome as ever, and the white coat really matched him. Looking at him, and then at himself, Lu Yuanqiu found that he was still too strong, and the white coat looked too tight on him. Am I handsome, or is Zheng Yifeng handsome? Lu Yuanqiu lifted the hem of the white coat with both hands, and asked his roommate in front of Zheng Yifeng in the corridor. Uncle, Taoist priest, Finger immediately shook his thumb at him, and said with a smile, You are handsome, you are handsome. Zheng Yifeng, who was walking in front, said nothing, but was a little sleepy. After rehearsing for several nights in a row, Lu Yuanqiu's voice became stronger and stronger, but he became more and more sleepy. The reason was that the communication with teacher Miao Miao had recently turned into a confrontation, which directly led to a significant reduction in the opportunities for the two to get along. In other words, Su Miao Miao was deliberately ignoring him. In fact, this was within Zheng Yifeng's expectations. Based on his observation of Su Miao Miao's words and deeds these days, Zheng Yifeng felt that he was lying on straw and tasting gall. The strategy was probably successful, but he could not guarantee it. After all, it was possible that Su Miao Miao's indifference was a real alienation and dislike, rather than sulking and self-doubt. If it was the latter, then his military strategy was absolutely successful. Alas, thinking about emotional matters makes people sleepy, which is even more difficult than Chinese language questions. Zheng Yifeng yawned. Without teacher Miao Miao's wake-up call, I can only hope that the cadaver teacher later can help. The anatomy laboratory on the first floor. The teacher hadn't come yet. A circle of students in white coats gathered around an iron frame, staring blankly at a human specimen placed on the frame. Many people were seeing a corpse for the first time, and had already avoided it due to physical discomfort. Wei Zhiyu frowned and raised his hand to cover his nose. What's that smell? Zheng Yifeng, formalin. Wei Zhiyu immediately laughed. Feng Feng knows a lot. Bai Qingxiao looked at the brown muscles and bones in front of her that looked like braised beef, and couldn't help frowning. She felt a little physically uncomfortable, but the main thing was the stimulation of the sense of smell. After all, the appearance no longer looked human, and there was no head. Suddenly, she stared at a part of the body below and was stunned. Lu Yuanqiu came over and glared. You are still staring? Bai Qingxiao was so shocked that she quickly looked away, her earlobes red, and ran to the square table beside her. She quickly sat down with her roommates, legs together, and her back was obedient. Seeing her run away, Lu Yuanqiu also looked at that part. After seeing it clearly, he immediately revealed a mask of pain. Perhaps in order to show it more clearly to the students, the cadaver teacher's body was actually sliced, revealing a longitudinal section. It's so painful to watch. Zhong Jinqing also showed a mask of pain beside him. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Yes, maybe mine is about the same age as his, so I feel it very directly. Zhong Jinqing glanced at him expressionlessly. Bai Qingxiao, who was sitting at the square table, heard what they were talking about, and immediately shrank her head, trying to hide her ears in her collar. At this time, a middle-aged female teacher who was also wearing a white coat came in, and the students, who were surrounding the cadaver teacher, left one after another, and found a place to sit down. The anatomy teacher put the book on the podium and said with a smile, Are you scared? The students shook their heads, and some complained, It's okay, but the smell is too strong. The female teacher laughed and explained, Don't worry, it's not a rotten smell, it's the smell of preservatives. She turned on the projector to teach everyone. Halfway through the class, the female teacher personally led everyone to the vicinity of the cadaver teacher and explained in detail with real objects which parts the muscles in the book corresponded to. Lu Yuanqiu was lying on Zheng Yifeng's shoulder, and he was standing opposite Bai Qingxiao. He found that this girl was peeking at the cadaver teacher's thing again, but when Wei Zhiyu smiled and pointed at her, Bai Qingxiao deliberately turned away. Suddenly, the anatomy teacher clapped his hands and asked, Are there any boys with obvious muscle contours in our clinical class 30? Come on, recommend one of you. Be brave, and be a model for us. Lu Yuanqiu's smile disappeared, because as soon as the teacher finished speaking, countless fingers pointed at him, all the boys, and even a few girls pointed at him. Bai Qingxia didn't point, but Bai Qingxia was secretly laughing. Did you discuss this in advance? What nonsense, take it off quickly. Zhong Jinqing smiled, and directly took off Lu Yuanqiu's white coat. Finger snatched the white coat away, and ran away to prevent Lu Yuanqiu from taking it back. Okay, I take off my short-sleeved shirt myself. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand quickly. He couldn't help but glance at Bai Qingxia, but found that Bai Qingxia was holding a textbook, staring at the projector with a rosy face, not looking at him. After Lu Yuanqiu took off his short-sleeved shirt, his thick tendon meat was exposed to the air, and the girls instantly. Wow! Zhong Jinqing also slapped Lu Yuanqiu on the back excitedly, and the sound was extremely crisp. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at him with a fake smile. Happy, right? I slice you when I get back. Zhong Jinqing's smile disappeared, and he pointed at him. Do you have a sense of dedication? Okay, don't say it. Classmate, come, stand in the middle. The anatomy teacher pulled Lu Yuanqiu, who was naked from the waist up, to the middle of the students, and the girls followed excitedly, as if Lu Yuanqiu was more attractive than Zheng Yifeng in their hearts at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu was a little shy. Then, what next? The female teacher looked at him, then used force. Chapter 400. Try to show your muscle outline. Young man, you've really trained well. Look at your muscles. Do you have a girlfriend? The female teacher of the anatomy class asked with her head raised, her hand still touching Lu Yuanqiu's thick arm. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that her last name was Hu. When she introduced herself, she said she was an expert at the affiliated hospital of Juda University. Although she was middle-aged, she still looked charming. It must be said that women in Zhucheng are really good at taking care of themselves. At this age, their skin is still white and tender. Well, Lu Yuanqiu shook his head honestly, not yet. Teacher Hu was surprised and said, You are quite handsome, tall and strong, but you don't have a girlfriend? Well, I will introduce my niece to you next time. Lu Yuanqiu was flattered by her first half of the compliment, and smiled and declined, Thank you, teacher, but your niece may not like me. That's not necessarily the case. Teacher Hu glanced at him charmingly. The boys who were originally laughing and cheering for Lu Yuanqiu to be a model suddenly stopped laughing, and their faces fell one by one. Zhong Jinqing couldn't help but say, Teacher, we are in class, we are off topic. Oh yes, young man, do that side chest muscle movement that other bodybuilders perform. Teacher Hu demonstrated it herself, but she looked a little funny. The girls all laughed, except Bai Qingxia, who lowered her head and took notes on the blackboard in her book. Lu Yuanqiu. Hey, he turned sideways, curled up his arm, and used his other arm to support his wrist, and the bulging muscles on his body looked very beautiful. He himself thought that this moment was probably as funny as the teacher's previous action, maybe just like Chen Paisai's performance in a skit about eating noodles, but the girls in front of him. Wow. Have they never eaten good food? It is also possible that I still underestimated my handsomeness. Lu Yuanqiu sighed in his heart. Teacher Hu pointed at his muscular arms. See, it is very obvious, the position of this deltoid muscle, and this biceps. Who remembers this one? Teacher Hu pointed at a more obvious muscle behind Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder. Bai Qingxia blinked after hearing the voice, and looked at everyone with a well-behaved expression, but her eyes first quickly swept over Lu Yuanqiu's abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, and then looked behind his shoulders, and her eyes shifted quickly and naturally. Ajin bared her teeth and raised her hand. My chicken, trapezius muscle. Teacher Hu nodded quickly. Yes, trapezius muscle, so some girls must pay attention when they exercise, and never use force here. Boys are fine, but girls' trapezius muscles are very ugly when they are trained. Look at the trapezius muscles on this boy, they look very beautiful. Beautiful? Lu Yuanqiu sweated in the blink of an eye. The girls sighed immediately. Teacher Hu then introduced the pectoralis major, sternocleidomastoid muscle, etc. Wei Ji raised her hand expectantly. Teacher, can we touch it? It's so boring just listening to it. Bai Qingxia hugged the book and turned her head to look at her in surprise. Teacher Hu smiled. She certainly understood the thoughts of these little girls, so she turned her head and said, Then you can't ask me, you have to ask this boy if he agrees. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand indifferently. No problem, I'm devoting myself to science in the laboratory, so feel free to touch it, Finger raised his middle finger from behind. Lu Yuanqiu, you are so casual. Zhong Jinqing also raised his middle finger. I despise you. You don't have male ethics. Lu Yuanqiu pretended not to hear their anger, but just showed a warm and gentle smile in front of this group of shy girls. Don't worry, come one by one. Just don't forget to treat me to a meal after the final dissection. Teacher Hu laughed out loud after hearing this. They were all students, and she knew that boys with this kind of personality were actually very popular in the class. There would be many girls who had a crush on him. How could he not have a girlfriend? Zheng Yifeng was the only boy who was interested in touching Lu Yuanqiu. He stood alone in the middle of the girls and reached out to touch Lu Yuanqiu's pectoralis major. Lu Yuanqiu slapped his hand down and said with a smile, "What the hell are you touching?" Even though his hand was slapped away, Zheng Yifeng still had no expression on his face. He read a book while looking at Lu Yuanqiu's muscles and responded, "Mr. Male Model, I also want to improve." Bai Qingxiao was standing behind Zheng Yifeng, with the book tightly covering the lower half of her face. Lu Yuanqiu saw her at this time, and he smiled and changed his face and urged Zheng Yifeng, "Go away, our Xia Xia is waiting." Zheng Yifeng finished taking notes, seriously, and left expressionlessly with the book under his arm. Bai Qingxiao walked silently to Lu Yuanqiu and put down the book that was covering her face. Lu Yuanqiu began to do bodybuilding poses in front of her with all her heart, and then said, "I didn't expect that one day I could help you with your studies. Please touch me as much as you want, Miss Bai." Bai Qingxiao, She didn't say anything, and slowly stretched her thin white hand towards Lu Yuanqiu's chest. When her fingertips touched Lu Yuanqiu's chest muscles, she raised her hand again as if she had received an electric shock. Her fingers curled up, and the girl raised her eyes and quietly observed Lu Yuanqiu. Her two beautiful eyes were moist, like two pools of clean spring water. Lu Yuanqiu was looking at the slender white legs exposed between the buttons of her white coat, wondering if she was wearing a skirt or shorts. When their eyes met, Lu Yuanqiu's expression became a little more serious, or a little unnatural. He laughed dryly at the girl, while Bai Qingxiao shyly lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. She thought Lu Yuanqiu's focus had always been on her face, so she continued to lift the book. Her other hand casually touched Lu Yuanqiu's arm a few times, softly and smoothly. After touching, the girl quickly turned around and left, facing Lu Yuanqiu and putting down the book that was covering her face. "What are you grinning at?" Zhong Jinqing frowned at the side. The smile on Lu Yuanqiu's face froze immediately, and he glanced at him with disdain. "None of your business, ancient Chinese." After school in the afternoon, the 5 people gathered again in the band practice room. There was a piece of paper on the wall, with many song titles written on it, but some song titles had been blackened out with a black pen. These songs were abandoned. Lu Yuanqiu sat on the steps and took a tissue to wipe the sweat off his neck, saying, "No, forget about the sentimental songs. It's not suitable that day. If you want to sing, sing songs that can set off the lively atmosphere of the scene." Finkel nodded. "Okay, I choose again." Zheng Yifeng said, "There is another point. We have to consider the loss of people at the scene. Although we can attract some people with flyers, we can't guarantee how long they will stay there. There are no chairs at the scene, and people standing are the easiest to leave." Liang Jingfeng looked at him. "So?" Chapter 401. Zheng Yifeng said calmly, "So we have to consider the problem of attracting new people to the scene. The number of people who come in real time is much greater than the number of people who leave in real time. Only in this way can the number of onlookers increase. If the songs are exciting, this problem can be solved well, but I think it is not enough. Lu Yuanqiu, what else can the band attract people to the scene besides the songs?" Zheng Yifeng didn't say anything, probably because he didn't expect it. Zhong Jinqing poured saliva into his mouth and said, "There is another thing, which is the venue. If the venue is not built, the people behind us can't see us. The playground is not like the auditorium. There are no tiered seats. If they can't see us, do you think the audience has the patience to stand there and listen to the excitement with their ears?" Liang Jingfeng frowned. "It's too much work to build a stage, right? It's definitely not allowed now, and it's too late to build it on the same day." Zhong Jinqing shrugged. "So, high returns are not so easy to get." Finger suggested, "When the time comes, move some desks over and make a temporary stage." Zhong Jinqing nodded. "For the time being, this is the only plan." Liang Jingfeng covered his stomach and laughed. "Will it be unstable when the time comes?" No one said anything. Lu Yuanqiu knew that the problem Zheng Yifeng mentioned was very realistic. If it was just a band performing passionately on the playground, the gimmick was enough, but it was not explosive enough, and if it was not explosive enough, it would not be able to shake the status of the official performance. Alas, in fact, There is no need to shake the status of the official performance. How can the 5 of them compare with the power of a campus? Lu Yuanqiu just wants to make a little noise, that's all. If the noise can be a little bigger, it will be an extra surprise. The popularity of the band has reached 500. Although this is only the increase of Yulua band in one day, the growth in the past few days is stronger than that of many bands. At least the new bands in the past can't have this speed. This is all thanks to the noodle shop flyers. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Liang Jingfeng. Mr. Liang, can you help us get the costumes for the performance? Liang Jingfeng raised his head speechlessly and drank water. Why are you looking for me? Your family is so rich. The password was correct. Liang Jingfeng's body trembled, and mineral water splashed on his face. He raised his hand to wipe it randomly, and said with a smile, Okay, I promise to complete the task. The other people looked at him strangely. Continue practicing the song. Lu Yuanqiu spoke. The 5 people stood up, and at this time, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly stiffened, and a light bulb lit up next to his head. I have a plan that can solve the problems mentioned by Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jincheng at the same time. Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jincheng turned their heads. What? Wait a minute. Lu Yuanqiu took out his cell phone, walked outside the practice room, and called Chao Shuang. The other 4 people waited in the practice room for a few minutes, and saw Lu Yuanqiu walked in with a smile on his face. Finger asked, What is it? Lu Yuanqiu did not respond, but walked in front of Zheng Yifeng and said to him, Class monitor, help me use the beauty trick to deal with Teacher Su, and say that Lu Yuanqiu has something to ask her again. On October 9th, there were less than 6 days left before the welcome party. Knock, knock, knock. Zheng Yifeng knocked on the door of Su Miaomia's counselor's office. Come in. The door of the office opened, and Zheng Yifeng saw Counselor Chang, Bucktoothed, standing by Su Miaomia's desk, and the two seemed to be talking about something. What department, Zheng Yifeng? Bucktoothed Chang stood up and asked with a smile. Zheng Yifeng looked at Su Miaomia. Su Miaomia raised her eyes, and then said to Chang, Bucktoothed, brother, please go out for a while. Ah, are there any other secrets you want to hide from me? Bucktoothed Chang looked at the two of them, and finally, under Su Miaomia's insistence, he reluctantly walked out of the door of the counselor's office. Seeing the door closed, Su Miaomia looked at him, as if she had learned to answer quickly. What else does Lu Yuanqiu want to tell me? Zheng Yifeng said nothing, but lowered his head, and began to unbutton his clothes. Su Miaomia was stunned, and immediately stood up, with her back against the wall, feeling surprised and nervous. What do you want to do? Zheng Yifeng, I warn you. Before she finished her words, she saw Zheng Yifeng took out a cigarette from his clothes. Su Miaomia was stunned. Zheng Yifeng looked up and looked at her in confusion. Teacher, what's wrong with you? I didn't do anything. Lu Yuanqiu really has something to ask you. No. Nothing. Su Miaomia touched the pen on the table with an unnatural expression, then frowned and said unhappily, I don't smoke. It's not for you. Zheng Yifeng put the cigarette on the table, then supported the table with both hands, and said to Su Miaomia seriously, Teacher Su, I hope you can listen to what I say next. Every day, I feel like I owe you. Su Miaomia reluctantly sat down again. Zheng Yifeng ignored her muttering, glanced down, and reminded, You'd better take notes. Su Miaomia opened the drawer depressively and took out a notebook and pen, then looked up at Zheng Yifeng. Speak. Her cute angry look almost made Zheng Yifeng's expression on his face tense. 5 days later, Renjian Fireworks Restaurant. Today happened to be Friday, and there was no class in the afternoon. Lu Yuanqiu sat at the table, waiting for Bai Qingxia to cook him food. He looked at Bai Qingxia standing busy in the shop with a smile on her face. Bai Qingxia in the shop also looked at him, but she was not good at looking at Lu Yuanqiu so openly in public. After a glance, she quickly looked away. What are you doing flirting with each other? Zhong Jincheng stuck his head out beside him. Lu Yuanqiu ignored him. Zhong Jincheng drank orange juice and said, Liang Jingfeng said that the clothes will arrive today, so let's go back to the dormitory to try them on later. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and at this time, the phone. Beep beep. Sounded. It was a message from Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang, done, Brother Chiu, I'm so excited to fight side by side with you again. What kind of second-year speech? Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and suddenly remembered that Chao Shuang's note for him was Lu Dasheng, and he didn't know if it was true. Lu Dasheng, okay, we go find you tomorrow afternoon. Lu Yuanqiu cut out the chat interface, and he asked Zhong Jincheng, how was the chat with Lu Wei? No, I just told her about the performance a few days ago, and she agreed. I don't have anything to talk about with her now. Zhong Jinqing said casually, biting the straw into a flat shape. Yes, once these two people don't talk about that kind of topic, there is nothing to talk about between them. Lu Yuanqiu muttered in his heart while flipping through the message interface on his mobile phone. Suddenly, he saw 99+ messages from the band's lead singer group. Huh? When did they talk so much again? I didn't turn on Do Not Disturb. Lu Yuanqiu clicked on the group chat, and his expression gradually became more interesting, because these messages were actually talking about him, or their Yanggu string band. Chapter 402. This topic was actually brought up by the lead singer of the Yulua band, who had not appeared in the group. Lu Yuanqiu turned to the first record. Yulua band lead singer. Does anyone in Huafeng campus know what the band Yanguxian is all about? I heard that the lead singer of the first place is a senior. As soon as she appeared in the group, other bands came out one after another. After all, this great singer doesn't show up often. Singles band lead singer. Wow, it's a senior. I don't know. Qinghe band lead singer. What's wrong with this band? I have some impression of the name. Has it popped up in the group recently? Yulua band lead singer. The popularity of this band has increased to 1,000. Cixi Onesie band lead singer. Senior sister, you have more than 30,000, and you still care about this 1,000? Yulua band lead singer. They are a new band that just joined. No new band has ever grown so fast. You can check the growth ranking list yourself. Qinghe band lead singer. Oh my god, they are in the top 5 of the growth ranking? Yulua band lead singer. Spreading hands Yulua band lead singer. You don't pay attention to the rankings at all. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the chat history and felt a little happy. He took Zhong Jinqing's orange juice, took off the straw and drank it from the cup. Zhong Jinqing, I spit before. Puff. Lu Yuanqiu spurted out a mouthful of orange juice and returned the cup to him. Jingwei band lead singer. They are handing out flyers in the school. Hot Wheels band lead singer. Wow, Jingwei brother from Huafeng campus is also bubbling. Pink Lady band lead singer. Oh my god, what day is today? The male gods and goddesses have appeared. Hot Wheels band. After all, the performance is the day after tomorrow night. The day after tomorrow, the performance video of each campus band will definitely go viral on the internet again. Time Machine band lead singer. But how could handing out flyers attract so many people to post in their forums? Is that true? Featherfall band lead singer. I saw those posts, but I don't quite understand why they mentioned a noodle shop. Jingwei band lead singer. They borrowed the popularity of that noodle shop and handed out flyers. It's quite smart, but I don't know if it will backfire. After all, the forums are full of people who are just joining in the fun. If they want to boost their popularity, they need active fans in the forums, so the retention of fans must be high. Yulua band lead singer. Do you have a picture of the flyer? Jingwei band lead singer. I don't have it. I'm actually pessimistic about their plan. The idea is too bold and crazy. If no one is interested, it will become a joke in the circle. If there are indeed audiences, but the band has nothing to be praised, it will also become a joke in the school. I may be a little harsh, so don't mind it, junior of Yanguxian. It's better to be cautious when doing such things. Lu Yuanqiu continued to flip down with a blank expression. Featherfall band lead singer. What about other bands in Huafeng campus? No one can send a photo of the flyer? Blue Sky band lead singer. Come on, come on. I just went to the dormitory next door to ask for one. Picture Featherfall band lead singer. I can probably understand why Jingwei said that, but nothing is absolute. Just wait and see. Blue Sky band lead singer. No need to wait and see. I have seen those 5 people. It's hard to say. Alas, there is a high probability that they will be scolded to death. There are many bands in the past who wanted to do some tricks, but in the end, they were scolded by students in the forum and became autistic, and they quit the forum. Singles band lead singer. Is that okay? Haha, the real boss is still in the group. Blue Sky band lead singer. You see, he doesn't even dare to show up. Last time I heard him, and his teammates say that they were going to be the most popular in 2012. Senior Yuluo didn't dare to say that. I was really a little bit overwhelmed when I heard it, but I didn't say anything that day until I saw their flyer. I really couldn't help laughing. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that the day he met the Blue Sky band was the day of the lottery. Didn't this guy speak? Qinghe band lead singer at Yanguxian lead singer. Why don't you share your experience, junior? Fengmelin band lead singer. Eating melon Cixi Onesie band lead singer. Last time, he also said in the group that he wanted to be the most popular person in 2012. I didn't hold back at that time and replied, anyway, I don't understand, but respect him. Black and red are also red. What if a lot of students criticize him, But he is thick-skinned and just doesn't quit, then wouldn't his popularity also increase? Blue Sky Band lead singer. Do you think all the students of Judah are fools? They are not that stupid. They will give him a popularity boost. Blue Sky Band lead singer. You see, with so many seniors here today, this guy doesn't dare to show up. Ha ha ha. Pink Lady Band lead singer. I went to your playground that day. I didn't have a chance to perform anyway. Blue Sky Band lead singer. I go see you too. Senior, will you come with me? Contact me then? Lu Yuanqiu was too lazy to read the message. This was the message record from last night. At that time, he was rehearsing in the practice room and finalized the song list with his teammates. After the Blue Sky Band led the group chat, other bands began to criticize Lu Yuanqiu's statement to become the most popular singer in 2012. Except for a few lead singers who remained silent, most of the lead singers thought that Lu Yuanqiu, as a freshman, did not have the humility that a freshman should have. Instead, he jumped and danced like a clown in front of his seniors. This behavior was too difficult to judge. Not being low-key and choosing to be flamboyant would indeed make him the target of public criticism. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't care. I'm a low-key person. The first and second place didn't say anything, but you guys got excited. You guys who respect your seniors should continue to respect them. Wait until your seniors graduate. I wonder if you have a chance to become the most popular person before graduation. Lu Yuanqiu didn't send a message in the group. He put his phone aside. At this time, Zhong Jincheng, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly reached out and poked Lu Yuanqiu's arm, raised his head, and gestured to him to go behind. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and saw Long Liandong appeared at the door of the restaurant. Beside Long Liandong was a woman with a good figure, but wearing sunglasses and a mask. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu, Long Liandong was a little surprised. She whispered something in the sunglasses girl's ear, and the two of them walked over here together. Long Liandong asked, "Is there anyone here?" Zhong Jincheng shook his head, "No." He stood up and sat next to Lu Yuanqiu. Long Liandong and the sunglasses girl sat opposite. The sunglasses girl took off her glasses at this time. Zhong Jincheng was stunned, pointed his finger, and said in surprise, "Aren't you that? That actor? What's your name?" Long Liandong whispered, "Don't make it public, she is Daidan, our senior, specially invited by the school to speak at tomorrow's welcome party." Zhong Jincheng said in surprise, "Do you two know each other?" Lu Yuanqiu sounded familiar, but he didn't have much impression. She was a popular star in the past few years, but she is not popular now. The actress named Daidan looked around and asked Long Liandong curiously, "What are you going to take me to eat?" Long Liandong replied, "A bowl of noodles in summer." Zhong Jincheng lowered his voice and continued to ask the actress, "Your information says that she is not from a professional school, so this non-professional school is Judah?" Daidan smiled and nodded at him. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to Zhong Jincheng and asked, "Are you still chasing stars?" Zhong Jincheng whispered in his ear, "Because I remember that her breasts are very big."